Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to round number 2 of the Teesside Sprint Series. We are live, and it is great to be back for the season. Of course, we were live for round number 1, and thanks to NRG Cycles, we are now live for the rest of the season as well. Chris McCarthy and David Sullivan, I'll get it right first time this time, on commentary for you as it was at round number 1. David, great to be back alongside you, and we've had qualifying so far, interesting results in those, and we'll go through those as we get to each class, but we've got a great day of racing ahead.
We have 5 classes today with the 2 strokes amalgamated together with seniors and juniors running, so 6 classes over 5 races. Running today, Bambinos will obviously run first. At the moment we've got the lightweight series, I believe, the SG Petch hire kart series on. So they'll run, and they'll run a heavyweight later on during the day, which will out on the live stream there, but we're now back and in good time because we have about to come to an end. As David said, we're going to have the heavyweight release out later. We won't be streaming it eventually. We'll use that time to take a break and show you some interviews which we've been recording this morning. We've had a chat with all of our pole sitters as they come off track. And we also went and spoke to Mark Mitchell from NRG Cycles. So that was a bit of an extended interview as we got into, well, of course, his son and his daughter both race here as well. He races against his son, Josh Mitchell. Gracie Mitchell races in the cadet classes, in the cadet class. And we also talked a little bit about NRG Cycles in a bit more detail as well. So that will be coming up for you live in the lunch break, as will all the interviews from the pole sitters. And we had some interesting qualifying sessions as well. David, why don't we go and talk a little bit about the Bambino class, which is what we're going to see first. Yeah, well, Thomas Potter again had a very good round at the first meeting. Won that one overall, and he'll be starting at the front of that grid again. Time trial for Bambinos, of course, the same as last time, so they'll start off single file in small intervals, and they'll run for an extended, what we call an extended lap. So it's off the over the start line, run for the full amount of time, and it's whichever driver finishes that session in the fastest consecutive time will win that heat.
Yes, and if you are watching, get your comments in. Sebastian Mack has already done that, watching, is actually at the track, but is decided to watch on phone. And good that he's given us this information, because we're actually commentating from a van. And heavy winds here, but sunny. So that is pretty much, of course, you won't really reflect. You'll be able to notice half of that by the live stream. It is sunny, of course, but winds are heavy, which means racing should be even closer than it would be already. Teesside is a fast and flowing track enough already, but when we have heavy winds, that makes things even closer. But as you said with the Bambinos, kind of one big lap, isn't it? Which makes it, at times, a little bit tricky to follow. But of course, these guys, the youngest drivers we have, 6 to 8 years old, and sometimes throwing them into a racing situation so early on when they may just be in the first race or two of their karting careers. can be a little bit difficult. So it's all about consistency. That is
Yeah,
what's going to win you, rather than one lap. It's being consistent over the entirety of the race.
Yeah, I think we spoke a lot about that last time, about instilling confidence into young drivers at a very early age, and time trial certainly gives them that. Gives them that without putting them straight into a competitive situation. They can go out, they can do their own thing without, you know, in the space that's been provided to them from the start, and they can use that time to progress from, you know, some of these drivers, like at the first meet, it was the first time that they'd been out in a on a circuit with other drivers in terms of you know, in a time situation. It gives them an opportunity to ease them gently into motorsport at a very early age.
I don't know about you, David, but I'm taking my shoes off. It is nice and cosy in the back of the van, I have to say. Alpha Live, a great little setup here. You look a little bit confused.
Yeah, it's. I didn't realise that we'd got that close already, and we've become that comfortable in each other's company.
We are. Well, we kind of shared the same seat last time, but you've decided not to do that this time. Let's run through the order of play, I guess. So Bambinos will be on track first.
Bambinos will be out first, followed by the Junior Pro Kart class. They'll follow those. Cadets will follow Junior Pro Kart. You'll have Senior and Junior two-stroke together following that, and then the round as it will be in terms of the cycle of races will be finished off the fifth race, which will be Senior Pro Kart, which today has I think there's 34 signed on. I think there was 33 qualified, so that's a massive grid of Senior Pro Karts. And depth-wise, that grid, I think qualifying the top 24 were down to were within a second. So it's a very, very strong and strong grid all the way down that Senior Pro Kart grid.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit about them, about who's here, and a little bit about what happened last time in the Senior Pro Kart class. Looking at the results, winner last time out was Connor Lucas, who did qualify on pole position earlier. Second place was Josh Fulkus. Third place was Stephen Thompson, who's actually not with us this month. So an opportunity there for fourth in the championship to move up. Fourth last time, sorry, which was Scott Tate. Fifth with Ben Fallon. That was your top five last time out. As you said, we've got, of course, the 40 plus class in there as well as the pro class. So we've kind of got three different classes within.
Yeah. You've got pro clubmen and a 40s. So your pro drivers, generally those that have run at the front here before or at the circuits and that have finished towards the top end of clubman last year. Jensen Barker, I think he won the clubman championship last year. He's moved up into pro, as has David Brown, who finished runner-up last year. He's into pro this year. So they all run together in terms of off the grid, and in terms of you know, so they don't split them on the grid or qualifying. It just splits. It just gives them splits them into three different classes on the timing screen, and gives you an idea of where certain drivers are, and you know, not so much of what sort of ability they're running, but it keeps them all together. And even in qualifying, a clubman driver came in third, so it's a close grid all the way through. And a good lap can put you right towards the top of the field.
And cadet class, that's going to be another one that's going to be very close as well. And I'd say that was in fact the closest class in qualifying, wasn't it? There was only 2 thousandths, I believe it was, between our pole sitter and second place. It was a really close session. We'll just pull the results up for you. I believe it was David Mack who took pole position, but let's confirm that on the results. And indeed it was with a 49.737. And then we had second place Ollie Buckton, who did a 49.766. So it was incredibly close. Third place was then Catherine Potter. So a fantastic result there. Talk us through the cadet class yourself, David.
Yeah, well,
any ones to watch coming into this round?
Well, Ollie Buckton won last time out, and he starts second with David Mack, who finished third last time, pipping him to pole, as we've just mentioned. Alexander Mallard, he'll start 4th out today. He finished 2nd on the grid last time. Watch out as well for Ollie Poole on this one. He'll start down in 9th in the highest place 160 car, because obviously they run 2 different engines in the cadets. They run either a sealed 200 or the GX 160, which is the more common in terms of the cadet engine. But the sealed 200 is is a little bit quicker, so you'll find those towards the front. But Ollie Poole came through last time to finish the day in 4th place, beating a lot of 200s last time. So watch for him coming through the field from 9th in a race situation. I think you'll see that he'll move through the field during the race day towards the front of the pack.
For those of you on the live stream, apologies if there were any issues. I know a link was put up by Alpha Live, so if you want to head to that, I think if there were any issues, then that would be a link to go on. So I can see a few people commenting, and apologies to that, but I think a new link now has been put in for viewers to go on. So if you're around the circuit as well and you have people struggling to access the live stream, there is a link up on the original stream which you can click on, and that should take you to another stream which seems to be working by what I can see from the comments we have coming in. And if you have anyone watching from home, or if you're around the circuit, of course, send us comments in and we will read those out.
Yeah, please do let us know on the live feed where you're watching from, if it's far afield or if you're supporting a certain driver. Please let us know in the live feed comments, and we'll be sure to give them a mention that you're keeping track on their progress throughout the day.
Yeah, well, why don't we talk about some of the two-stroke class then? We'll move on to that next, which has been all put together this time, isn't it? So I believe it was
that
it was Max Prentice.
Max Prentice won junior 2-stroke last time, and in fact beat some of the senior 2-strokes in qualifying this time.
I think he was 3rd overall.
I think it was 3rd overall.
Yeah.
It was a superb lap. So certainly look for him to be mixing it in with a few of those today. He'll race the number 33 in the junior 2-stroke class.
Yes, and he's of course racing against some of the senior Rotax drivers, and in that we had Scott Lowther, who was quickest, who finished 2nd last time out. So we'll see how Scott goes this time. We haven't got some of the drivers that were towards the front here last month with us this time, so we could see the 2-stroke class, particularly in the seniors, opening up for some new faces to potentially be at the front. Now, I did speak to Andy Ambrose before, just before we came on air actually, and he was telling me how close it was in qualifying. I mean, I've got to say, I was off doing interviews and I didn't get a chance to see just how close it was, but I know he said he was around a 10th or 2 off being pole, and yet he finished in 5th place. So just an announcement from the Alpha Live team, the producers. The original link that we had, if you're around the circuit, the original link that we had set up, unfortunately, had some issues. So a new stream has now been set up. The link to that stream is in the comments of the original stream. I know that might be sounding a little bit confusing, but if you have anyone at home that is contacting you with problems of accessing the live stream, please tell them to go and click the link that has been posted in the comments by Alpha Live, and that'll take them to a new stream, which I can see in the comments quite a few people have now already gone to. So once again, if you are around the circuit and you have people getting in touch that are trying to trying to access the stream and are having some problems, there is a link to a new stream in the comments, which is working, which we need you guys to go to. So if you could get that message round, please, that would be much appreciated, as we do have around 25 viewers that are unfortunately waiting in the other stream yet to come over. So if we could get the word out, if you could help us get the word out, that would be appreciated. But that is SG Petch coming to an end. They are now returning to the pits. So David, I guess it is about time we get ready for the first of our races to come onto track. What we will quickly do, you have the senior results in front of you, and it was very close, wasn't it?
Yes, Scott Lowther there just pipped Daniel Kell, who I think it's Daniel's first outing of the season here. So I think he'll certainly be looking to make a challenge on Scott today. But obviously Scott knows his way around, did very well at the last meeting for the first round here. Had some cracking battles throughout the day with Callis Cole, who isn't with us today. She's back in Ireland for the opening round of their championship over there. So hopefully she'll be back later on in the season, and she can reconvene that battle, because it was
and we wish her the
provided
best
some
of
great
luck.
entertainment.
I think now we're getting the first look of our Bambino grid. Well, almost. There we go. Now we can see it. So Bambino's getting ready to come out on track. And at this point, I'll hand over to you, David, to run us through the grid. Well, when you get it ready, anyway.
Through my sheets of paper, so...
there we go. Right. Talk us through the grid.
So Bambinos, they'll come out and they'll be gridded up. They'll be gridded up in a straight line formation if it follows the same format as last month, rather than side by side. So at the front of that, you should spot the number 22. That will be Thomas Potter, with Jacob Richardson, number 6, behind him. 19, Felix Smedley will start just in front of number 7, Scarlett Dunn. Edward Haynes, the 44, hopefully we'll see him back out, because I know he didn't finish off that qualifying session, and was going through an engine change only half an hour ago to put a new one on that. So hopefully we'll see him out for this first session, which should start in the next couple of moments. The number 9 will be Riley Buckton Young, and number 13 will be Lewis Smith. So keep an eye out for all of those drivers. If you are following any of those, please do let us know in the live stream, and we'll let them know.
For those on the live stream, we are on the PA system as well today. So if you have any messages that you want us to read out, we can do so, and they will be heard around the paddock. So Bambinos will be first to come out onto track, and I can see engines being fired, so they should come out very shortly. If you're just joining us, welcome along to this Alpha live stream, sponsored by NRG Cycles. This is the Teesside Sprint Series second round. We were here for round number 1, and thanks to NRG Cycles, we are back for the entirety of the season.
Yeah, I've just seen Edward Haynes. He's just pulled up there towards the back of the field. It looks like he is going to be out in this one. Superb work there from everybody involved. At one point, I think Dad had an engine in his hand, Mum had an engine in her hand. Somebody else was working out, putting a fuel tank back onto the top of the other one. So superb to see him back out. I think I'm not sure if he's got the original race engine on or whether he's got a stock engine on now for that one, but track time is track time at this sort of age, so it'd be good that he's out, as they I think 5 or 6 of them are definitely out. I think the first couple may have already gone, so they'll be stopped round just as you come out of the last 2 hairpins, and they'll be gridded up. So there he is. That's the 44 on the live stream. If you have crossed back over onto the new link,
Yes,
that is Edward Haynes with the black helmet and the black number 44. So just keep an eye out for him. Hopefully everything's been sorted from his team, and we can see him out for the rest of the day.
well, we will get them gridded up, as we said, down the start-finish line, and then they will be set off in intervals. So this is our first proper look at the Bambinos, and our first real coverage now from round number 2, and it is great to have you along with us, myself, Chris McCarthy, and David Sullivan, back again for rounds number 2. Ready to go racing for the first time. This will be a time trial in Bambinos, though, as it was at round number 1. So it is one long lap, essentially. Consistency is what is going to win you the event. They're going to be gridded up in order that they qualified. So the grid will be Thomas Potter in the 22, Jacob Richardson, who qualified 2 tenths behind Potter in the number 6. Felix Smedley is in the 19. He was 7 tenths off of pole position. Scarlett Dunn was just over a second back in the number 7. Edward Haynes will be in the 44, around 4 seconds off of pole. So let's see if Edward can close that gap down. Riley Buckton Young just over 5 seconds back. Again, a gap to try and close down throughout the day. And then at the back of the field in the number 13, Lewis Smith. And Lewis Smith will be hoping to move forward throughout the day. There we go. There's the first kart set off. So Thomas Potter sent on his way to get this first heat underway. And now the time is ticking. The number 6 goes by. That is Jacob Richardson. There goes Felix Smedley in the red race suit. Now we wait to see Scarlett Dunn come into picture. Well, Scarlett Dunn is off. Edward Haynes is off. Riley Buckton Young is off. And Lewis Smith is off as well. And a little bit of curb there for Thomas Potter as we came through the S's.
Not shy early doors there of taking a little bit of curb, and they're quite aggressive in a senior kart, those curbs on the inside there. So I can only imagine what they feel like in a Bambino, but it doesn't look like it's phased him too much so far. It
was nearly all 4 wheels in the air, wasn't it? As you can see at the top of your screen, we are already approaching 6 minutes to go. A nice wide line being taken there from Thomas Potter. So what we will do is get the gaps at the end of the first lap and monitor them and see if they are coming down or extending as the session goes on. So Thomas Potter comes across the line to complete his first lap. We'll ignore lap times this time around because, of course, they were set off just before the line, so they wouldn't have been up to speed properly before they hit the line. There goes Richardson, Smedley, Dunn. Looks like they're all going to come across the line in the same order they were set off in, which would mean no huge problems for any drivers. But let's not speak too soon because there go Haynes and Buckton Young. And I can tell you, Buckton Young has really closed down the gap to Edward Haynes. So we could see a potential change for 5th, and then we have Lewis Smith at the back of the field. David?
Yeah, well, I think Thomas Potter today, I think he don't want to put too much pressure on the youngster, but I do think having finished towards the front of the field at the last meet, I think he will be the one to beat today. He's very consistent in terms of him. Looking there on the live stream, his lines and seem to be very, very consistent in terms of every lap. It's the same amount of curb on each bit, same amount of curb on the chicane, which is that could be painful towards the end of the day if he keeps doing it. But we'll monitor it and see if he's still doing that in the final.
If you are still struggling on one of the live streams, there is a link in the comments which will take you to a new stream. Again, if we can help get the message round, there is a link to a new stream in the comments if you're on a live stream and currently having trouble with seeing any pictures, then please do click on that and it will take you to a stream that is working. Well, there is the number 20 that is just making its way down, and that would be Felix Smedley, who I think that should be the number 19. Well, judging by our timing screens anyway, but that is Felix Smedley in the red race suit and white crash helmet, and I'll say looking pretty strong early doors here, and it looks like the gap is coming down to Jacob Richardson. The gap was around, yes, it's come down. It was around 2 seconds, but Felix Smedley has just brought that gap down. In fact, he's gone quickest. So Felix Smedley, quickest of anyone on track, 101.301 at the moment. Now again, it is on overall lap time rather than a one-off lap time. Thomas Potter is about 1.2 seconds off of Smedley, and as I say that, I think Smedley just ran wide there, David. A little bit of mistake coming through the left-hand hairpin.
Yeah, I think it went in a little bit hot, a little bit tight, and just ran it a little bit wide. I think Felix might be running with an iArmy engine on today rather than a Comma C5 or the C50, the 50 little CC engine. So that's why you'll notice that as you come round here towards the back, it's one's got a top-mounted fuel tank, the other one looks a little bit different, and it's with the RPM stickers on there. So I think that he's. I'm not sure if he ran the iArmy at the last meeting. I think he ran Comma with everybody else. So both Bambino engines, just different. Just one's a Comma and one's iArmy. So I think that might be.
Yes, and that is we can.
He's obviously adapted to that new engine fairly quickly, because he's closing in now at the back of Richardson.
Yeah, he really has. This is where he made a mistake last time. Let's see if he can fix it this time. No, again, just going in a little bit too wide, but I'd say that was a lot better that time from Smedley. Now, looking further back, we've had a change for both 5th and for 6th. Riley Buckton-Young will be sitting in 5th place now. Lewis Smith will be sitting in 6th. Edward Haynes struggling at the moment, and as we say that, there goes Smedley round the outside. So that will be Smedley in terms of the overall rankings into 2nd place. So he'll go 2nd in the timesheets as long as he can stay where he is. Is he getting closer to Thomas Potter, though? That is the question. I'd say personally he is. He could be challenging for an overall victory here in heat number 1.
I think so. He's showing some good consistency as well, is Felix Smedley. The lap times are all in the 101.3, 101.4 sort of region now. So now he's not got to concentrate on overtaking Richardson in front. I think now he can set his sights on Potter, and with a minute left, I think he might end up towards the rear bumper of Potter. Although whilst we did say before it was on lap times, or overall lap times, I'm sure if you were to tell the driver that he doesn't need to catch the guy in front, he'd disagree with you.
Yeah, that's it. Now Scarlett Dunn 4th place, and there we see Scarlett on screen as she heads down towards the long banked hairpin at the very far part of the field, very far part of the circuit. Sorry, that took a few attempts. As we come now round to the 2 hairpins, which will lead us on down through the final chicane, and a little bit wide through there, but Scarlett recovers it really well. Should set her up quite nicely actually for the left-hand hairpin, and now it is the long run down to the start-finish line through the left and through the right. Flat out in pretty much every single class, but particularly in Bambinos, as Smedley has closed the gap now just down to just 1 second to Thomas Potter, so could be staring at an overall victory here as we go on to the last lap.
Yeah, I don't think I think Potter now pretty much most of the way around. He's coming down the back straight into the long loop at the bottom of the circuit. So he's only got a couple more corners before he takes the checkered flag. It's a 7-minute session for the Bambinos, so they'll run. They run 7 minutes, and then obviously what's left of the remaining lap. So it's they'll probably get about 7 laps in all in.
And here we go. This is going to be Smedley
side
taking
by
the lead,
side.
is it? Yeah, they're almost side by side coming up to the line. Well, Potter will come across the line first, but according to, I think down to the timings, that should be Smedley with an overall victory. So fantastic start to the day for Felix Smedley. I guess of all the Coma engines, Thomas Potter will be the fastest, but will sit 2nd overall. Now, I wonder where Jacob Richardson will actually sit, because he certainly seemed to. Did he drop back from Thomas Potter, or did the gap roughly stay the same? 2.6 seconds.
2.8 seconds off the front.
I'd say he would probably be 3rd actually.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I know that they get set off at intervals. It doesn't really matter in terms of how far they've set off behind the driver in front, because it's when they go over the start line for the.
Yeah.
So, and it's difficult to keep tabs on that gap from the when they originally start. You can only sort of gauge it from the end of the first lap. you know, you're probably looking at maybe a second, 2 seconds top. So I think Potter's probably held on there for Richardson for that. We'll obviously find out in the way that they get gridded up for the
next one.
For the next one, we'll keep an eye on that.
Well, there is the result in how they came across the line. Potter, Smedley, Richardson, Dunn, Buckton, Young, Smith, and Haynes. But I'd say that would probably be a victory for Smedley, with Potter second, Richardson third, Dunn in fourth, Buckton, Young fifth, Smith in sixth, and Haynes in seventh. Now look, here we go. It's the Weybridge cam, and that is Lewis Smith, who does not want to get out of shot.
Have we told anybody it's there this time? Because it was there for a good hour and a half before anybody noticed it last time.
Look, they want to make sure they get their 15 seconds on camera, and then I'm going to go over. Now, how long is it going to take us to get the senior pro karts over the Weybridge if they are going to be taking the same approach? Well, we'll find out, I guess, a little bit later on. But let's now move on to the next race, and I believe David has the grid for us, as we have karts on track already. So let's get through the grid nice and quick.
This is the only class that we didn't talk about prior to the meeting, but one that was possibly one of the closest at the front last time out. Last time out, there was a brilliant battle at the front between Wilson, Alexander, and Mason Barker. So Wilson will today once again start on pole from Aaron Alexander.
2,000 between them. Yeah,
ridiculously close throughout that session. Callum Booth will be third alongside Jake Richardson on the second row. Sandro Ballesteros, he'll be fifth, and he'll start alongside Kieran Lambert. Mason Barker, front runner last time out, he'll be in seventh. I don't want to talk for him, but I think he'll be disappointed with his qualifying from that one. I think he'll be expecting to come forward. Jack Morris today will start eighth, first time out in a race situation on a new chassis for him today. So I think he'll be looking to get some miles on that and get familiarised with it. Asher Blythe will be ninth alongside Owen Spears. Christos Vazezos 11th, Brandon Jennings as 12th. Taylor Pryor alongside Ben Hogarth 13th and 14th. And 15th will be number 42 of Jacob O'Connor.
Well, that is your grid, and now they get ready to form up. And as was changed towards the end of round one, they are going to line them up as close as they can towards the right-hand side of the circuit, because it was the drivers on the outside last time were so far across to the left that they were really losing out a lot of time going down towards the left-hander at turn number 2. And as the day went on, the organisers decided to change that and bring the field a lot closer together.
Yeah, I think it made for a lot tighter racing, and didn't impede the outside row quite so much. And
yeah, that is it. So let's get ready to go racing for the first time then in Junior Pro Kart. Wilson is in the 43, Alexander in the 38 to the right of your screen, and we are off away and racing for the first time in Junior Pro Kart. This heat number 1, Wilson leads us down through the first corner and into the right-hander. That's Ballesteros, I think, running wide through the right-hander there, but it looks like a perfect start for Wilson, who's actually got a little bit of a gap to the number 13 of Callum Booth, who goes up to second, but only briefly, because that is Aaron Alexander straight back through. I think important that he did that so he can keep Harry Wilson in touch. It's 2 by 2 as they go down towards the far end of the circuit. But a perfect start there for Harry Wilson, David. Good driving from Aaron Alexander to get straight back into second.
yeah, I think Alexander bogged down a little bit on the start there.
And I think, sorry, David, to cut you off, but I think we were side by side for the lead, and we were. Alexander takes the lead as they go through the left-hand hairpin, and Wilson trying to fight back on the exit. So up through the chicane we come for the second time, and we have a new leader in Aaron Alexander.
Yeah, it's great. It was a superb move there. I think he braked very late into the right-hander. I think he was a little bit back brake very late and made his move. Mason Barker, who mentioned pre-race, he's moved up from 7th up into 5th. Yeah, I think Booth made Callum Booth, who's now running 3rd, made a superb start. Got down the inside of Alexander, but now within a lap, Alexander's now back towards the front of the field, and he's opened out a little bit of a gap there now from Wilson, who has to keep one eye over his shoulder at Booth, running very closely to him in 3rd place, but won't want to lose that gap from Alexander, who seems to looks to 7/10 of a second, that gap now. Alexander's built up on from Wilson with 8 laps remaining of this first junior pro kart heat.
Yes, indeed. So a pretty good start there. And Kieran Lambert's made a good start. We may have touched on that. He's up to 4th place from 6th. So a good start, particularly starting on the outside. There's Ballesteros, who ran wide going through the second corner. And Ballesteros, who did start 5th, now finds himself down in 8th place with over 3 seconds to the race leader. So not ideal for Sandro in the early stages of this opening heat, but he hasn't thrown anything away. He hasn't reacted in a negative way. He's just trying to get on with things now. He's got a gap behind to the number 15 of Asher Blythe, and a gap to chase down ahead to the number 9 car of Jake Richardson, who has also dropped back a few places as well.
Couple of opening laps there for Richardson. He's down with.
That's
We've got a
That's a mistake from Callum Booth, isn't it?
Booth. Lambert looks like he might have to try and take full advantage of this. I think he's just ducked back into the toe, and now he's going to make a second attempt at it. Down the inside into the South Bank loop, and that's Lambert up into 3rd place from Booth. It looks like Barker in 5th is looking to insert himself into the mix in that battle.
Yeah, well, good move that. It was all off the run. You could tell that by the body language of Booth, who was jumping in the seat, that he got a bit of a poor exit down towards the right-hander there, but a good run from Barker, who has now taken 5th place.
Yeah, Alexander now out to almost 1.2 seconds out in the front there, and you'll notice that for a lad that's in his first year out of cadet racing, he's a very confident young man. You'll notice if they catch him on the brakes into one of the 2 hairpins, you'll notice that he likes to get that cart sideways on the way in to slow it down on the brakes. Very, very aggressive on the brake, but it's certainly an effective tool in his arsenal as he looks like he might have opened up the gap a little bit further now on this lap. It's to be fair, fairly consistent at 1.2 seconds, but I think he'll be comfortable holding that sort of gap. Wilson's obviously opened up, pulled a gap out with Lambert and Booth having their battle over 3rd place. Looks like he's safe at the moment, as there's a move there. That's Barker on. That's Morris on Barker for 5th. Looks like Barker could be looking to take that position straight back, but Morris looks to have got to grips with the new chassis as he back again down the inside. Those exchanging places are regular on a corner-by-corner basis at the moment, these two, in an very entertaining battle over 5th place.
Well, that's only going to help. Is that Richardson, I think that is behind. He's going to be getting closer and closer. And yet again, well, almost a little bit of contact there, as I think that was that Barker trying to go up the inside, but not working. The number 24 of Jack Morris just able to hold on. And just as we were touching on, there is the number 9 of Jake Richardson, who will not be in the mood to wait around. Jake Richardson, who started this race from 4th on the grid, will want to make back places as soon as possible, and he's running out of time to do so. There is only going to be 3 laps to go next time they cross the line. Aaron Alexander, good news for him is he's opened up a gap now to 1.4 seconds. That was getting close to being just under a second, but in the last couple of laps, Aaron Alexander has really put his foot down, and as we go into the final 3 laps of heat number 1, things are looking very good for him. Now we've had a new fastest lap there from Jack Morris. So Jack Morris trying to take the pressure off himself from Mason Barker behind, who has also gone and done a new personal best, and that's allowed the pair of them to not only get closer here, David, to the Kieran Lambert and Callum Booth battle, but also pull a gap on Jake Richardson.
Yeah, I think if I remember rightly, last time out, I think Jack Morris pretty much set fastest lap in all of the heats. I think he just missed out on the podium with the top 3 running so competitively. So I think his 1 lap pace is certainly there for Jack Morris as he looks to try and close up on the battle for the final podium spot on this first heat, which is currently being held by Kieran Lambert, who's just about there holding off Callum Booth, who think if he got any closer to the back of him round that loop, he'd be scrubbing the number 14 off the back of the number board. I think he's looking to make a move on this one fairly quickly, as we're down to just 2 laps remaining now in this in the first heat for junior pro cars.
Yeah, well, you say that. It's just over about a lap at a corner, isn't it? With Aaron Alexander about to turn his way through the final chicane for the last time. Now, Aaron Alexander did a new fastest lap last time, which was pretty much matched by Mason Barker, which is not good news for these two leading this quartet here, because Barker is at the back of that train of 4 cars. And then we also have now Jack Morris, who's quickest, 3rd in this queue. So are we going to see any changes for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place? I say that, it's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th places, my apologies, going on to the final lap. There is our race leader, Aaron Alexander. So I'll ask David to keep one eye on that battle behind.
Little look over his shoulder there for Alexander. I think he knows that this one's in the bag as long as he keeps it on the track. Lambert still holding off Booth as they enter the final complex of corners. Booth looking to down the inside there for Booth. He could be down the inside. It looked like Lambert ran wide, so they could run side by side down the to the line. Didn't see what the camera picked up, but it looks like Lambert's held on from Booth there by just over a 100th of a second. Looked like Lambert ran wide into that last complex of corners, and I think Booth tried to get down the inside, and I think Lambert managed to just hold on for that one to end that race in 3rd.
Yeah, well, it was an all-or-nothing attempt, wasn't it, really? Might as well give it a go going on to the final lap. But that time, we didn't quite actually pick up how it ended, but I think just had the momentum around the outside, did Kieran Lambert, and was able to hold on. Jack Morris set another new fastest lap on that final lap, by the way. So Aaron Alexander is who takes victory. There is confirmation of the results. He takes victory in heat number 1 from Harry Wilson in 2nd place, who was 1.7 seconds back in the end. Kieran Lambert up 3 places to finish 3rd. Callum Booth was 4th. Morris goes up 3 places to finish 5th. Then it was Mason Barker in 6th. Richardson and Ballesteros, I think, will be disappointed to have dropped positions there. And I think going forward, Stephen, we're going to have to get through the results a lot quicker than we did just then, because the results have now disappeared from our screens, and we are already going to be seeing the next race coming out, which is going to be the cadets out for their first heat. So I know you've got the results in front of you, but let's go to Weybridge, Cam, and here they come. Who have we got there? Is that the number 13?
That's Callum Booth in the 13. Yeah. Jack Morris in his new MS chassis, the 24.
They're being encouraged to give away, but no one biting yet. Oh, there we go. There's the first one in.
Thanks to Jake Richardson.
I don't know. What a mean stare there from the number 15, I have to say. Asher Blythe. Ballesteros straight over. Look the other way. Owen Spears. We're not seeing it. We're not seeing any.
It's whether they look towards the camera where the readout for the Weybridge is, or whether they look to the right to the Weybridge marshal for the thumbs up that they've got themselves over the weight limit.
Yeah, who cares more about being on TV, and who cares more about actually how much they're overweight or how much they're underweight? Right, heat number 1 for cadets. Let's quickly get through the grid. I know you've got it in hand, so I'll go over to you, David.
Yeah, David Mack with a superb lap in his qualifying session to just pip Oliver Buckton for pole, so they'll start on the front row. Catherine Potter in the number 20, she'll be alongside Alexander Mallard in the 99 on the 2nd row. Harry Berryman will line up alongside Gracie Mitchell, 5th and 6th. Jared Fox-Whiteley will be alongside the number 18 of Maximus Shields on the 4th row. Ollie Poole, he runs the O-Plate, having won the top 160 driver here in the December meeting. He's alongside number 8 of Bella Franklin in 10th. Reese Peniston and Frankie Smedley, brother of Felix, he lines up who races in Bambino. They line up on the 6th row, 11th and 12th. Jacob Giblett-Lee lines up alongside Oliver Meek in 14th. William Robinson, he's 15th with Finlay Fishburne in 16th and Lizzie Mentier in 17th.
Well, that's the grid for you. Heat number 1 is about to get underway. Mack and Buckton. Mack is to the left of your picture there in the 16. Buckton to the right of picture in the 66. Right, green flag in hand at the front of the grid. When it's waved, we will go racing. There we go, and that is a good start from David Mack, who immediately comes over to cover off any challenges from Buckton. Buckton actually looking to the outside here. Who's that? We've got, I think, is that Catherine Potter that's trying to challenge for second place?
Mallard looks like,
Mallard,
I think
yes.
he's up to third.
So Potter, I think, has actually dropped down a couple of positions in the early stages here. So this will be an 8-lap heat for the cadets. And is that a change for lead, or is that
that's
David
a change
Mack
for
defending?
second.
Yes, it is.
Mallard into second from Buckton, who looks like he could be going superb speed down there. Looked like he was down the inside, but Mallard closes the door on this opening lap. Mallard down the inside now with Mack, who Mack ran very wide round the loop, and Mallard will lead for the first time today. Superb start from 4th place, Mallard, on the opening lap, and I think he might just hold off Mack, and he'll lead the leaders over the line for the first time in Heat 1 for the cadets here at Teesside Karting.
Now, we had a yellow flag to the bottom of our picture there, so and we have a couple of drivers in Fishburn. Is that Menzies as well, that are coming across the line a little bit far back behind the
Looks
rest
like
of the field.
everybody's still going though, so that's good.
Yeah,
all over for the first lap.
Yeah, but certainly an incident that has disrupted their races. Now there we can see the 16, our pole sitter Mack, just trying to get his head down there. He's got Buckton just behind. Mallard, what a start from him. Last time we came around the loop here, he was going into the lead ahead of David Mack. So David Mack, who took pole position by 0.03 of a second from Ollie Buckton. Mallard was actually about 2/10 back.
Side by side now, it looks like
Yes.
Mack's made the move. Oh, it looked like
close.
Mallard closes the door once again on Mack, who got a very good run out of that final hairpin as they come through the sweeping corners towards the start line. I think that looks like it could be a favoured move for Mack as we through the remainder of this race. He looks very quick out of those two corners, as he was out of this last hairpin, but he's had to go tight this time to hold off Buckton, and that could impede him down the straight. He had to take a much tighter line in there as Buckton was looking interested in second place.
Yeah, well, this is a three-way battle for the lead at the moment, but that's going to extend as we look back. There we can see another 3 drivers trying to come into play in Berryman, Fox Whiteley and Catherine Potter as well, who may have not had the best start to this race, but her pace in qualifying was very impressive, and Catherine Potter will be looking to get back up the order as quickly as possible. Then we have Gracie Mitchell, Ollie Poole still leading the 160s, then it's Maximus Shields, Bella Franklin, Peniston, Smedley, and then we have Giblet Lee, Meek, Robinson, Fishburn, and then rounding out the field, Lizzie Mentier. So that is your order at the moment as we go into the final 5 laps of this race. That is the number 18 of Maximus Shields. And this is the battle for 6th place between Catherine Potter and is that the number 11 of Gracie Mitchell. So will we see the 2 girls working together, I wonder, to try and go up the field a little bit more. I think we saw some moves ahead though, David.
It's looking very tight towards that battle. I think it could be a 5-way battle now for the lead. I think there was definitely some side-by-side there, 22-16.
Yes, look, David Mack's dropped right back, hasn't he?
Berryman up to 3rd, but Buckton now leads from Mallard. We didn't see it on the live stream, but it's certainly there on the circuit. Buckton is your new leader with 4 to go from Mallard, Berryman, Mack, Fox, Whiteley, Potter and Mitchell. And it looks like now that this could become a full train of karts. There's at least 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 karts there within a couple of seconds of each other, and any one of these top 3 or 4 could probably take the win on this one. Buckton looks to be comfortable out at the front at the moment, but it's having only just taken the lead from Mallard. I think Mallard will get his head down now and try and close that gap back up, which I think we didn't see it on the camera, but to have to be in the lead and then away by 7/10 of a second is a big gap within a lap. But the fastest lap there from Buckton.
Yeah.
He's got some clear track in front of him, and obviously likes the look of not having anybody
anybody around him,
Yeah.
8 tenths ahead. Catherine Potter not happy with something. She's raised her arm a couple of times coming out of the hairpin as to say what was that all about. But I don't see her actually battling away with anyone. I mean, we do now.
Side by
We see
side
Gracie
there now.
Mitchell
Mitchell
going
looks
past
like
her,
Mitchell into 6th.
I think she's got a problem, perhaps, that she's struggling with a little bit. But anyway, Gracie Mitchell, meanwhile, goes through. That, of course, Gracie Mitchell, one of the NRG Cycles livery carts. So good stuff there from Gracie. She's got herself up into 6th place now. Mark will be happy with that. Father, of course, and one of the partner owners of NRG Cycles, which have sponsored the live stream for the entirety of the season. And we thank them again for that. All details, you can head to their website or go and check out one of their stores. We're getting into the summer, so good time to go and invest in a bike. Well, 2 laps to go then, and that is a move from the number 11, was it, of Gracie? Was that? No, it wasn't. I think I read that number wrong. I think that was that Maximus
The 49 is showing up on the live stream as the O-plate, Ollie Paul. I think he's running 49 today on that cart, as he's
right
very close into the back of Catherine Potter. We'll confirm that later on, but it looks like
this is close, isn't it, for 2nd place?
Mallard and Berryman's right on the back of Mallard. I think this could give Buckton, who set another fastest lap before Mac went over the line there with a superb 49.224, which is 3/10 faster than we've seen anybody do today, as he closes up onto the back of Mallard and Berryman for this battle for 2nd place. It looks like it's given Buckton a free ride to the win here, as these 3 battle it out for 2nd place. Mallard holding steady in 2nd, as Berryman closes a little on the as they go down the back straight, pulls a little bit more of a gap there on Mac. Berryman, who's going to have 3 corners. Mac with a wide line round there.
We've got a back marker as well, haven't we?
This could
closing in. So this is definitely going to come into play. Mallard's going to look to the inside.
Mallard down the inside. Mac's made a move and there's slight contact there on the way in. Let's see who comes out and in the front of that one. It is Berryman who's managed to hold on despite the slight contact. So Berryman will take 3rd from Mac. So Buckton is your winner of Heat 1 for the cadets today, from Mallard. Harry Berryman, David Mack and Jared Fox-Whiteley in 5th, holding off Gracie Mitchell with a gap there, she managed to hold off Catherine Potter for 7th.
Yeah, and then we had Ollie Poole in 8th place, Maximus Shields in 9th, Bella Franklin was 10th, Reese Peniston was 11th, Frankie Smedley 12th, Jacob Giblett Lee 13th, Ollie Meek was 14th, William Robinson 15th, and then we had Finley Fishburne in 16th and Lizzie Mentia in 17th. The last 2 drivers there in the order getting caught up in a first lap incident. Ollie Poole in 8th place, the top of the 160 drivers, so a class win there and an 8th place overall. So good result for Ollie and a good start to the day. And another Ollie Buckton takes the race win. There you can see the confirmation of the results. Buckton, Mallard, Berryman, Mack, Fox-Whiteley, Mitchell, Potter, Poole, Shields, Franklin, Peniston and Frankie Smedley. Good races there from Fox-Whiteley, Berryman and Mallard, who all moved up 2 positions. And we're on to the weighing scales. There's Mack. Will perhaps be a little bit disappointed with that. Started pole, dropped to 4th. I think Mallard will be pleased with that. Harry Berryman particularly impressive, moved up from 5th to 3rd, and it looks going into the latter stages of that race, it looked like he could have quite easily taken 2nd place, so it could be one to watch going forwards now. And here come the drivers over the weighbridge, being shy for now.
Yeah, it certainly, if you're a parent and you're watching the live stream, do encourage your
there we go.
Your youngsters to give us a wave as they go over, or a good thumbs up there from the.
Well, it depends how good of a race you've had, I guess. You might just want to get back to your awning as quickly as possible and start working on what you need to get changed for the next one. But sometimes it can be going over the scales if you had a bad race. It can be the most frustrated. I hope everyone is enjoying the feed. We've had some problems with the feed at the start, but the live stream at the start, but we did put out a new link, and if anyone is contacting you with problems with that, then the new link is available, and we believe not having any problems with that. But
yeah, I'll quickly run through the
well, this will get going quickly.
The 2 shows, because don't be worried when they don't stop on this one. It is a rolling start, I believe. Scott Lowther is on pole. He'll start alongside Daniel Kell. Max Prentice, he's a junior. He starts alongside Andrew Powell in the number 19. Andy Ambrose alongside Alfie Lindsay's your 3rd row. Jude Cole and Matthew McClure will be 7th and 8th. Ben Ficini and Jay Smith are on the back row. That's 9th and 10th in this race. They're both juniors, so there is a split in this. Keep your eye out for them. I think they might be highlighted in different numbers possibly when we get them up on the side on the live feed. But we are away for the first effort, and it is pole sitter Scott Lowther who holds firm in first at the moment. I think that's Dan Kelly's second place, who's running the 19.
It is. No, in fact, that's Powell, isn't it?
Powell, that's a great start from Powell.
Here comes Kel now, down
There's
the inside. Ambrose is just behind this as well. So the blue backgrounds and white numbers are your senior drivers. The red backgrounds and white numbers are your junior drivers. And then we have a Rotax 177 out there as well. That is Matthew McClure. Green background and white number. He is in the number 7. So part of the RAF team as well. So great to have him here with us. I know we had a great meeting last time, but one thing I was talking to him earlier, one thing though, once you hit the long straights here at Teesside, that is when he particularly loses out to, say, the number 33 of Max Prentice there. So carrying a heavier weight, that is certainly going to be a disadvantage down the back straight,
yeah. I mean, Prentice there's opened up a good gap to him. You could see the speed differential down the straight there. 18 is that 18 or 19? That's Powell who's running in second. It looks like to be a Kel goes side by side as they go around there. Kel will be on the outside as they go into the loop at the bottom end, into the bus stop and the bottom end of the track.
Good move that.
Kel into second hold. Looks like he's taken that place now from Powell, who was running second. Oh, it's very tight over the line there. It looks like he just got in before the time. Prentice is taken a place. He's moving back through the field after dropping a few off
look at that.
That's start.
That's Ambrose going down the inside of the number 19, Andrew Powell, and Prentice has gone with him. So
through.
Just remember, this is Prentice in a junior Rotax engine, and then we've got the senior Rotax
Prentice
engine.
Down the inside
what a
again.
move down the inside of Andy Ambrose, but he will lose out on power with the senior Rotax engines, of course, being a lot quicker than the junior Rotax engines. So really, this should not be a battle that's happening. But
no, I
that
mean,
just goes to show how
as they come
talented
through
Max Prentice is.
Exactly, and as you come through the tighter areas as well, the junior will obviously be running to a lower weight, so will be a lot more nimble into them corners. So hopefully he'll be able to use the tighter sections to get a gap, and if somebody goes through, he'll certainly look. I mean, to be fair, down the straight, he's not losing really any.
Not losing a huge amount of time, is he? Now, one thing that I did see there from, I think that's Kel. Oh, and Kel, that's number 19, sorry, of Powell, who ran a little bit wide there, looking over his shoulder at Prentice. He's just trying to encourage Prentice to actually go with him here, rather than try and fight him, and trying to say, I'll tow you up to the back of the likes of Ambrose and Kel. And then we have Scott Lowther as well. So this is your battle for 4th place, you can see on screen. Behind this, Jude Cole is in 6th and 2nd of the juniors. Then we have Matthew McClure, Alfie Lindsay 3rd in the juniors at the moment. There's a close battle there between 6th, 7th and 8th actually. Might be worth picking that one up a little bit later in the race. Then we've got Jay Smith. Ben Ficini though, not Ben Ficini, sorry, I'm not too sure what's happened to Ben. Seems to have pulled off the circuit somewhere or come back into the pits, which is a real shame. But there we can see the number 89 of Kel, and this is now 5 laps remaining in this first heat of the 2 strokes.
Yeah, Lowther at the moment, 1.6 seconds into the lead. He's well out, but Andy Ambrose with the fastest lap there as they went over the line.
Good stuff that from Ambrose. There he is.
Yeah, right up onto the back now of Daniel Kel. This looks like it could be a battle that will go for the next 5 laps towards the end as they run for 10 laps in 2-stroke, because obviously a little bit quicker they can get round the lap in a lot more time. These are running to about 43 seconds a lap, and certainly are there as Lowther sets another fast lap, but Prentice in the junior has gone faster than anybody on track so far.
Well,
first one, I believe, today to drop it into the 42s with a 42.9.
Oh, 32. Change for second, so running wide there. That was Kel that ran wide. Ambrose has gone through into second. Now we have a yellow flag out. I'm not too sure what that is for, but Prentice is battling away there with Powell and I think that's Kell as well, and goes down the inside of Kell. So Prentice, that should be third place for Prentice now, second place for Ambrose, and as you said, Prentice, quickest lap of the race overall in the junior Rotax, so fantastic stuff. And interestingly enough, David, that time, now Ambrose has been released in second place. He has stabilised the gap to Lauda. Now can he start closing it down is the question. He said to me earlier, if he can just keep all four wheels on the kart, then he might have a good chance of a result.
Yeah, well, he didn't qualify particularly well down in fifth, so now he's up to second, and obviously you start your races where you finish your previous race, so if he finishes second, he'll start on the front row alongside Lauda, should Lauda win this one. It means he won't have to battle through a field for the first few laps before he can release himself, and that should set up an intense battle for the second heat. I mean, I think he's closed the gap a little bit now. He's down to just under 1.6. At one point, it was down to it was up to nearly 2 seconds.
So he took 4/10 out of him on the last lap. Did Andy Ambrose to Scott Lauda. Now, all it takes, I mean, I'm not sure that's going to be enough to put any particular pressure on Scott Lauda, who is a quick driver, but it will send a message to Lauda that Ambrose, who should be starting closer in the next heat, if he gets in second and is able to get a rhythm going, he could close you down. Of course, Lauda may argue that he's taken his foot off the gas, and maybe he is at this stage considering how far ahead he is. So that could also be a factor in why this gap is coming down as it is. And there you can see that time a response from Lauda actually opens up the gap, and there goes a change. That's the number 19 there of Powell down the inside of Kell. Well, it almost was as if that Kell opened the door and said, why didn't you just go through and take the position? Because it was a fairly straightforward move for Powell, who just was able to slide through into fourth place. So a mistake from Kell has cost him fourth place, and he's not got very long to try and take this back, as we are on the last lap, of course. And in fact, as we say that, here comes Scott Lauda, now down through the final corner. He's off screen, but he has already taken the checkered flag. Scott Lauda wins the race. Ambrose finishes in second, and Prentice, what a drive from him, David, to finish in third place in Top Junior.
Superb drive by Max Prentice. That last lap battle there, obviously between Powell and Kell for fourth, was the on-screen entertainment, and certainly think Daniel Kell made a mistake on a corner where you generally stick to the inside. Powell's managed to get a kart down the inside of there, so that'll be a battle that carries on. But your result for this one, Scott Lauda's your winner from Andy Ambrose at 1.4 seconds back, but he did start back in fifth, so I think he'll be looking to move that one forward. Prentice is your winner in the junior two-stroke, third overall in the 33, which is a superb effort for him. Andrew Powell and Daniel Kell were fourth and fifth. Alfie Lindsay second in junior two-stroke, in sixth. Matthew McClure seventh. Jay Smith finishes in eighth. Jude Cole, the 77, doesn't look like he finished. I think he was 4 laps down. I think that might have been why there was a yellow flag out at the first set of hairpins. And Ben Ficini, who we spoke about earlier, he was in the pits within the first couple of laps. So hopefully there'll be two-stroke karts being far more temperamental than the pro karts on the grid in terms of their engines. Hopefully we'll see them back out for the remainder of the day. But now as these guys come off, we've got the biggest grid of the day lining up on the dummy grid. 33 karts qualified, 34 signed on. So we'll just confirm whether we are missing one from the original sign-on sheet. But
yes, we are. 33 are going to line up for this one, and why don't we start going through the grid? Connor Lucas on pole position. Very strong at the opening round, of course. Connor Lucas seemed to just get away.
Pole position, 3 heat wins and a final pole position on this one. So
very strong could be an understatement, actually.
Yeah, holding 100% record so far in the senior class.
Can he compete today? Is the question. Now we've said that, something bad's going to happen to him in the first heat, isn't it? But Connor Lucas, it seemed to be last time, David, and you'll know because of course, of your experience in this class, he just seemed to get away and break the tone. Once that happened,
yeah, first couple of laps he put some stormers in. He was a solid second to 1.2 seconds clear, and then just maintained the gap through the rest of the race. It was a very, very mature drive for Connor in terms of holding station, not pushing too much to try and build too much of a gap. Just held it at a second, which is enough when the battle for second, third and fourth was quite intense as they went out. I mean, you'll see the grid going up on the live stream at the minute, but the front row will be Josh Fulkus alongside Connor Lucas. Brandon Truman Reddish 151. Watch out for him in the orange helmet. He's a superb qualifying session for Brandon Truman Reddish there. I think he went out with a different group of drivers that he normally does. He's put himself up into third. He's top clubman alongside Ben Fallon in the 113. He was on the outside of the second row. Michael Whitfield, Paul Scaife there on your third row. Then you've got Scott Tate, Connor White, Mark Tate, Jensen Barker rounding out your top 10. Jake Brooker, he was fastest in practice but only 11th in qualifying. He's the 111. He starts 11th alongside Sean Davis. Nick Smales alongside Danielle Gardner in 14th. We've got Martin Black 15th and number 13 alongside Nigel Richardson. David Brewis alongside Kean Ketteringham 17th, 18th. 19th you'll have Ross Jackman. 20th is James Dennis. 21 Mark Mitchell, you'll not miss him in his bright green race suit as you see him there on the screen. Subtlety not the key there with that livery. 22 is the 63 of James Arnold. Then you've got 23 Ahmed Farouk, 24 Toby Dobson. The 55 is David Brown. He's in 25th before Rob Lowe, Andrew Wood, Andrew Whitfield. 29th is Emma Brown. Josh Mitchell's the 30th. Then you've got David Wilson, Andy Lees and Chris Pembleton rounding out the grid.
Here we go.
Long run now this time for the green flag marshal from the back there as he lines them up.
And we are about to go racing. Connor Lucas to the left of the screen, Josh Fulkus to the right, and off we go then. Connor Lucas, yet again a good start, leads us down through turn number 1, but going straight with him is Josh Fulkus. Now, is there going to be a different tactic this time? If I were Josh Fulkus, I'd put a move straight on Connor Lucas there as they come down to the hairpin for the first time. I don't know if you've spotted anything out the window there, David.
Well, fine. Fallon's up to third in front of Truman Reddish, so that's a change towards the front. There's no yellow flag in the air, so it looks like all 33 have made it through the first complex of corners, and Lucas holds station in the lead as they enter the second real complex into the first hairpin. He's got a slight gap from Fulkus, probably not as big a gap as what he's had in the previous meeting come the first lap, but gap all the same. There he is as he's away. There's a move down the inside there by the 52 of Connor White. He's made up some places on the opening lap. He's up to 6th.
Yeah, he's made up 2 places actually from his initial start. Kean Ketteringham, the biggest mover so far. In fact, along with, he's made 5 places, as has James Dennis, Toby Dodson as well. And Ahmed Faku has also made 5 places up. So good starts from those guys both up and down the field, but it is Connor Lucas who once again leads, yet to be beaten so far this season. I know we're only in round 2, but that is still an impressive statistic considering the amount of drivers we have. 33 on the grid, and we only had 1 second between the top 26 drivers, so it is very close, as being demonstrated with the field making its way now up towards the line one more time. 8 laps to go, and we've got this queue for second, which contains Fulkus, Fallon and Truman Reddish. Then we've got Scaife all on his own really. Connor White leads the next queue of karts in 6th place. But this is exactly what we saw last time from Connor Lucas.
Yeah,
nothing has changed from round 1 to round 2, has it?
No, fastest lap there on the second lap by half a second.
Wow.
47.1336, which while still being a second off his qualifying time, has still opened up a huge gap in race terms of 1.2 seconds, and we'll gauge what that is as they come over the line this time. Side by side in the midfield there is Scott Tate, and I think that's Jensen Barker having a battle over 8th place. 1.4 seconds now for Lucas, and I think he'll...
yeah, I don't know if Scott Tate actually lost a place there to potentially to Barker as they come across the line. the number 50. No, in fact, that's Scott Tate going up into 7th now. My apologies. So Scott Tate up to 7th, past the number 57 of Michael Whitfield, and now the number 24 of Barker also goes past as well. So good move that from Barker, very opportunistic indeed. And not the best lap for the number 57, who's now dropped back 2 places. No, and for Scott Tate, this is looking quite good actually, because now he has got directly ahead of him Connor White in the 52.
Exactly. Well, watch out for Kettering and Brooker coming up onto the back of this pack. Kettering obviously making up some huge places.
Scott Tate over the curb there, trying to go into 6th place. He's briefly went ahead as they crossed the line, but now he's going to drop back. So in trying to go forward, and he's going to go over the grass there. Where is he going to end up? He's going to come back onto the track safely. That was well driven that from Scott Tate. Got a bit of air time and then landed all 4 wheels perfectly and carried on. So he'll enjoy watching that one back, even though he did disappear out of our view for a split second. Scott Tate still remains, I think, in 7th place now. I think he dropped 1 place out of all of that. But, well, you might as well go for it. It was an all-or-nothing last lap attempt, even though we're only in Heat 1, David.
Well, yeah, and with 5 laps left, he was going early with that move down there.
He's actually in 8th.
And he's
in
8th.
There's a change, 52.
That's Connor White in the 52.
Oh, holding on. And here comes the 57.
Yeah, 57. Michael Whitfield back up towards the front of this pack.
So he's now 7th, isn't he, the number 57.
Yeah, and there's Ketteringham getting himself involved around the outside, along with Brooker around the outside of Barker, and it'll be a drag race now down the back straight between Ketteringham and the 24 of Barker. Neither of them wanting to give away here, and it looks like they've pushed each other wide slightly, and Brooker's taken full advantage of that. 2 places gained down the inside, and the 81 as well of Mark Tate taking advantage. It's getting very tasty in the pack there towards the top end of the midfield.
I've got to say,
side by side, everybody's taking advantage of places. Whitfield's taken 2 places, Brooker with 2, Barker, the big loser, 4 places on that lap with getting involved in that battle.
Yeah, well, he was not a happy driver at all as he came across the line there, hand in the air. I think not happy with the moves that are being made on him at the moment. There's the 97 of Ketteringham. Now, is that him actually moving up a place, or is that him defending a place?
I think that's defending. He was there over the line, but these were the 2 that instigated that last one. Barker now back down the inside. Ketteringham battling back, side by side.
Good stuff this, but at Ketteringham...
Tate takes advantage, and he's back down the inside of Ketteringham. Ketteringham, the big loser this time out, lost at least 2 places, could be 3 if... I think if is it Martin Brown gets Martin Black gets himself into this one, but this battle with 7 or 8 carts is proving very entertaining. It has allowed Tate and Brooker and Whitfield to break away slightly though in the front. They're a group of 3.
Well, joining this battle, you can see the number 73 in the green livery there. That is Danielle Gardner.
Toby Dodson on the back of that as well.
And James Dennis as well, I think, is a part of that as well, as is Nick Smells as well. He's also in that fight. So it stretches all the way down to 17.
That's side by side. That's James Arnold going down the inside of the 64. I think that's Sean Davis.
Yes. And that is actually Mark Mitchell making a move. Mark Mitchell goes down the inside. He's trying to make a move. Is that, let's have a look on the number 80 of Brown. Now, Sean Davis has dropped down 4 places in that. So there's Mark Mitchell, made a place now in the number 26. Goes round towards through the chicane. Good opportunistic driving that from Mitchell as he turns his way now through the left-hander, out into the right. Now he's got to try and push on as Mitchell to try and catch this battle for 18th place with Ahmed Faku and James Arnold in. So Mitchell, that will be his plan going into the final lap, David. But out front, Connor Lucas goes on to the last lap and leads the way by over 3 seconds from that man there, Josh Fultz.
3 seconds in a field of 33 drivers over 8 laps, and some very, very good drivers is mightily impressive by the 43 of Connor Lucas. You can just see him there. You'll catch him again going down the back straight on the live feed, the gap. But this battle for second between Fulkus, Truman Reddish, Ben Fallon, Paul Scaife in the 11 looks to be could be your last lap entertainment towards the front of the pack. I think Truman Reddish looks to make a move. Focus cuts tight to the inside and holds that one. Very defensive move by Focus, but you have to be like that on the final lap. Move by Scaife into fourth there down the inside, and this will be a side-by-side drag race for those two to the line. Who's going to take this win? Looks like it could be Scaife.
Scaife just about takes it. Well, 0.02 of a second at the line.
Tate grabs sixth as well on the final lap from Connor White.
Fantastic stuff there at the end. That was very close indeed. And it just, I mean, I think Scaife, I think in fairness to Fallon, I think he was thinking of the run to the line more than anything. I think it was almost like he was saying, you know what, make a move down the inside, I'll let you run wide and then I'll get the cut back. But let's quickly get through the order before it disappears off our screen. Connor Lucas takes the win by just under 4 seconds from Focus. Truman Reddish third. Then it's Scaife, Fallon, Tate, White, Whitfield. Then we have Brooker, who led the clubman's, was it, or is it Connor White?
Truman Reddish will be your clubman winner.
Reddish,
so
yes.
Yeah, then Brooker. His name's that long on our time screen. You don't know what class he's in.
Yeah, he's a non-existent class. Jensen Barker 10th, and Mark Tate was the lead driver out of the over 40s. Then we had Keane Ketteringham, Martin Black, Dodson, Gardner, Dennis Smells, Faku, Arnold, Mitchell, Brewis, Davis, and then we had behind that, if I can get the timing screen to move down. I can't, well you can see 25th down, Whitfield, Jackman, Rob Lowe, Emma Brown, Adam Wood, Josh Mitchell, David Wilson, Chris Pemberton, and Andy Lees. But we can't find out who are 23rd and 24th. Here we go. No, we can.
I think one was Mark. I think one might be
Nigel
Mark.
Richardson and David Brown were 23rd and 24th, with Andrew Whitfield in 25th. So apologies for that. Right, let's see if we get anything interesting over the scales. We're into the Pro Kart class now, the senior Pro Karts, and they're all nice and relaxed at the moment. Don't want to get too embarrassed, or don't want to embarrass others, shall I say. Oh, a mean stare there from the number 19. I don't know who that was. But I don't even know if that was a number. Maybe
if
it
it's
was James Dennis.
19, well, there's 19 now. I think that's Nigel Richardson, and there's
so
1-1. I think there's 119 as well. That's James Dennis.
I think it was Nigel Richardson actually. But I'll hand over to David once again, as we are now going to make our way into the next class, which is we're basically back to where we started with Bambinos, and it looks as if Felix Smedley, sorry, Frankie's his brother, of course. Felix Smedley did take the overall victory. He seems to be out of the pits first.
They certainly turned them round very quickly, and I've just, as the seniors come off, they obviously sometimes have to queue up. Sometimes I've just seen some frantic waving trying to get them off the track in time to get the Bambinos back out. But it only seems like 5 minutes ago we had Bambinos, and they're back on. And Felix Smedley did indeed take the win in the class last time in the Solai Army, so he'll start at the front this time out. Clear track in front of him, as that's the number 6 of Jacob Richardson behind him, who did indeed pip Thomas Potter, who finished first on track, third overall. He's in the 22. The number 7 is Scarlett Dunn, 9 Riley Buckton Young, 13 is Lewis Smith, and the number 44 is Edward Haynes, who we spoke about earlier, is having had a problem with his engine earlier in the day. He's having a tough outing this time out.
Now, late out of the pits, or perhaps problems on the warm-up lap, was the number 9 of Riley Buckton Young, and now we'll slot into the queue. Final words of encouragement being told. Likewise for Felix Smedley at the front of the field there. That's mechanics now leaving the grid, and Felix Smedley's on his way. So I think I don't think he was actually supposed to get going yet, but he's off anyway. He's like, you can't stop me, I'm going. It's going to be interesting this time to see.
Smedley
we've got a
very,
problem.
very
In
slowly
fact,
there.
It's not that. We've got a problem for Felix Smedley. Now, what is going on there? One thing I was about to talk about.
Still going, but very slowly.
Yes, and the engine, a lot of smoke coming out of that. And he's pulling over. Oh, he knows it. Felix Smedley, I think, knows that that is race over already. He'd only made it round a few corners. We don't really want to be looking at a set of tyres at this stage, but Felix Smedley, unfortunately, his race has come to an end. What a shame, because I was about to say, David, it was going to be interesting to see how Felix reacted now he didn't have a target to chase.
Two different emotions there within 2 heats. One he's taken a superb win and was looking thing, and then this one, the head's on the steering wheel at the moment, and there's disappointment from him.
I mean, it's really difficult to take. I think the progress Felix has made between round 1 and round 2, fantastic stuff. Gets in, wins the first heat, and then the second heat, it has all gone wrong for him, and it's not to his own fault either. It's a mechanical issue, which means Felix Smedley, I don't think is going to go any further in this heat. What a shame.
Unfortunate as well, I think, for Jacob Richardson, who did end up having to go all the way round him on the loop, and that's taken up a little bit of time. I think Potter's dropped a lap in that was 6/10 quicker than anybody else the first time round, having just been pipped to second last time out. So unfortunate there for Richardson, who had to take the long route round the outside of a slow-moving Felix Smedley.
Well, I've got to say, as much as it's disappointing for him, these are the lessons that you almost have to. These are the situations I'm sorry, you almost have to face. You know, at this stage, because it can happen at any time. It can happen when you're about to win a championship, perhaps, and it's one of those things that will happen. That happens to everyone at some stage, and you never know when it's going to happen. But hard to take at such a young age. These drivers, of course, 6 to 8 years old. But let's, of course, we've got 6 other drivers circulating, and we've got a race still on. Thomas Potter is in the 22. Then we have Jacob Richardson in the 6. That is Scarlett Dunn, who is in the 7. Riley Buxton-Young is in the 9. Lewis Smith in the 13. Edward Haynes in the 44. Now, Edward Haynes did not have the best of first heat, so I'll be interested to see how Edward Haynes does this time. And saying that, he's not actually far behind Smith. Then we have, actually, I think Smith not so far behind Buxton-Young, but let's see how things develop at the front. Potter will be hoping to take advantage of this situation now and go on to take a win potentially.
I think Felix is back with us.
He is.
I've
yes.
seen him out, and he's at the very least. Hopefully they've sorted the problem, and it gives them a couple of minutes just to get that engine going again and make sure everything is in order.
Well, it shows what times he can do over one lap, but of course he will finish in 7th place. Whatever time he does. This is the number 7 of Scarlett Dunn, so let's see what she can do in this one. Just a little bit of curb coming through there. This is the number 9, Riley Buxton-Young, a little bit wide through the chicane there, but getting a much better run, I think, through the loop. And you know, David, someone who raced it, of course, at Teesside yourself, would you rate this as, you know, one of the better tracks around the UK to come to as a Bambino driver and sort of practice your trade before moving up into cadet?
Well, not just Bambino, with all classes really, but I mean Bambino especially, there's a lot of space. I mean, to be fair, any track for Bambino is good because it gets them the track time, and that's all that really matters for at this sort of age, is getting them in the seat. There's a lot to be said for you know, budget and everything, but nothing's better than time in the seat really for any driver. But certainly for Teesside, because it's a nice wide track with a variance of corners. There's curbs on the inside that some are smooth, and you can take, like going into this bus stop section. There's the curb on the first one on the inside is quite aggressive, and you stay off it. The 2 in the middle and the 1 on the way out are really quite smooth, and you can take them. So, I mean, we saw Thomas Potter earlier. He's not scared of even taking one of the more aggressive curbs on here at Teesside. But like I say, any track really for a kid of this age, if they can get out and they can get some seat time, and confidence is key really. I mean, which we can see already from Smedley. he was towards the back of the field at the first meeting. He's now towards the front of the field in this one. You can see he's driving with a lot of confidence. And he's back out and he is still running. And I think it'll be good now because he will start. I think will he.
Well, he's done a 102.204, which I believe is the fastest. And it's not the fastest because Jacob Richardson and Thomas Potter have done 101s, but I think he's third fastest on track. Now that is Lewis Smith, who currently sits in 5th. He's done a 109.6 at the moment. So just a little bit further off the leaders at the moment, but it's still very early in the season. We have to remember this is only round 2, and we don't know how much experience each of these drivers have. Some might have had a year or 2, some might have had absolutely none at all. We go on to the last lap though. There is the number 6 of Jacob Richardson. I don't think we've got a proper display of how far behind he actually is. In fact, is he ahead? He is ahead of Thomas Potter, isn't he? So
he is, but Potter's very close now to the back of him, and I think that Potter might just grab this one. I think they probably went off at a gap that was a little bit wider than that, and I think Potter's been putting in some very good laps, including the fastest one of this race so far, and one that was 1.1 seconds faster on the last lap alone. So I think Thomas Potter might be your winner on this one, although, sorry, as we did mention before, it's difficult to tell when you're doing an overall time rather than just
I don't know. I think Jacob Richardson has this one in the bag, personally, as we come up towards the flag now. With that be checkered flag, it will. And Richardson takes the flag, and what could be a potential win as well. Potter comes across the line in 2nd place. Well, it's being displayed as first, but I'm not too sure if that's a small glitch with our
well, definitely screen. Second on track. He started behind him, but if he's closed the gap from where they started off from the, and he did look a lot closer towards the end. And
it'll be close.
Although to be fair, Potter did. Richardson responded with a lap time that was 7/10 faster than in return to the one that Potter put in the previous lap. So yeah, this one will be incredibly tight.
1 lap pace. Potter is ahead. He took the fastest lap of the session, actually. Scarlett Dunn will be 3rd. I don't think there's any question about that. Riley Buckton-Young, as long as Riley gets to the line safely, which he does, he'll be 4th place. And Lewis Smith, who has actually got both the number 6. This is good driving here from Richardson and Potter. They're not going past Smith, who is yet to finish, and they're just allowing Smith to complete his lap safely. Although
Richardson's having
Richardson's gone for another go at
value for money.
So yeah,
value for money for his parents, getting an extra lap.
Didn't feel he got enough last time, so Richardson's going to go for 1 more here, and why not? There is the result in how they came across the line. Potter, Richardson was not 1 lap behind. So the thing is, we don't really have a gap.
No, I do think Potter's probably just edged that one with how close he did finish up towards the back of Richardson.
Then we've got Dunn, Buxton, Young, Smith, Haynes and Smedley. And professional as ever, we can't even guarantee the result. So who hired us? I don't know. Here we go to the weighbridge. And we've got some more Bambinas coming in. We've got Smedley going in. We'll skip to the grid, actually, because we're going to go to the Pro Karts. We're going to go to the juniors. And here they come onto the track. So it's Junior Pro Kart Heat 2. Aaron Alexander will be on pole. The grid set by where they finished in the first heat. Harry Wilson will be 2nd. Karen Lambert and Callum Booth will be row 2. Jack Morrison, Mason Barker, row 3. Richardson and Ballesteros, row 4. Blythe and Pryor will round out the top 10. Then we go on to row number 6, where we have Christos Vazeos and Owen Spears. Then we have Ben Hogarth and Brandon Jennings, and rounding out the field is Jacob O'Connor. That is the grid for Junior Pro Kart Heat number 2. Alexander and Wilson will be at the front. So the duel between the player continues. It is 1-0 to Aaron Alexander, although, of course, it was Harry Wilson who had the edge in qualifying. So 1-0 if we're talking on results over qualifying and races. And let's do it that way, why not? Wilson is in the 43, closer to screen. Alexander is in the 38 to the left of your screen. We are going to grid them up. It won't be a rolling start, so they'll now make their way up to the grid. Expectations ahead of this one, David?
Well, it'd be a very entertaining race again. Hopefully Wilson can tag on to the back of Alexander this time out, and Alexander won't have it all his own way. But even further down the field, there was an intense battle for third between Lambert and Booth. Barker, who finished top 3 last time out, he's sick. He starts up 6th. You can see there the 41, third one back on the outside row, in front of the 19 of Sandro Ballesteros. I think he'll look to try and push on. I don't think he didn't have the best first heat for a driver finishing the top 3 last time out. Some very impatient drivers at the front there, looking back to see when they're the last one's in place. They want to be looking at the guy at the front with the green flag in his hand.
Yep, there goes the green flag. When it drops, we're away in racing. Alexander, a good start for him, and straight away looking over his shoulder to see who it's going to be, who he has to fight off going through the first few corners, and it's going to have to be Wilson as they come round the right-hander now and through the chicane. Third place is the number 14 of Kieran Lambert. Then it is Callum Booth in 4th place, so no changes there. Everyone through safely as well, which is always good to see. There is the number 9 of Richardson. Is that being pushed a little bit wide? And he's going to lose out a couple of places there. I think Asher Blythe may have been someone who got past as well as perhaps, I think it was Jack Morris, sorry, the other driver to go by. But Richardson now trying to fight back as they come into the right-hander.
Yeah, superb opening lap. Owen Spears, I think the camera just about caught him taking all, or if not most, of the curb at that chicane. But he's back. He's still going. He's still out on track. Looks like there could have been a tangle towards the back of the field. There's a bit of space between before the 42, the 71 come over the line, and we seem to be missing Ben Hogarth at the moment over the start line. But it is Aaron Alexander who leads the second heat so far from 0.6 of a second from Harry Wilson. Lambert and Booth, who ran very wide I think he got pushed out, and
there's Hogarth.
There's Hogarth on the outside of the loop. You can, if you're at the circuit, you'll have seen everything, but on the live screen we've just caught him. He's there on the outside with the assistance from a marshal. Looks like Lambert's got a little bit of pod damage on the on the left side. I think that I know that Booth went very wide at the start, and I think that those two might have become friends just off the start. But it's Lambert who holds third from Booth so far. Booth coming under a lot of pressure from Barker, who in turn's coming under a lot of pressure from Morris and Ballesteros as this battle between 3rd and 7th. And I think Richardson could be he's looking to come back into things. Looks to get onto the back of this one. There's a little bit of a gap, but then from Richardson back, I think he got past Blythe and is making headway onto the back of this train of cars.
That's Ben Hogarth back into the pit, so he did get going, but unfortunately it wasn't to go back around as they come through the first corner. Now down towards the left-hand hairpin, and I think was that Barker trying to look down the inside. Momentarily it was on Callum Booth. Aaron Alexander out in front, meanwhile, has just set a new fastest lap. Now Ballesteros has been dropped from this group slightly, but now seems to be closing back in, and he's got company as well in Jake Richardson, who did not have the best of starts to this race, but Richardson there in 8th place, making this a 6-way fight now for 3rd as they come across the line with 6 laps to go. Then we have the number 15 leading the next queue, which is Asher Blythe with Taylor Pryor, Christos Vazeos and Owen Spears, all just in behind. There you can see the number 41 of Barker. Gap between the leaders is 1.6, and it did come down ever so slightly last time due to the fact that Harry Wilson has set a new fastest lap of the race in a 47.331.
Yeah, this battle now for third. Lambert looks like he's not looking over his shoulder at the moment. He's got a little bit of a gap, and it's fifth and sixth as Barker tries to close up on the back of Booth there. The line astern for the last couple of laps, so I certainly don't expect it to stay like that as we enter towards the second half of this race. Looks like it's another lap there where Wilson's taken a little bit out of the lead, but there's a move this time. Side by side again. Morris takes full advantage, and Booth, it looks like Morris could take both places here if he sticks to the inside. He does it, slight contact, and Booth will now look to go right round the outside. There were 3 wide for a shot. Booth has really lost out on that one. I think he's dropped from 4th to 8th. Barker is up to 4th from Morris, who looked like he could be going. Who looked like he could be taking that. This has released Kieran Lambert into 3rd. You can see there he's away. But I think as they come over, I think Booth has dropped 4. Everybody's made up 1 place. Booth down to really nudged out there into that one. He's going to have to look now to fight his way back through this.
Yeah, so
pack of 5 carts.
So Barker
Mason
is up to
Barker
4th.
runs slightly wide. Morris will look to cut back again like he did last time and get on the inside, but not quite so fortunate this time.
Yeah, so Barker up to 4th then, but Morris trying to change that as they come now into the hairpin, and there goes Morris, dives down the inside. Ballesteros just behind this. He's been taking his time as he's been picking off the drivers one by one. Just behind we had Booth trying to make a move on Richardson, but unsuccessful in his attempts. But here we go then, over through the chicane, and it is still Barker leading this queue, this battle for 4th place from Morris and Ballesteros. I think Ballesteros is about to make a move here in the green livery. Looks very, very close to the back of Morris, and I think very keen to get through as well. This is a battle a little bit further back. This is the battle, I believe, for 9th place, being led by the number 15, Asher Blythe. There is Taylor Pryor in the number 11, and we have Christos Vazeos just behind that. Owen Spears is in 12th, Brandon Jennings 13th, Jacob O'Connor is 14th at the moment, but off the back of the field. There is the number 11, driving down the inside was that Taylor Pryor, trying to go back past Christos Vazeos, having briefly lost that position.
Spears alongside Vazeos. And,
Spears, yes. But wasn't able to get past, so Spears will stay in 12th for the time being. There is Barker once again, trying to take the pressure off himself from Morris and Ballesteros. But doesn't seem to be, he's taken a little bit of pressure off, so no immediate threat going into the next corner. In fact, it does look like Ballesteros could be the one to make a move in this queue.
So a lot of confidence in it from Sandro Ballesteros. I'd seen on Saturday he'd posted a personal best time round here in a practice session on Saturday. So certainly a young man driving with a lot of confidence at the moment as he's moved himself up into 6th place so far in this race, and this is certainly the battle to watch as they go on to their last lap. Alexander 2 seconds down the road from Wilson, who in turn is another.
Oh, and there goes Ballesteros.
There's a move for Ballesteros as he.
I was going to say he wasn't happy with something there. I think was over aggressive defending, I wonder, there from Morris, because Ballesteros certainly had his hand up, perhaps made a move which didn't quite work, but we used to see that a lot last month. Different lines being taken when braking for the left-hand hairpin there. Ballesteros is going to have one more opportunity, and it's going to be into this corner, but he's not able to get up the inside. Out front, meanwhile, Aaron Alexander is going to take the victory in heat number 2. Wilson in 2nd, Lambert will be 3rd, and in the pink race suit there, that is Barker taking 4th place ahead of Morris, Ballesteros, Richardson, Booth, Blythe and Pryor, your top 10. Then it is Vazeos, Spears, Jennings, O'Connor. Unfortunately, we lost
Ben Hogarth after on the opening lap of the race. He did get going again, but it was to come straight back into the pits, and there is confirmation of the results. Good drive that from Alexander, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Fastest lap as well, which he took on the last lap, so he wasn't coming off the gas by
another
any
superb
means.
drive. Didn't get to see much of him on the live stream,
No,
but that's what happens when you drive off. And
it's either a really good thing or a really bad thing when that happens, isn't it?
Yeah, when you can pull a gap of 2 seconds and just sit comfortably. But to be fair, Aaron's not the type of driver that will just sit comfortably. He'll push and push and push, which we saw with the fastest lap on the last lap. And when there's a lot of confidence when you're 2 seconds in front on the last lap to go and stick a. He's happy with that. To go and stick in a fastest lap.
Just away from Wilson. There's the damage.
They've got the memo, these junior pro kart drivers, haven't they, regarding...
I'm not too sure what that was from the 14. But
14 is that Jack... let me think, 14 is Kieran Lambert.
There's all sorts going on here. This is pre-rehearsed things from the junior pro kart drivers. Some choosing not to get involved in it all. Number 52 did, though. But I can already see the cadets are getting ready to go out on the dummy grid. Very shortly, in fact, they're coming out now. So we'll get the grid for those as they now come out onto circuit. Here's the grid. It's going to be on screen for you now, and it's going to be the cadets, of course, and David will talk us through it.
Yeah, race 1 winner Oliver Buckton will start on pole position alongside Alexander Mallard who finished second. Harry Berryman, who made up some places last time out, will start alongside first heat pole sitter David Mack on the second row. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Gracie Mitchell will line up alongside each other on the third row with Catherine Potter and Ollie Paul, who was shown as with the O plate, but I think you'll see that he's running number 49 in 8th. Maxima Shields and Bella Franklin is completes your top 10. We've got Reece Penniston alongside Frankie Smedley, 11th and 12th, with Jacob Giblett-Lee and Oliver Meek, 13th and 14th. William Robinson in 15th with Finlay Fishburne and Lindsay Mentier rounding out your grid for the Heat 2 of the cadets here at Teesside.
Yeah, they're a bit small for that, I think. But you never know. One day, but not yet. Well, they're going to line up, and then we're going to have the race start, standing starts for our cadets, as for our juniors, and for our seniors as well in the Pro Kart class. It's the 2-stroke where we have the rolling start and we go straight through the chicane on the opening lap. There's the 66 of Buckton. Mallard is in the 99, and that is some scenery, I guess, before we come back to the grid. There is the green flag. It is in hand. Buckton ready to put his foot on the gas, which he does now, and we're off away in racing. Mallard trying to go around the outside and get up the inside in towards turn number 1 was almost successful there. Buckton certainly gave him a little bit of room to do it. Buckton running slightly wide as they came through the long right-hander there. I think a bit of a shake of the head on the exit. Mallard, though, not able to capitalise at all as they now come it through the left and into the right. We've got watch out for David Mack. Of course, he qualified pole position earlier, and there he is in the number 16, trying to make a move on Harry Berryman, who did very well in the opening heat to move forward. So it's going to be an 8-lap race. The number 22 falls in just behind then. That's Jared Fox-Whiteley. Then we've got the number 20 of Catherine Potter. See how she can go this time. But the field still fairly bunched together here, David, as we come across the line to complete lap number 1. Yeah. 1 down, 7 to go.
Keep an eye out for Mallard. He proved in the first heat, although Buckton has put in a very impressive opening lap and speed. But keep an eye out for Mallard. He's a driver that's not shy of an overtaking manoeuvre, especially early in a race. As some drivers prefer to wait a couple of times. But there's a move from Mack and Berryman as they change places again, and it's as you were, with Berryman now back into 3rd place. But as we were saying before, Mallard, is a couple of drivers will prefer to wait a few laps and feel it out. He will make moves early as Mack takes a wide line to try and open up an opportunity, and closes right up on the back there again of Berryman as they come onto the sweeping corners towards the start line. They're very close. Everybody else seems to be as you were from the previous lap, but these two, Mack is looking to make amends from a race that he's from the first heat where he started on pole and ended up finishing back in 4th. He's looking to come back there onto Berryman. That's very tight. Mallard not letting Buckton out of his sight at the front either.
I was going to say, we did have some changes. Maximus Shields has gone up to 8th. Bella Franklin has gone up to 9th. So that's dropped Ollie Poole down to 10th, although he is still class leader in the 160s. And there goes David Mack now down the inside. Oh, and a bit of contact. And is that race over for Harry Berryman? Berryman goes straight off. We'll have to try and get a replay of that. Mack dived down the inside. Berryman went to turn into the corner and just realised there was a car right in his way. So let's have another look at it. David, what did you make of this?
Well, Mack's clearly on the inside. I don't know how tight that was on the in terms of how much space there was, but Mack was clearly on the inside there. Berryman with a late defend. And,
yes. And there's a contact warning for Mack.
Contact warning for Mack.
Do you think it was a case of Berryman tried to come over it as Berryman was trying to come over and defend? Perhaps
well, the line was there with Mack on the inside. I think you can't really see too much on the live stream how much he's gone over the inside of the curb on the inside there, which is quite flat until it gets to the bumpy bit. So if he's taken a bit of curb to take the position, then you can understand where the contact warnings come from. But on the live stream, certainly, which is all that we can really go on, he looked to have the inside line.
Well, it's certainly
on that one, and he has ended up in third place. I think Berryman is still moving, he's still circulating, he's back up to 11th.
Yeah, he's on the move, isn't he? As is Frankie Smedley, by the way. He's up 2 places to 9th on that last lap. But always great to get your assessment. Someone with experience racing around here. Now, this is a good little fight going on. We have on screen between the number 22 of Jared Fox-Whiteley and Catherine Potter. Catherine Potter surely is about to dive to the inside. Line was covered off, so she chooses the outside line instead. Can she get a good run out of this left-hander to get the run into the first corner? Head down for Catherine Potter. The pair, are they closing in on David Mack, I wonder? Don't think they are, actually. I think Mack is still setting pretty decent times. In terms of setting decent times, Mallard has gone quickest, and there's only 2/10 between himself and Buckton for the race lead. So we'll have
slightly wide there
we'll
by
have to pick that one up. And there it is. This is a battle for the lead. So Buckton, Mallard, right together now, David.
Yeah, so Mallard will be, there's 3 laps left, and Mallard will be looking to make a move at some point as he has a little look towards the inside there of Buckton. No invitation offered, and Buckton holds on to the lead and pulls out a little bit of a gap on the as they come through the little sweeping bit there, and I think he'll 4/10. I think the little move down the side by side.
I was going to say Catherine Potter.
At this point, there's Bella Franklin looking to go round the outside of Maximus Shields, I think there.
Yes,
and I think Potter's made a place on Fox-Whiteley.
Yes, she has. So that was done over the far end of the circuit, and as you picked up, Franklin has also gone up to 6th place with a good little move there. Had to take some curb on the way. And now Berryman is moving up even further. He's up to 9th place now. Giblet Lee is up to 11th. And then we have Gracie Mitchell up to 12th at the expense of Reece Penniston. But we're getting towards the last lap of the race here. And Buckton has just edged away from Mallard. 4/10 is the gap. But will that change when they come across the line? It's now 6/10, so I guess the battle for the lead is almost off here unless there's a big mistake from Buckton. What about the battle for 4th? Don't see that changing on this last lap, so probably the battle behind is the one to focus on between the likes of...
oh, there's a move down the inside. That's Mallard on Buckton.
Well.
And they're side by side as now they go down the back straight. Buckton back on the inside. Buckton holds firm and he takes that one. Mallard straight in behind him here, but Mallard now back on the inside. Mallard is your leader as they come into the last two into the complex of corners. Back marker in front of them. Will this may play anything? No, just round the corner. It looks like Mallard might just have this one if he can negotiate the back marker. Sits down the inside. Mallard takes the win on the last lap. Buckton looked comfortable, as we spoke about earlier, but Mallard is your winner by almost 3/10 there. Superb final lap in the cadet race.
Well,
Everything else is as you were over the line. And the only battle that we thought might be settled early was the one that provided us with the only change in position on the final lap.
yeah, well, with 6/10, I thought Buckton had that one sealed, but Mallard clearly drove a stormer of a lap, and perhaps Buckton made a mistake somewhere along the way as well. But it's Mallard then who takes the win, and he certainly looked very pleased about it as well, so he should be. Fantastic driving from him. Buckton finishes in second place, Mack in third, then it is Potter, Fox Whiteley, Franklin, Shields, Paul, your top 160, Berryman, and then we have Giblett Lee, Smedley, Mitchell, Penniston, Meek, Robinson, then it's Mentier and Fishburn in 17th, and well, I think you can even tell Mallard very, very pleased with that one. That driver, I don't think will be so pleased, but they're still giving himself a great chance going forwards. Mack there, I think just guys just having a word with him about that move he made. Seemed okay to me, but there was contact, of course. That's not something we want to see when the guys are out there racing. So I think just a brief word just to tell them to maybe just be aware of that next time. But there goes Fox Whiteley, Franklin, and there's number 18 of Shields. But the two strokes are getting ready to come out as the cadets come over the scales, and then we'll be approaching our lunch break. I think after that we will have the senior pro karts, and then it will be into our lunch break where the stream is going to keep going because we have some interviews to show you, and then we'll be back to call the third heat and final. But I can see the two strokes there on the grid. They are getting ready to go, and as the last drivers in the cadets are weighed, the two strokes are now out on track, and a chap weighing himself there. Why not? Making use of the scales to see how he is weight-wise personally. But there they come out onto track, the two-stroke drivers. I think now we had I think we were making a little bit of mistake with someone who was in Junior Max and perhaps is not, or the other way around. So we'll make sure that is resolved this time.
I think we had somebody either in Junior Max that's in Mini Max or Mini Max Junior Max, or
yes. So we'll make sure that's sorted out this time.
yeah. So I don't think you'll get a grid this time up on the screen because of how quickly these guys are going to get going. But Scott Lowther and Andy Ambrose, that's your front row so far. Max Prentice in the red suit there, he's on the second row with Andy Powell. Daniel Kell and Alfie Lindsay, that's your third row. Matthew McClure, Jay Smith, Hugh Cole, Ben Ficini, and we are underway. Green flag flies for the second heat, and it's the number 3, I think it's Andy Ambrose has taken the lead early. I think it's 35, well 3, but it's 35 on the screen. That's Andy Ambrose in the lead. Prentice is into second. I think there was a delay on the start, and they were unsure whether the green flag was going, but we are underway. And I think the your leader off the line, Lowther, has dropped quite far back. I think he could be down to 5th.
Yeah, well, Andy Ambrose, as you said, is already pulling away. Now, what I can tell you is the change that we do need to amend is Jay Smith is not in the junior class. He's in the Mini-Max class, and he is the sole Mini-Max driver, and he's got the yellow background and white numbers, and there he is. You can see the yellow background and black numbers, sorry. So apologies to Jay for incorrectly calling that in the first heat, but there we can see he is in a mini-max, so he's going to be at a very big disadvantage to both Junior Max and to CD Max as well, as that is the slowest of the Rotax classes. Okay, there goes Matthew McClure in the 177s down the inside there of the number 19 of Powell. So that'll put McClure up into third place. This is great stuff, this from Ambrose. He's pulling away out front at the moment from Prentice, but let's not forget Prentice in the Junior Max set the fastest lap last time around, and he is closing in on Andy Ambrose. He's brought the gap down to just half a second. So this fantastic stuff from Max Prentice, who gets closer and closer to Andy Ambrose.
Yeah, tough start this time out for Scott Lauder, and he's not making the progress back through, starting at the front, dropping down to 5th, but a superb start for Matthew McClure. He made 3 up on the first lap and another one last time out, so he sits 3rd so far at the moment. But Andy Ambrose, like we said, as long as he can keep all 4 wheels on it, which he said is his minimum requirement, is well out at the front of this one. Fastest lap that time around, 43.02.092 for Ambrose. He leads the way from Prentice with somebody off in the background there.
Now, is that Alfie Lindsay, I wonder? Yes, it is. So Alfie Lindsay, who was 2nd in the Junior Max class, is that contact, or has he just made a mistake, I wonder there? Be a rare pace to make a mistake like that, but Alfie Lindsay, unfortunately,
he's back running.
Yeah,
but
so that's good to see.
Bit of time on the grass.
But unfortunately, he's going to be way off the back of the field. And
he's not. He's moved. He's been going, but he has lost a wheel. He moved slightly.
He's lost a wheel. Right. That's not good at all for Alfie Lindsay, and that'll, of course, be the end of his race. So, real shame for him, as he was making good progress. It's only his 2nd race, this, Alfie Lindsay, in terms of this level of the sport. So, did very well for his first race last time out. I know he was very nervous for that, but the nerves seem to have gone this time. Well, certainly seem to have been lowered anyway. And I know he's very confident coming into this, running new tyres as well for the first time, which he put on yesterday. But a shame that his day has been disrupted with this, but he'll fight back, no doubt. Here is Matthew McClure and Powell, and out front, Prentice right on the back of Ambrose, David.
Yeah, it's a good battle there for 3rd. Lauder looks to have dropped back slightly on this one, but it's McClure and Powell battling the 7 and the 19, battling out for 3rd as Prentice closes right in on the back of Andy Ambrose and makes a move towards the inside. We've lost it on the screen, but I don't know if he's managed to make that one stick. It was a late move, and Ambrose is still your leader.
He didn't get it.
No, great. It was a late move from Prentice, but he certainly closed himself in on the back of Ambrose.
Let's not forget Prentice is in a junior, Ambrose is in a senior, so Ambrose is going to have a much better run out of the corner. So even if Prentice does make a move, Ambrose is always going to have the better drive off the corner. Yeah, Matthew McClure has the opposite problem. He's going to have a worse drive, being the heavier driver.
Well, he's got a problem now because Powell was past him, but now they're back side by side down that back straight. Powell made a move on McClure, but McClure's managed to cut back on the way out. He'll cut back down the inside unless Powell makes another one, but it's still McClure for 3rd. This is an enthralling battle with 4 to go. They're nose to tail, and they're sort of swapping places as side by side. Again, a bit of extra curb there by Powell, trying to gain a few more tenths on the back of McClure. He took the unpainted concrete on the inside there. There's a little strip of it, and it's not smooth.
No, I think we clearly saw that there. So I'll just give it a go. Let's see what it's like. Yep, not good. Right, let's go back to this one. Because Prentice is going to dive down the inside as he of Ambrose. Ambrose came across to cover that off. And Prentice is going to have another go at it. Dives down the inside of Ambrose. Ambrose gives him the space. Now Prentice is going to take a wide line through the left-hander. And a back marker, and they've both gone. Ambrose out. Prentice also spins as well. And here comes Matthew McClure to take the race lead. So, well, we're going to have to get a replay of that. McClure now into the lead. Powell into 2nd place.
We've got a mechanical flag for Prentice, so Prentice is out the race. So here we go, coming out of the corner. Ambrose caught out by the back marker. He comes across, and Prentice was there. Front wheel to rear wheel contact, and the pair of them have gone. So now this is our battle for the lead between McClure and Powell.
Yeah, Prentice is in, and he's currently holding his back bumper. So that's the mechanical for that. That's him in, and that's his race done. They'll not be connecting that back up with 2 to go. But the battle for what was an enthralling battle for third is now an enthralling battle for first.
I was going to say,
Ambrose sat there on the tyres. He's head in hands.
He's one of the unluckiest drivers I've ever met. I think even in practice, one of his wheels come off. On the last lap just before he came into the pits, but let's concentrate on this battle for the lead. Powell goes wide to try and get the run on McClure. McClure only has to defend for about 3 or 4 more corners now. Head down it is as he comes through the long sweeping right-hander. He's going to have to get across to cover off a challenge from Powell. Powell is thinking about the run out of this next corner, and Powell dives to the inside. McClure covers it off, and I think that is going to be a win, is it? McClure jumping in the seat. He knows it. Matthew McClure takes the win across the line in heat number 2 in the 177. Well, what a fantastic drive from Matthew McClure. Takes the race win under pressure from Powell all the way to the flag, but Powell gave it everything. Not quite able to beat McClure on this occasion.
Superb win for McClure. I think he's very happy with that as well, with the reaction as he came over the line. Wonderful sportsmanship as they shake hands as they go down the back straight.
I was going to say as well, one thing we did not talk about Scott Lowther at all, really. He qualified on pole position, finished third, and somehow just disappeared in that race. What a shame for him. This is a real interesting situation we have now in this race, isn't it?
It is now,
we've got Scott Lowther third. Alfie Lindsay lost a wheel, so he's going to start at the back. And then we have both Ambrose and Prentice starting from the back as well.
Yeah, they'll have to come through the field. Obviously, it looks like Daniel Kell didn't. We missed him retire at some point as well. He finished with a couple of laps down. So all of these drivers, quick drivers, will be looking to come through the field in the next one. It could be that could be the race to watch for the when we come back after our lunch break, as we've got one final race to go through before that, and that's the senior pro kart class.
Well, let's quickly get through the result because we didn't do that. But Matthew McClure, Andrew Powell, Scott Lowther, your top 3. Then Jude Cole, who gave us the thumbs up there in the 77 over the scales. He took the win in the juniors. Jay Smith in the Mini-Max finished in 5th place. What a result that is in a Mini-Max, which we're racing against some senior drivers. Ben Fachini, good recovery for him considering he didn't actually finish the first heat. Prentice had to retire from the race, as did Ambrose. We don't know what happened to Daniel Kell, but he retired from the race. And we saw Alfie Lindsay lose a wheel earlier on lap number 4. Well, I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. That's a good race. Myself, Chris McCarthy, and David Sullivan here for round number 2 of the Teesside Sprint Series. David, you know a lot about this class, of course. It's if you weren't out there, if you weren't in here, you'd be, out there. So, where would you rather be?
I'd be out there.
Oh, well, thanks very much for
Don't get me wrong, I like
I'd
it.
rather
but
you be out there.
It's been a couple of months since I've been in the seat, so I am missing it a little bit.
You'd rather be out there than in the van.
Apologies to the apologies to the team I'm working with today. I'm now getting some grief for not being so friendly with them. But we've got Connor Lucas on pole for this second heat. Comprehensively won that the first race from Josh Folkers. Brandon Truman Reddish on the second row from Paul Scaife, who made up 2 places. He started 6th in the last one. Ben Fallon, Scott Tate on the 3rd row. You've got Connor White, Michael Whitfield, Jake Brooker and Jensen Barker are your top 10. Mark Tate from Kieran Ketteringham is 11 and 12. Martin Black, Toby Dodson, they're 13th and 14th. 15th, Danielle Gardner alongside James Dennis, and 16th with Nick Smales, Ahmed Fakou. James Arnold up into the top 20 after a poor qualifying session earlier. He's there alongside Mark Mitchell on the 10th row. A lot of rows, remember, on this class, because there's 33 on the grid. David Brewis there alongside Sean Davis. Nigel Richardson alongside David Brown, 23, 24. Andrew Whitfield alongside Ross Jackman, 24th, 25th. Rob Lowe, Emma Brown. And David Wilson, Chris Pembleton, Andrew Lees round out your grid as the start line marshal, who's now put a coat on, so he must be feeling that wind from earlier. Green flag in hand, green flag in the air and down, and we're underway for the second heat. There's a little bit of side-by-side there, and it's very busy. Josh Fulkus leads for the first time. Well, this season really, as Conor Lucas has had it all his own way, but he's down to third. Truman Reddish up to second. Lucas back to third, and let's see how he reacts to that, having not been on contact. That's Ketteringham over the grass and facing the wrong way. He looks like he's back. He's going to turn it round and get it back on, but that's not where you want to be on the first lap. He'll be back down now towards the back end of the grid.
And here comes
Lucas makes his move to second now from Truman Reddish, but Fulkus has got a couple of kart lengths, and let's see how if Lucas can close that gap within a couple of laps.
Well, I was going to say Conor Lucas was not happy with that move, but I think Josh Fulkus has been sick of finishing behind Conor Lucas. He came straight across at the start. There was just about enough room for him to go through, and he took it. There was a little bit of argy-bargy as they went through the first chicane, but to me, the move looked fine. Josh Fulkus leads. Conor Lucas just needs to settle himself down now, and he knows he's got the pace to win. He has done all season. He's not been beaten yet, and he won the first heat quite convincingly. We have someone parked on the back straight there. If we scroll down our timing sheet, we'll be able to see that is Nick Smales, who is out. We've only had 32 drivers being showed on our timing screen, so clearly someone else either didn't join the race or has also had some problems early on as well. But this is your battle for the lead, and I say that because it's going to turn into a battle as we come round this right-hander. Fulkus from Lucas. Lucas looking to try and make a move, and is he going to do so as they come in towards the left-hand hairpin? There he goes, and Lucas Dysoning inside. Fulkus leaving him just about enough room. They're going to be side-by-side once again into the right-hand hairpin, but Lucas gets the run on the exit, a look over the shoulder, and he takes the race lead from Josh Fulkus. Good move that.
Superb move. Set it up really, really early into that segment. Little move down the inside. Fulkus went wide, which meant that Fulkus had to be a lot tighter into the second corner than he'd have liked in an ideal situation, which then obviously caused him problems on the way out, in which Lucas got a good run out of that corner, but it's dragged Brandon Truman Reddish onto the back of this lead trio now, and they've got a good second gap between before the battling pair of Tate and Fallon, who in turn have got 3 seconds from White in this battle, which Paul Scaife finds himself in. He's dropped a few places from the back as the 44 of Adam Wood there in the midfield gets a contact warning for an indiscretion that we saw that was off camera. Toby Dodson there in the blue kart you can see on screen. He made up some good places at the on the first lap, and sits in 10th. I think he made 4 or 5 places from the start.
Speaking of good starts, I was going to say Mark Mitchell must have made a good start, because he's up to 12th place. So that is a good start from him as well. He was particularly strong towards the end of the first heat, but he is going along well so far. I have to ask you, David, someone who races in this class, I don't understand why Josh Fulkus didn't try and defend the lead a little bit more heavily. He knows that there's a good chance if Conor Lucas gets by, he's going to do what he's doing now, set fastest laps and pull away.
Well, to be fair,
he kind of just left the door open.
No, to be fair, I think he squeezed him on the way into that first hairpin on the left-hand side. But even as a competition on that one, there's tyres on the inside of that corner, so you don't want to squeeze people too tight, because even if you do and they come, it's going to impact you as well. It was the second of the 2 hairpins that caused the problem. Fulkus was in very tight into there. Lucas ran it wide and then cut back down the inside. I'm not sure what more Folkers could have done there. 'Cause I think Lucas set that move up quite early into that section and knew what he was going to do. And short of braking halfway around the corner to try and impede your rival, which in turn is going to cause yourself some problems, there's not much he could have done there. But it's Lucas away now at the front there, another 0.8 of a second as
That's the 57, isn't
the
it?
battle 57.
Is that
Michael Whitfield?
Yes, he's approaching. Is that Jake Brooker in the leading clubman driver? So no. In fact, it's Toby Dodson, isn't it? That he's
Yes.
trying to catch. Yes. So Toby Dodson just ahead at the moment as we see the field coming through. So there's not as much chopping and changing going on as we saw in the first heat. It's a little bit more settled down, but we're about to see a change there. There goes the 57 of Whitfield down the inside of Dodson, but Dodson goes straight back past. So unfortunately, Whitfield unsuccessful in his pass there.
So
We'll have to try again, regroup.
opened
There's
up a bit of
Mitchell.
space there now into the back of Brooker, who's moved away and can now focus on those in front rather than in behind with Dodson and Whitfield battling. And there is Brooker getting onto the back of Jensen Barker in the 24. You've seen his brother racing earlier in the day in the junior pro karts, Mason. So let's see how Jensen fares with Jake Brooker on the back of him.
Well, I'm sure
I mean,
getting cheered on from the side.
good effort for Jake Brooker. His first time here at the circuit. So he's doing well to be up in 9th place.
And would you say, is it a particularly hard circuit to learn? Is that come as, I mean, it would be a surprise to go anywhere and go straight in towards the top 10, especially in a grid like this. But
layout-wise, it's fine because to an extent the two hairpin sections replicate each other at each end of the circuit. It's the fact that if you can get down the inside of somebody and then they come back down the inside of you. It's not like on some tracks where you get down the inside of somebody and that's your move done. Here, you get down the inside of somebody and there's another corner the opposite way 2 seconds later, so they've got a chance to come back on you. So your move isn't done as soon as it's done. You've got to defend for a little while rather than just get past somebody and get your head down. I mean, we've seen it, especially on the side by side here. Somebody goes down the inside and it opens the door for somebody else, and then all of a sudden you've missed 2 places as they are side by side. That looks like Ahmed Fakou and David Brown getting acquainted with each other on the round the bottom end of the circuit. Brown makes his move stick.
yeah, good move that as we go on to the last lap. Connor Lucas leading the race.
I think that was actually
by 1
Brewis. I
second.
think Brown had already made his way through that battle.
Yes,
I think Brewis
yeah,
on
I
the
think you're right there.
Fakou lost 2 on that lap. It's probably the only number we can't really read because it's that big and that bright that it just comes at you until it's in focus. You can't pick it out. But
Someone has to have a word with Ahmed, don't they, about that?
It's Brewis. Brewis is the problem.
But here comes Lucas through the final corner, well, through the left-hander, which will take him onto the final corner. And, well, Connor Lucas still unbeaten in 2019. He comes across the line to take yet another win. Josh Folkers second, Brandon Truman Reddish in third. Folkers was able to keep Lucas within a second, but still not able to get close enough to challenge him at the end of the race. Briefly led, but unfortunately for Folkers, it's a second place for him once again.
Yeah, Truman Reddish showing just how important it is to get a good lap in qualifying, because last time out in qualifying I think he was around about 13th, and then during the race has struggled to make his way through because it's that competitive at the top end of that midfield pack. Today qualified third and has been comfortably third in both races. It shows how important it is to get yourself into a good track position early on in the day. Results up on screen there with the top few we've spoken about. The big mover in that one was Mark Mitchell, who ended up 12th. He started 20th, made up 8 places. Toby Dodson as well made up some. He's in to finish just inside the top 10 as they come over the weighbridge.
You can see Nigel Richardson, David Brown, both big movers there. Likewise Ross Jackman, big losers, if you like, in terms of positions. Mark Tate, Keane Ketteringham, Martin Black, although Keane Ketteringham was facing the wrong way at the start
Yeah,
of the
I
race.
think to be fair, to finish 23rd when at one point he was down in 33rd isn't bad at all in.
Yeah.
But to be going backwards over the curb half a lap in is not an ideal start to anybody's race. And unfortunately, Nick Smales, who I think he might have finished half a lap in that one and stopped stationary on the back
Right.
straight.
Here comes Mark Mitchell. He had to have a word for me this time because he wasn't happy about last time. Well, we did point out that it was as if he'd never seen a camera, but this time he very much aware it's there. Good drive from him. Good drive from Connor Lucas as well.
Superb drive from Connor. It was interesting to see him there in terms of how he reacted when he ended up not at the front. You know, it's the first time that he'd not led a lap of a race here so far this season, with 4 clean sweeps in terms of races and final at the first meeting. Won the first heat, and then to find himself down in 3rd place was, I imagine it was a bit of a shock to him, but he responded very well.
Well, that's this morning's programme out the way. SG Petch will be on track now, which means we're going to cut to a break in terms of the commentary. We're going to go into some of the interviews we did earlier with the pole sitters and with Mark Mitchell as well from NRG Cycles, who are sponsoring our live feed today. So that will be shown whilst SG Petch. Oh, and someone, whilst the camera's around.
Well,
as
we
well,
might just give him his 5 minutes of fame for spinning on the outlap.
That's very disappointing indeed. It's something you don't want to do. But we're going to head into the lunch break. Thank you for joining us this morning. When we return, we will be back for the 3rd heats and finals, and we will be back live. I'm that professional, I don't have a timetable in front of me, but
it'll be in about an hour's time. Petch run a 10-minute session and then 2 20-minute races,
right,
so it'll be about an hour's time.
So it will be at around
about
quarter to 3. So do join us, but thank you for joining us this morning. Plenty more racing coming up this afternoon. I'm with Mark Mitchell, who's one of the partner owners from our sponsor, NRG Cycles. He also races in the senior pro kart class, as does his son, Josh Mitchell, whose car is behind us, and his daughter, Gracie Mitchell, actually races in the cadet class. So three NRG cycle karts out there today. But, of course, you've partnered up to help fund the live stream with your business, NRG Cycles. So great involvement, I guess, to support Teesside and the championship.
Yeah. I mean, it was good for us. Obviously, we sort of a bit of a family affair for us. We sort of wanted to sort of promote the synergy between fitness, cycling. Again, we're a local business. We've obviously come down here now. We've got to know everybody. It's grown massively from last year. It was our first races last year, actually year today. Something we were talking about, obviously, to try and help promote the track, promote the sport, promote pro karting, cadets, everything else. And yeah, it was just something that we started talking about for quite some time. Like I say, that synergy was there, so it made sense. It made sense to try and get you guys along here and get it out to the whole country, and hopefully it's not just this track as well. We're trying to promote other tracks as well. So yeah, I mean, it's been great. It's been great for the kids. It's great for my son. My son's hearing impaired as well, so it's been great. He comes and gets involved. He's on the same level playing field as everybody else. Gracie's just come through the cadets. So I mean, I think she's fighting for girl power at the minute as well. So, and for myself, 45-year-old, so 40s class is great for me. So I've got lads there that I'm chasing, learning from, as well as the youngsters as well. So it's been good. It's been good for us.
Well, I think, as we saw, the pro kart class is very competitive and very close racing. I think that's one thing it breeds, isn't it? Especially around a track like Teesside, where lots of long straights, very fast corners, and I think pro karts isn't big at every circuit around the country. And I think getting involved with something like this, hopefully it will bring it to other circuits where perhaps it's never been before.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, like I say, me and Gracie first got in a kart January last year. Went and actually bought a couple of two-strokes, a little Army two-stroke. I bought myself a two-stroke, came down the track, realised that we'd sort of bought the wrong type of kart for the area at the time, because it wasn't really that big a field. At the time, they only ran cadets and pro karts here. I came to the first event just to watch in February last year, and the field for the pro karts, the cadets, and we thought we've got to be a part of this. So, obviously you can see Howard in the background, Howard Lucas in the background. He introduces, so he looks after our karts for us. He supplies us with all the parts. It's just a quick phone call. He sorts us out. And we did our very first race this time last year for myself and Gracie, and then towards the end of the year, Josh, my son, he sort of, I fancy having a go at that. So again, Howard, can we get a kart off you? And we've got him racing as well. So yeah, I mean, he's learning now. So he's coming through now, and I've just got to keep an eye on that he doesn't get past me. That's the main thing now. So I'm just not just fighting against the 40-year-olds. I'm fighting against my son as well. So I've got a bit of a target on my back. Let's put it that way.
Well, I think, as we can see, you're part of a pretty big setup, and it seems like it's a very friendly paddock, this, isn't it, Teesside? So I imagine it's great fun as well as very competitive racing.
I think that's what we're enjoying the most about it. It's just everybody's been so friendly, so welcoming. Everyone helps each other out. Like I say, keep reiterating, we started last year, but there's not enough people that can help you out. Because there are times I'm trying to run my own kart, I'm trying to run Gracie's kart, now I've got Josh's kart as well, and everybody says, don't you worry about Gracie, don't worry about Josh, we'll just help out. And it's great, and like I say, we only live 5 minutes away from the track, but we do tend to spend a whole weekend here, just for the social side as well. On a night, all the kids are all playing, everyone's everyone's on, and barbecues are going. It's brilliant. It's really good.
Now, you touched on it just there. You race against your son Josh. How is that dynamic, father and son competitiveness? How's that been going?
At the moment, it's not too bad, because thankfully he's behind me at the moment. But I fear that's not going to be for too long. So it's going to be interesting, I think, once he starts getting a bit closer. And his times are there, it's just getting that consistency now. He's definitely quick, and he's starting to smoothen out. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Certainly be interesting to see.
There's never been any incidents, has there?
Not yet. Not yet. Not with each other. Not with each other. Josh is getting himself a bit of a reputation at the moment for bending karts and bending pods, but you know, they're just honest mistakes, you know, but no, he's coming on really well. He's coming on really well. Great yesterday. They had England's deaf team came up yesterday, and Josh managed to race alongside them. And they've ended up asking him to join them. So hopefully he'll go around the country a bit more and race with these guys, and we'll get involved with the British 24 and the Le Mans 24. So yeah, it's onwards and upwards. I just wish we'd got involved a lot sooner.
Before we touch on Gracie a little bit more, let's talk about, you know, pro kart racing a little bit more. It's very close and competitive, isn't it? Especially round here. I think round one demonstrated that, isn't it? If anyone goes and watches a live stream, 34 karts out there as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, it's all, everything's new to us, and you do hear in certain paddocks about certain engines and having the money behind to buy the best things. These engines are all sealed. They're all pretty much the same power. We use the same type of tyre. We don't change anything, but it's just accessible for so many different people. It's so accessible. Anyone can come and do the sport. It's cheap weekend, you know, and it is down to driver ability. And I think because it is so close as well, you're always going to be racing somebody. I mean, my colleague from NRG Cycles as well, it's his first race today. You know, and he's concerned about being towards the back, and he's still going to have somebody to race, and that's the beauty thing about it. Everyone has those little races within one big race, as well as the subcategories. So it's been really good. It's been really good. I've enjoyed it. I've been learning loads, and thankfully I've been moving up the grid. So I just keep searching for those extra positions all the time, you know, and it's great fun. And everyone comes off the racing, you know, and you might have a few little incidents on the track. Everyone comes off, everyone goes and talks to each other, talks about what's happened, and everyone's very friendly at the end of the day. It's the main thing. It's how it should be.
I think we'll finish by talking about NRG Cycles, but first of all, Gracie, what's the plans for her? She's in the cadet class now, but are you looking at putting her in other championships, or is she going to stay within the Teesside paddock?
Yeah, I mean, last year, like I say, it was a learning year for her last year. You know, so it was just a case of just coming here. We sort of went to a couple of other tracks again just to get her on other tracks. Didn't do any other championships last year, but this year we're planning on Teesside, we're planning on Shennington. They're the two main championships that we want to do this year. And hopefully, even though Shennington and Rowra do clash, hopefully I think there's one or two rounds that don't, so we'll get across there as well.
And there is a few girls that race here as well, isn't it? Which is great in the cadet class.
It's been brilliant. It's been brilliant because, like I say, between Gracie, Bella, and Catherine, I think they all pretty much started last year. I remember a conversation that Bella and Gracie had last year because, again, with this being our first round, you know, sort of Gracie was asking Bella, "Are you racing?" Bella was asking, "Well, I'm not allowed because my dad says I'm too slow." You know, Bella's asking Gracie. She's saying, "Well, I've got to race. My dad tells me I have to." You know, and the pair of them have just come on so well. They've come on, so they both started at pretty much the same time. Catherine, I think, had already been in a kart a month or two longer, but they've just come on and they're just so competitive now. And it's good to see them now. It's good to see them all up there.
Well, we did an interview with the girls actually, so you can check that out on the Teesside page. But NRG Cycles, tell us a bit about the business, a bit about its history, a bit about what you've got going on at the moment. Of course, we're moving into the summer, so it's the best time to now jump on a bike and get in shape if you need to, or just use it as a tool to get to work. So, yeah, tell us a little bit about the business.
Yeah, I mean, NRG Cycles, I mean, we formed NRG Cycles about 6 years ago now. We started off with a little store in one of the little villages just in North Yorkshire, a place called Great Ayton. It's got quite a lot of history, the actual premises for cycling. So we sort of already had that establishment, for want of a better word. 2 years ago, we decided to expand, and we ended up fitting out a big 5,500 square foot unit. And yeah, it's just been grown massively. You know, Simon, who's my partner, I mean, he was a very, very good cyclist as a young senior, late junior, you know, so he's got quite a lot of credibility in the area. And we just, you know, it's a big area. We've got the North Yorkshire mowers local to us. We're quite heavily involved on the internet as well. But yeah, I mean, it's just going from strength to strength. The beauty thing about having a bigger store, we can actually showcase more brands. We've got very good relationships with our brands and our suppliers. We're hoping, obviously, over the course of the year to get some of the suppliers down here and do some demo evenings, obviously tied in with Paul on an evening, make it a full weekend affair. And again, really, it's just to try and just showcase the importance of that fit. I mean, I find, you know, if I don't cycle, it affects me karting. If I don't kart, it affects me cycling. You know, and there's just so much synergy there, you know, and I think, like I say, it's just a good promotion. It's a very good promotion. It's two local businesses. You know, we're trying to get exposure. We're trying to expose karting as well. You know, and we had an NRG Cycles team in the British 24 last year. Tried to talk them into doing another one this year again, but we'll see how that one goes. But yeah, it's been good. It's been very good.
So have you got stores people can come in, visit, online based as well, where you can go on and purchase items?
Yeah, you can visit us online at nrgcycles.co.uk. Like I say, we've got a store just near Thornaby at Teesside Industrial Estate. That's probably the big store, what we would probably class as our HQ now. We've got a smaller store which is probably a bit more specialist, towards the road cycling scene. Up at Great Ayton. So yeah, there's two stores locally. We are looking to expand at some time in the future. Yeah.
Any deals coming up going into summer?
There's always deals. We always have some good deals. We've actually took advantage on quite a lot of surplus stock. So we always have some, you know, a lot of stock, a lot of sort of stock availability at great prices. All I can really say is if you get the opportunity, come and speak to the guys. We're always going to have the guys here, certainly at race weekend. Pop into the stores, give them a ring. There's always going to be something, and if the guys feel something isn't suitable, as well, they'll give any advice. You know, it doesn't necessarily have to be purchased through our store. Bring your bikes along. We can do the servicing, anything they need, right from kids' balance bikes up to. We sell a lot of electric bikes, e-bikes as well. You're getting the older folk now that, you know, they want to go out together. They haven't quite got the fitness to probably pedal a normal bike. So we've got the pedal assist bikes as well, a good selection of them. So yeah, I mean, we pretty much cover all aspects of cycling.
It was great to meet you, Mark. It's been great to see you here. Best of luck with the racing. Best of luck with NRG. If you're watching, keep fit, get on a bike, visit NRG, and use it to get to work. I'm with Thomas Potter, who's just qualified on pole position in the Bambino class. Thomas, how does it feel to be on pole position?
Really good.
Is that the first time you've qualified on pole position? Did you expect to be on pole?
No.
No, you didn't. So that's a great result, really. How's it been going? I guess you've done a lot of work in practice.
Yeah.
Who's been helping you out?
Bella Franklin, Catherine Potter, and David Mack.
And is that one of the best times you've done round here, do you think?
No.
No, you've done quicker. It's a bit cold out there, isn't it? How's the track feeling? Is it grippy or not yet?
Not that grippy yet.
And you think you're going to win later?
Yeah.
Good stuff. Give me 5. Well done. That's Thomas Potter, pole position in Bambino. Well done. I'm with the pole sitter in cadets, David Mack. Brilliant qualifying session. 3rd last time out as well, so you got a podium. Off to a great start. You think you can get the win today?
I don't know, but there's a lot of really good drivers out here, especially the top, the other ones, and I really think I could push it off to get 1st, 2nd or 3rd, but it really depends on my driving, really.
Of course, Teesside's a really quick track, especially in the cadet class. Meant you had to get a tow, so that was the plan from the start, I take it, just find a tow off someone quick and then go and get your lap?
Yeah, it would make it quicker, and then it would look like I was going to go past them, but I wouldn't, because I want to get a quicker lap and get 1st in qualifying.
Do you say you have to be patient in qualifying as well and wait to near the end of the session where your tyres are getting up to temperature?
Yeah, you really do, because when you'll get more grip, and then you can handle a lot more better.
And now, going ahead to the race, starting from the front, are you hoping to try and break away quickly and get a gap at the start?
Yeah, hopefully. I might be able to, I don't know, whatever happens, really.
You got your eye on the top step, though.
Yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Well done. Congratulations. Well done, David. Cheers. That's pole position in cadets. I'm with Ollie Paul, who's actually finished pole in the 160 class, which runs within the 200 cadet class as well. So, Ollie, I mean, you had a brilliant start to the championship last time, won in your class, 4th overall, which I think no one expected. And it's just continuing to get better and better, isn't it?
Yes.
So, where's all this pace coming from? Is it hard work in testing or off track as well?
Yes, it's hard work and testing, and I've got fast engines and stuff.
Who's been helping you off track?
My dad, my sponsors, Ross Meek, the Bernard Hunter Crane Hire, and
So I guess you'd like to thank those guys for helping you get the equipment ready and get here to the track.
yes.
And talk us through the lap where you got the pole position. Did you decide to go out on your own, or were you trying to work in a pack?
I went out first out of everybody, and wanted people to come past so I could get some tow.
So you decided to actually lead and then wait for people to come past.
Well, not wait, but once the 200s come past to get a tow down the straight.
Do you enjoy actually being sort of in the slower class and trying to beat the 200s?
Yeah?
It's good fun when you beat them.
Yeah.
Where do you think? You think you can beat a lot of them today?
Most of them.
Most. I think that's a good effort. Well, congratulations. Well done for pole position. Good luck today. Well done. That is pole position, Ollie Paul in the 160s. I'm with Max Prentice, who's qualified pole position in the Junior Max class, but actually 3rd overall of all of the road taxes. So, well, Max, first of all, congratulations. Actually matching and beating some of the senior road tax guys. That's crazy.
It's amazing, yeah. It's a nice feeling just knowing that I'm up there with the seniors. It's nice, yeah.
Where's all this? Where's the pace come from? I mean, I know you really fast all season and you're always quick around this track, but that's particularly fast, isn't it? I bet you didn't expect to be beating some of the senior road tax guys.
Yeah, I did cadets here in 2016, came 2nd in the championship. So I think some of the pace come from there, just knowing the track and having a nice set of tyres on. The weather's helping too.
So what was the plan in qualifying there? Did you just try and go on your own? Were you looking for someone to work with out there?
I was just looking for a clear air to set my own fast times and try not to get held up. So yeah, it was good fun.
And how was the challenge racing within the senior road tax grid as well as your own grid as well? Is that going to be something that's difficult? Is it going to be good fun or is it a good challenge?
Yeah, I'm finding it a lot more fun having people just that I can have a proper race with. I'm really enjoying it.
Good stuff. And I guess off track, who is it you're working with? Is it just a family affair for yourself, or are you running with a team?
Yeah, it's just me and my dad. So I think we've both done pretty well to get this fast.
Good stuff. Well, I bet to him, he's been doing some good work for you as well.
Yeah, good mechanic.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations. Best of luck for the day. Well done. That's Max Prentice, pole position in Junior Road Tax. I'm with Harry Wilson, who's just qualified in pole position in the Junior Pro Kart class by 0.02 of a second from Aaron Alexander. Bet you didn't know it was that close.
No, I did not know it was that close. It was. I got really tight towards the end. I had to stick it behind Sandro, and I kind of nicked his toe off him. I think that's what gave him the edge in the end.
I was going to say, there's a lot of wind about at the moment, isn't there, this morning? I guess that was the plan going out, just pick up a toe towards the end and try and nail it.
I was going to try getting the toe off someone. Sandro had an incredible line out the corners, and I think he was a bit lighter than me, so I tucked it in behind him, followed him around.
I mean, how crucial is it to do that in this pro car class?
It can give you the edge on the competition during qualifying if you get the toe right.
I mean, that lap, did you know you thought you'd perhaps done it? Did it feel like a good lap?
I was concentrating too much on the corners. I couldn't think if it was a good lap in general, so I was just kind of racing every corner that I could.
Are you looking forward to the racing? It's going to be close, of course. Win last time out, so pressure's off going forward now for the rest of the season. Does that sort of, do you think that's going to give you a bit more of an edge? Are you a bit more relaxed?
I'm a little bit more relaxed now that I'm pole, but the races here has been incredible. Aaron and Mason kept it very close to me on the last one. That's been incredible driving today, I hope.
Good stuff. Well, congratulations and good luck.
Cheers, yeah.
Cheers. So I'm with Scott Lowther, who's just qualified in pole position in the two-stroke class in the Senior Max class. So, Scott, well,
that's a great way to start the day.
Very good, yeah. Over the moon with that, to be honest. It felt really good. The grip was good. I've had a few issues with like the bogging on the straight, but we've had a bit of a play around. There was some rubbish in the filter, and it's cleaned out, and there it was on form. Yeah, it was lovely.
So talk us through those issues you've been having. Is it sort of a common thing here at Teesside that's hard to get around?
Ever since I got the car, I've kind of had it on like every straight, but I've just kind of got on with it. Then today in the pit, a bloke was saying just check the filter on the carb, and I've changed. I've cleaned it, and it's just ran just spot on there. So
I guess it's a difficult circuit for Rotax, isn't it? Because of the fast hairpins, it's hard to keep the speed up out at the corners, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Because it's a fast track as well, you have to run like a smaller sprocket, so like acceleration's harder, it's slower. So yeah, it's the main thing is just trying to take the corners nice, just like carry your speed through, to be honest. So
how do you
good track. Sorry.
How do you get around that? Is it less input on the steering wheel through the fast corners, stuff like that?
Yeah, pretty much. So less input, trying to take a nice line where you're not losing just too much speed, you're not scrubbing just speed off, you're not sliding on the exit. It's just trying to keep it as smooth and as accurate as you can really on a full lap.
So I guess plan now, go out and keep this up and try and take the win.
Yeah, fingers crossed, go back, have a bit of a check over, and then yeah, go out and try and just stay in front.
Good stuff. Congratulations. Best of luck for today. Cheers. That's Scott Lau, the pole position in Senior Rotax. I'm with Connor Lucas, who's just qualified on pole position in the Senior Pro Kart class. Connor, over 2/10 clear as well in a grid of 34, which theoretically should be the closest class. So happy with that? You got to be happy.
Very happy with that, yeah.
Because I've talked us through the session as well. I saw you sort of got your own space, but had a target to aim for. Is that what you had planned going into the session?
Well, I went out with new tyres, unscrubbed, so I had to just get on it and make them work.
How long does it take in this class to get the tyres up to temperature? Because it can vary across different classes.
Maybe about 8 laps, so you've only got a few laps to get your hot lap in.
So what's the best way to get them up to speed quickly? You got to take an aggressive approach, or have you got to be patient?
Not too aggressive, but just make sure you work them.
And going into the racing today, you won last time, and it was great starts that you had in the heats and the final. So you think pole in this class in particular is a necessity to trying to get the win?
Yeah, because you get held up. If you're in second, you get held up over the first bump. Yeah.
Good stuff. And off track, I could see your dad ran up. So good team off track, getting the kart ready.
Yeah. Thanks to my dad, he's mint.
Yeah. Good stuff. Good luck today. Well done. That's Connor Lucas, pole position in Pro Karts. So I'm with Scott Lowther, who's just qualified in pole position in the 2-stroke class in the Senior Max class. So Scott, well, that's a great way to start the day.
Very good, yeah. Over the moon with that, to be honest. It felt really good. The grip was good. I've had a few issues with like the bogging on the straight, but we've had a bit of a play around. There was some rubbish in the filter, and it's cleaned out, and there it was on form. Yeah, it was lovely.
So talk us through those issues you've been having. Is it sort of a common thing here at Teesside that's hard to get around?
Ever since I got the car, I've kind of had it on like every straight, but I've just kind of got on with it. Then today in the pit, a bloke was saying just check the filter on the carb, and I've changed. I've cleaned it, and it's just ran just spot on there. So
I guess it's a difficult circuit for Rotax, isn't it? Because of the fast hairpins, it's hard to keep the speed up out at the corners, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Because it's a fast track as well, you have to run like a smaller sprocket, so like acceleration's harder, it's slower. So yeah, it's the main thing is just trying to take the corners nice, just like carry your speed through, to be honest. So
how do you
good track. Sorry.
How do you get around that? Is it less input on the steering wheel through the fast corners, stuff like that?
Yeah, pretty much. So less input, trying to take a nice line where you're not losing just too much speed, you're not scrubbing just speed off, you're not sliding on the exit. It's just trying to keep it as smooth and as accurate as you can really on a full lap.
So I guess plan now, go out and keep this up and try and take the win.
Yeah, fingers crossed, go back, have a bit of a check over, and then yeah, go out and try and just stay in front.
Good stuff. Congratulations. Best of luck for today. Cheers. That's Scott Lau, the pole position in Senior Rotax.
Welcome back to the live stream, everybody. We're here for the Teesside Sprint Series round number 2. You're back with myself, Chris McCarthy, and alongside me is David Sullivan. We've had the lunch break where we had the SG Petch race, but we are now back for the second round of the Sprint Series. And as ever, David, we're going to be getting kicked off with Bambinos. This will be heat number 3. So this morning, if you weren't able to join us, we had 2 heats for each class, and now we will do the third and final heat before going into the final itself. David.
Yeah, well, it looks like Thomas Potter will start on pole position for this one from Jake Richardson and Scarlett Dunn. Drivers obviously lining up now in the same order that they finished the previous race. So, and in terms of race, obviously we mentioned this morning, if you weren't with us, welcome. But it's one long race for the Bambinos. So they start off with the grid marshal, and they'll run all the way through to the checkered flag, and the fastest combined time there will take the win. So we do have Thomas Potter on pole from Jake Richardson and Scarlett Dunn. Riley Buckton-Young, Lewis Smith, Edward Haynes, who's having a difficult day so far with some engine troubles, and Felix Smedley, who had some problems with his engine in the last meet, so he'll go off from the back of the grid this time out. So we are underway. I think they get 7 minutes, I believe, for Bambinos rather than a certain number of laps. So these time-wise, these will be away. So that's the 9 of Riley Buckton-Young starting his attempt for a time here for the third heat of Bambino.
Yeah, well, in fact, I think it is. We're going to go 8 laps now anyway. It looks like we're going to change that going into the third heat. So 8 laps it is instead of timed, but it doesn't really change too much. Thomas Potter there is already away, and he's already coming up to the end of lap number 1. So his goal is essentially to not let anyone get any closer to him than they already are. If he extends the gap to the man behind him, Jacob Richardson, then he's essentially won the heat. That's kind of his goal. It's just down to who can bring gaps down. If people can bring drivers can bring gaps down to drivers ahead of them, and they'll be going up a position. But Smedley definitely the one to watch, because he took the win in the first heat. Second heat, he hit mechanical issues pretty much by the time he got towards turn number 2. So we didn't really get a chance to see him at full speed in that one. Although I think he did set the third fastest time overall. He's already up to 4th place in terms of where they are on circuit, so moving forward pretty well at the moment. I think Ed Haynes is past Lewis Smith as well, so that will be a change for position in the overall timed rankings as well. But we are currently following 2nd place Jacob Richardson.
Yeah, let's just follow Jake through a very smooth line. I think
there we go. We're back to just under 5 minutes.
Yeah, so back onto time rather than laps on the live stream here. Very smooth.
They just like to throw a few surprises in. So just happens. Sometimes.
Well, yeah, we thought it was fastest lap for first heat last time out, so we'll get on top of it.
Who are those 2
we'll
guys, and why do they not
sorted.
know what they're doing? Why have they been hired?
Was the comments that were coming up on the live screen.
Speaking of that, do send your comments in, and we'll get those read out, because we are also on. We also are around the PA system. Commentary is going around the paddock as well as over the live stream for you guys as well. Here's the number 7. This is Scarlett Dunn we are looking at now. As it's changing again. In terms of times and laps. We'll just ignore that and just keep going. Fastest lap at the moment is with Felix Smedley. So Felix Smedley, who's now up to 3rd place, past Scarlett Dunn. Felix in the number 19 at the moment, trying to chase down Thomas Potter.
Yeah, I think Felix obviously was mightily disappointed at the start of that second heat with when his kart stopped within a few corners. The head was on the steering wheel, but the team managed to get that sorted fairly quickly and get him back out for a few laps, make sure that engine was running reasonable.
That said, I think he had some trouble on the last lap, did Felix, because
he's back behind Scarlett Dunn, just in front of Riley Buckton Young now.
Yes, so I imagine he's had an off. He lost, let's see, what was his lap time? He lost 6 seconds. But I've got to say that I thought he would be a lot more than that. But he certainly had a bit of a bad lap. I think he's still suffering from whatever happened at the start of this lap, potentially, as he is being caught by Buckton Young at the moment. Jacob Richardson holds the fastest lap at the moment, and I think has gone past Thomas Potter as they go past where we are set up. Let's have a look and see if they are, because Jacob Richardson did just do a 101.6. In fact, he's not past Thomas Potter. I don't want to say yet, but
no, he's a lot closer than when they first started.
A lot closer than what he was.
I think the gap after lap 1, which is the earliest time we can really get an indication of track position, was 4 seconds. And even though it's not up on the screen in terms of time, I certainly think that he's a little bit closer than that at the moment.
Yes, that's certainly something that's happened there. Now, if you look to the lower half of the right of your screen, you'll see a track map. The yellow dot is the race leader, where they are on circuit. The silver is second, and the bronze is third. So if we are not looking at the leaders, you'll be able to see roughly where they are. This is Thomas Potter, who is not leading at the moment now because he is being caught by Jacob Richardson. So those positions have now changed, hence why the dots have changed colours towards the right of your screen. Jacob Richardson doing a great job.
Yeah, he's closed up quite a lot on Thomas Potter there, hasn't he, from the start of the race.
And there's been a change for 5th as well. Ed Haynes past Riley Buckton Young, having just done a personal best as well, a 106.730. I think we've seen pretty much improvements from everyone on their qualifying time.
Yeah, I certainly so.
Which
obviously
people might argue should be natural anyway, but I think bigger improvements than what would be a natural improvement.
Yeah, I mean, tough day in general, obviously, for Edward having problems, but now it's the case now with Jacob Richardson now closing right up on the back of Thomas Potter. We've got 40 seconds left of this Bambino session, so this will be their final lap round now, because their laps take longer than 40 seconds. So it's just a case now. Richardson knows that he's made up more of a gap, and it's just keeping it steady, keeping it smooth, which he has been all throughout the day so far. Stay on the back of Potter, and he'll take the win in this one. And first of all, they've got to negotiate the Lewis Smith as they come on the back straight, and that's given Richardson the opportunity to move past Potter. Richardson round the inside, Potter round the outside. Potter's going to go back down the inside now, and nobody's told these two it's time trial.
Yeah, great little race this, isn't it? Potter back down the inside. Can Richardson do the same? Well, of course, it's a down to time trial, which Richardson should win. But who's going to finish ahead on track? Richardson trying to get a good run out of the left-hander. I think he may draw alongside here. Potter just looking over his shoulder, but it will be Potter who will cross the line first. But the win will go to Jacob Richardson, the number 6, quickest around the 7 laps there. Sorry, and Richardson takes the victory in heat number 3. Fantastic stuff there from the number 6. Potter will finish second. Third will be Scarlett Dunn. At 4th place, a good recovery from the very back of the field from Felix Smedley, who does a 101.863. That's 2/10 off of the time that Jacob Richardson did. And then we have Edward Haynes, Riley Buckton Young, and Lewis Smith.
Yeah, well,
great stuff from Jacob Richardson.
Superb. Well, that's 3 Bambino races so far and 3 different winners with Smedley, Potter, and Richardson. So this one could be anybody's going into the final in just probably about an hour's time now.
Well, it seemed to be like 5 minutes last time.
It did, didn't it?
Yeah. So don't go anywhere basically, because we get through them pretty quickly and wave into the crowd. for Tom Spanner, well, actually, just signalling he'll be coming into the pits. So that's someone who was listening in the briefings. Jacob Richardson over the scales. You can just see the Bambino drivers, by the way, the youngest of our drivers, 6 to 8 years old. And Lewis Smith coming onto the scales. Here comes the number 7, Scarlett Dunn. And I don't think we've seen the likes of, I think there's still a couple more to come in. In fact, Felix Smedley now just coming onto the scales. Here he comes. Good performance, Felix Smedley. Now drives off, but I think we are almost ready to go. Junior Pro Kart will be next, and there's one more to come in.
Yeah,
Riley
two more Bambinos. And,
two more.
But they're just pulling inside the white line. Junior Pro Kart, they're out, and they'll be stopped towards the back end after the loop to get themselves through.
And that will be the third heat for Junior Pro Karts. So let's get through the grid for you. Aaron Alexander is going to be on pole position for this one from Harry Wilson. Kieran Lambert will be on row number 2 with Mason Barker. Then we have Jack Morris and Sandro Ballesteros. Jake Richardson and Callum Booth are row 4. Asher Blythe and Taylor Pryor, row 5. So the nerves that Ballesteros was referring to in the comments on the live stream have now disappeared. Christos Vazeos and Owen Spears are row 6. Brandon Jennings and Jacob O'Connor, row 7. And Ben Hogarth at the back of the field. Let's hope he can get round in one piece this time. Thoughts ahead of the race, David?
Well, it's going to take a lot, I think, so far to stop Alexander. He's been in formidable form today. He took the lead in that first heat, and then the same with the second. He's been superb so far today, and really taken the challenge to Harry Wilson, who won the final at the opening round here. A meeting in which Alexander had to battle through the field after a fairly poor qualifying session that day. He had to battle his way onto the podium at the end, but he's really shown today what he can do from the front. And for a driver in his first year out of cadets, he's in superb form so far today.
Well, Kay Kelly sending in messages there, I think, for Mason Barker. So cheering for Mason Barker, who starts on the outside of row 2. You might just be able to see him, the number 41, but to the left of your screen is Alexander. To the right, the number 43 is Wilson. Green flag goes up, and we're off away in racing, and it's a good start there from Alexander, who's going to lead them through the first corner. Wilson into second place, an aggressive start there, and I think that's Mason Barker, who's actually gone through into third place, only briefly though. Someone going straight back through the third. It could be Kieran Lambert, who's gone into third place. It's the number 24, Jack Morris.
Jack Morris is fourth, Lambert's third, Mason Barker back to fifth, so he's lost a place off the start.
Well, was that third place for Morris? I think it might have been. And no, you're right, yeah.
No, we've got a change for the lead though, as Wilson makes his move on Aaron Alexander. So Harry Wilson leads this the third heat for Junior Pro Kart. He's made a move there, and Alexander looking to reinsert his authority as he comes back down the inside. Wilson's going to squeeze it tight as they come round there. He has to clip the uncomfortable concrete on the inside, and it does look like Wilson's held on to that lead. So Wilson leads us round the first lap.
Yep, and it's Alexander second, Lambert third. Then we have Morris, Barker, Booth, Ballesteros, Richardson, Vazeos and Pryor as they make their way through the chicane for the second time, to the left-hander. And putting the pressure on here is Alexander, trying to get the run, gets a good slingshot out of the right-hand hairpin down the back straight, draws to the outside of Wilson, who's going to hold firm on the inside, but Alexander there must have been some contact. Wilson not happy as Alexander goes back into the race lead. Lambert's going to take advantage and go through into second place there. Goes around the outside of the left-hand hairpin to do it. So it's not going well for Wilson at the moment, who has dropped to third place, and he's got pressure as well from Jack Morris. Then we have Barker in fifth place. Booth is in sixth place. Ballesteros seventh. Richardson is eighth, and it's Vazeos and Pryor. Wilson trying to go back on the attack here. Oh, there was a little bit of contact there as he went through to second place, I don't think Lambert will be too pleased about that.
No, very forceful move by Wilson, but one that I think he thought he had to make because he could see that Alexander was starting to pull away with him having dropped back to third, and I think he wanted to get himself back up there as soon as possible. Lambert obviously taking full advantage of Alexander going down the inside of Wilson at the second part of the loop after Wilson had taken the inside line, gone defensive, forced Alexander around the outside. Alexander cut him back inside. Alexander taking a very, very tight line around that loop and dropping a wheel just off track a little bit there. Hopefully that won't cause him too much problems, but looks like Lambert's sticking to the back of Wilson as these three he looks to push him towards the back of Alexander.
Well, here we go. On screen, we're looking at Ballesteros versus Richardson at the moment. Ideally, they should just stay where they are and work together here because the leaders are the ones that are battling away. And if they work together, they will only extend the lead train, and they're about to do that on the next lap, I believe. There is the number 13, Callum Booth, trying to get a good run on Barker, but across the line one more time we go. 1 second it is that separate the top three, and in third place there is the number 14 of Kieran Lambert. That is Jack Morris trying to chase down the three leaders at the moment. So Jack Morris, a good start to the race for him. He's just got to try and ease the pressure from behind. As we saw a move, that was Booth going down the inside of Barker. Did he make the move? He wasn't quite able to get it, and I think the leaders were also exchanging places as well, where it was in fact the battle for second. Wilson to the inside here of Lambert, who had a go at trying to get through to second. Lambert's now going to try and go around the outside at the right-hand hairpin. They're going to be side by side coming onto the start-finish straight, but it looks as if Wilson's been given a push there from Jack Morris, who's going to try and go into third place side by side here with the number 14 of Lambert, and Morris is through. Good move that, Jack Morris up into third.
Yeah, I think Wilson was very defensive as Lambert comes back through down the inside and retakes third place. This pack now really backing up as Booth and Barker get themselves involved at the back. Barker down the inside of Booth on the back straight. Good run out of the corner. Looks to hold this one down into the bank at the bottom, and does.
Watch Ballesteros as well in the green livery there.
He's getting help round. Richardson looks to make a move down the inside. Booth up on the back of Barker there. That's dropped him a few places, but he's straight back into the action as he goes back down the inside of Richardson. He'll go side by side with Ballesteros as they come round over the line. But all of this is, 4 or 5 places back from Wilson taking a defensive line into the corner, Lambert getting held up and Morris going down the inside, which then got Barker, Ballesteros and Booth involved. And these three now, as Richardson looks to take a gap down the inside of Booth, which was firmly closed very quickly.
Yeah, well, it was a little bit of contact, wasn't it, there? So a little bit of racing that got a bit too close for comfort. Alexander, meanwhile, leads 2.3 seconds clear of Wilson. Then it is Lambert. Tell you what, Barker is getting closer and closer, isn't he? We've got Morris up there as well. Let's call them across the line for you. So Alexander comes across the line. It's Wilson, Lambert, then Morris, Barker, Ballesteros, Booth. And we have Richardson, Pryor, Vazeos. What is your top 10 at the moment? 3 laps remaining in this one. Alexander could have this one sewn up here. I say could from now on because last time I said that about a race, the lead changed on the last lap. We've got Aaron Alexander having just set a new fastest lap as well. So he's checked out front. But what about the battle for third place, which is the one we're looking at the moment? We've got Wilson in a lonely second, but this is the battle for third, fourth and fifth at the moment. This is your battle for fourth, we can see, between the number 24 of Morris and the number 41 of Barker.
Yeah, this battle's been going for a couple of laps now. It's settled down for a little bit after I think Booth went up and over the back of Wilson, of Barker into the second hairpin complex. It's settled down a little bit since, but Alexander still away out the front, setting fastest lap after fastest lap of 47.083. I'm not sure whether he's set his sights on dropping it into the 46s today, but that's a superb lap For somebody that seems to have a comfortable gap to second place, most people would just sit and manage the gap. He's pushing and pushing and pushing, and he's building that lead out now to 2.7 seconds.
I'm pretty sure he did this last time, didn't he, as well, Aaron Alexander?
There's his 46.9. He's dropped the first driver, I think, today who's in race situation. He's gone below 47. So superb lap by Alexander. Opens his lead out even further now, almost 3 seconds to Wilson in second.
And I think we saw Ballesteros trying to dive down the inside of Booth, having lost that place on the last lap. This is the last lap, in fact, though, and that is your leader, Aaron Alexander, leading by almost 3 seconds. Only a few corners to go. There's second place, Harry Wilson. That is the third place battle between Lambert and Morris, and that is a huge dive down the inside there from Booth to try and go past Barker. This is then Ballesteros and Richardson in the back of shot, but out front, Aaron Alexander takes the checkered flag and the race win. Harry Wilson finishes second, Kieran Lambert in third, Morris in fourth, then it is Barker in fifth, Booth in sixth, Ballesteros finishes seventh, Richardson, Pryor and Vazeos round out the top 10, and then we had Jennings, Spears, Blythe, Hogarth, better race for him that time, and Jacob O'Connor rounds out the field.
It was superb racing again in Junior Pro Kart. It was like this the last meeting. It was non-stop action from start to finish in this class. Even towards the front, the Morris camp seemed to be very happy on the live feed with fourth. Superb effort by Jack. He's always up there battling. He's always got some very, very quick lap times. If you know, Alexander obviously today dropping in some great lap times, but Morris, I think he's a very quick driver on the over one lap time.
I'd say if he was starting on the front row or on pole position, I wonder how different his race would be. It seems like he has the pace to win. Well, say in that one, maybe that one's the exception considering Aaron Alexander's pace, but he has the pace to at least challenge for second. But I think just starts a tiny bit too far back. And I mean, starting on the third, fourth row is too far back, isn't it, in Junior Pro Kart sometimes, considering how close it is.
It is. I mean, you saw that battle there between anywhere between.
Give us a wave, Sandro. Yes, there we go.
Between third and seventh.
What about Jake Richardson? He always does it.
I mean, any one of these drivers can finish third or seventh. That's how close they are in terms of ability. So they are.
Don't know what that was there on the scales. I think there's preempted things that are being done.
After I insulted you like earlier, saying that I'd rather be racing, I don't blame you at all.
No, there we go. That's your own fault. But let's get into the grid, shall we, for the next one?
Alexander Mallard, who made a lap move on Oliver Buckton, last lap move on Oliver Buckton last time to take the win. He'll start on pole with Buckton alongside. David Mack will be on the second row with Catherine Potter, who qualified in fourth, but then dropped back in the first heat and has made her way back up to the second row. Jared Fox-Whiteley alongside Bella Franklin, who's made steady progress through the field again today. Maximus Shields and Ollie Poole will be 7th and 8th. Harry Berryman 9th. 10th is Jacob Giblett-Lee in the number 28. Frankie Smedley alongside Gracie Mitchell, 11th and 12th. Reith Penniston, Oliver Meek. William Robinson will start 15th with Lizzie Mentier and Finlay Fishburne in 17th.
Well, lots of messages coming in for Jack there after that fourth place finish. Now I think there was one or two drivers perhaps late out of the pits or not in the correct order, but things are now being resolved. I think it was Maximus Shields that we were waiting for just for a couple of seconds there, but he's now back with us and on the grid. There you can see the grid forming up. The cadets not put so close together. Ollie Buckton, interesting pre-race warm-up tactic there. I don't know. I'm not too sure. I've not seen that one before, but if it gets him on the front row, then go ahead, I guess. Yeah, a bit of a shake of the hands. But it is cold out there, actually. That is one thing we have to say. Whilst we were in the lunch break, we did hear from the cameraman that it is very cold.
Not as warm as it looked as it looked or was this morning at the start of the race meeting when the sun was out. The The sun's hiding behind clouds as the green flag drops. Mallard looks to have held that lead as Buckton's follows him in. That's your front row have kept it 1 and 2 as they go through. Mack in third, Potter fourth, so that your first 2 rows are as is. And Mallard makes a clean break for it, and he takes that lead into the first lap, into the first complex of corners. And everybody is through safely in this final heat of the cadets before we regrid for the final. And it is Alexander Mallard in the lead from Oliver Buckton. David Mack, Catherine Potter in fourth. See who can pick up who's fifth on the screen. There's a bit of a gap. It does look like Fox Whiteley's held on to onto fifth so far, but we'll confirm it as they come over the line. But this front 4 look to have broken a little bit of a gap as Potter looks to hang on to the back of the front 3.
Well, I tell you, one to watch could be Harry Berryman, and I believe we've got support coming in for him online as well. He ran very well in one of the earlier heats, but started 9th this time. He's up to 7th. Here you can see David Mack in the 16, potentially. Oh, we've had the number 73 off. That's Frankie Smedley, but gets going again straight away. It was just a brief trip over the grass rather than a spin. Now, there we have David Mack in second in this queue, trying to make a move here on Ollie Buckton, which would be for second place. I wonder if actually David Mack is going to sit behind and wait for Ollie Buckton to make his move on Alexander's Mallard, because Buckton almost drawing alongside Mallard here. Mallard certainly didn't see he was to the outside as they come through now to start another lap. This is lap number 3. We go through the long right-hander, and Buckton in the number 66. Is he about to challenge for the race lead here, or is he about to lose second place from Mack? That is how close it is between the leaders at the moment. We can't discount Catherine Potter either. She is right there with the top 3 in 4th place as well. A little bit of a mistake from Catherine on that lap there, David, and it's just seen her drop away, hasn't it?
Yeah, just dropped away this front 3 now. Mallard looks to face forward, and he's going as it looks quite a wide line there by Buckton. Looked to have opened the door for Mack, who looks very racy on the back of Buckton there, very close. Potter once again, though, very quick through that second section of corners, is right back on this. There's, from what we've seen on the live stream so far, it seems that there's a favoured end of the track for Potter, and it does seem to be the bottom end. She seems to catch up, lose a little bit round this bottom corner here, and then through this bit and onto that back straight. So let's see if she can stick with them this time round.
Well, I was going to say, she may be losing time there, but she is fastest of anyone. She's just set the fastest lap as Catherine Potter, 50.215. So 4th place is the quickest on track at the moment. We've got a very, very interesting race developing here. And are we about to have our first challenge for the lead? Ollie Buckton looked like he was trying to set something up there. Or is this going to be one of those cadet races you see where they all follow each other around and then swap places right at the end? Not too sure Buckton wants to play it that way as he goes alongside Mallard once again at the very same place. Mallard just a little bit slow out of that hairpin at the moment, loses a little bit of place to the likes of Buckton, but that's perhaps due to the fact that he is covering off from any moves being made. Then we've got, if we go further back, we've got Fox Whiteley. Ollie Poole is leading the 160 class, in Harry Berryman. We've got Bella Franklin in that battle as well, with Maximus Shields and Giblet Lee rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Mallard seems to have just got a little bit of a gap there now, and this time it looks like certainly for the last couple of laps it does seem to be follow Alexander round as he's covering all bases so far. But there's he does seem to get a good run down the back straight, but then he's caught a lot round that bottom end. And Buckton's had a couple of chances now where granted he's been forced to try the hard move round the outside. Yeah. But he's still pushing, and Mallard certainly knows that he's there. Max on the back of that as well. A little bit of gap back to Potter, but I expect she'll have caught them up again by the bottom end of the circuit, which is clearly a strength.
Well, Alexander Mallard leading the way at the moment with plenty of support online as well. Thank you for all sending in your messages. Tanya Griffin supporting for Alexander Mallard on the live stream as well. Says, come on, Alec, we've also got Haley Frisbee as well saying, come on, Alexander's Mallard, number 99. Well, he is leading, but is he about to lose that lead? Ollie Buckton, this the closest he has been, and Ollie Buckton is through. So Buckton, as they go on to the penultimate lap, takes the lead of the race. Mallard fights back though, dives straight back down the inside, and in a corner where we've not seen much overtaking, if any, today, Mallard has gone back into the lead. So David Mack still there in third place. Catherine Potter yet again sets their fastest lap in fourth place. And Mallard, as quickly as he lost the lead, retakes it. What a move that was.
Superb move to get him back. I don't think this is finished by any stretches. I mean, Buckton had tried a few times to go round the outside in there, and he obviously got the drive, and it worked for him this time. As they come up onto a back marker this time, I think that's Finlay Fishburne. So
I think this is going to delay Mallard, isn't it? Mallard trying to go around the outside.
Pick aside, and it is round the outside. Mallard down the inside this time. So
yeah, well, Mallard's taken the right side that time. Buckton got round through safely. I think the one that got delayed was David Mack, actually. He went the wrong side there and is able to just about hold on to third. So good driving in the end from Mack to hold on to third place. Who is this? We've got we've got a spin. Berryman's gone round. So Berryman's day goes from bad to a little bit worse. Oh, and that's Catherine Potter. Catherine Potter tipped into a spin. Well, catching a back marker has caused all sorts of problems for the drivers out there. We are on the last lap. Mallard is leading the way just ahead of all of this. Coming round the last corner, I imagine. There he is, in fact. Alexander's Mallard is going to take the checkered flag, and with it, race victory in heat number 3. So Alexander's Mallard takes the win from Ollie Buckton, and David Mack, 1.5 seconds back, finishes in third place.
Yeah, Bella Franklin was the winner when it came to all of the shenanigans on the backstretch. She's moved up to fourth and finished there in front of Ollie Poole. It was Harry Berryman who was tipped into a spin at the first hairpin. So I think he's unfortunately well down the field now because of that, after running very well in the early few laps, making up some spaces. But another superb victory for Alexander's Mallard. Put under a lot of pressure during that from Buckton. It crossed the line with only 100th in front. That was it was tight, and I imagine that this will is only setting the scene for the final.
Good result for Ollie Poole there to get both class winning 160s and 5th place. So Bella Franklin was 4th, Jared Fox-Whiteley was 6th, and we had Shields, Potter. Shame for Catherine to have that spin right at the end there. Penniston and Mitchell. Then we had Giblett, Lee, Smedley, Meek, Robinson, Berryman. What a shame to see him in the tyres near the end of the race. And we had Mentia and Fishburne as well. Well, what a race that was. And that was heat 3 from the cadets for you. Next up is going to be our 2-stroke class. And then after that, we are going to go into the last of the heats with the senior pro karts coming out onto track. And then from there, it'll be the finals. So the big ones will follow after that. But the 2-strokes, as you would have seen at the back of the picture, are now making their way onto the track. So to talk you through the grid and the race start, I'll hand over to David Sullivan.
Yeah, well, it was it was a disappointing end for a few drivers in the second heat with contacts for Max Prentice and Andy Ambrose, and they will line up alongside each other this time out again. But it's Matthew McClure on pole position from Andrew Powell, Scott Lowther and Jude Colwell line up 3 and 4. Jay Smith, Ben Ficini 5 and 6. Prentice and Ambrose, we spoke about earlier, they'll be 7th and 8th, with Daniel Kell, who didn't finish last time out, and Alfie Lindsay, who lost a wheel. He's back in 10th. So there's a lot of drivers that are quick towards the back end that will be progressing through. So this could be the tightest 2-stroke race of the ones we've seen today.
And the last one went right down to the wire, didn't it, as well, as the field make their way up towards the line.
And there we go, green flag drops, no chicane for these, and they're away. Inside, slightly sideways there by the 7, that's McClure holding station. He's away. It looks like Lowther may have made a move down the inside of Powell. And we've got Daniel Kell stops on the outside of the first corner. Another retirement. I think this might be for Daniel this time. He did miss out on the on taking the checker in the last one as well, but it's McClure who leads around the bank at the bottom end of the circuit. Slightly wide there by Lowther, I think, and sideways by Lowther into the one as Powell looks to tag onto the back of that Jude Cole in the 77 on the back. And then we've got, let's see how Ambrose and Prentice, who were the top two last time out until contact was made, let's see how they progress through the field so far. That's Ambrose up to 4th, Prentice to 5th over the line. Lindsay from the back, he's up 3 places to 7th.
Oh, what a
There's
bit
a contact.
Yeah, Lowther trying to go down the inside of McClure. It didn't work by any means. Andy Ambrose has come from the very back to 3rd place already. We're only on lap number 2. Ambrose absolutely flying at the moment. He did tell us he was going to go out and win this one, so Andy Ambrose living up to that at the moment. Now, one thing we did hear is Scott Lowther has put on a different compound of tyre, because of course he did qualify pole, and then he hasn't since really reflected that pace. But
no, he dropped away in the second heat down to 5th, yeah. Then he ended up 3rd because of the contact between Prentice and Ambrose. And I think he's running. I think he's running the same tyre for this, and I think he'll put his. I
think he's going back to his best essentially. Just to, I think he didn't want to take too much out of those tyres on the second one. But there's Max Prentice. So it was a very eventful second heat, and it means we've got the likes of Ambrose coming from the back, Prentice as well, having to come through from the back. Also, we had Alfie Lindsay lose a wheel, and he's coming from the back of the field. He's up to 7th place. So we have a Minimax driver as well as senior Rotax, junior Rotax, and Rotax 177. So Matthew McClure is the only 177, and he's leading the way. So he's the heaviest of the drivers out there. Driver who drives for the RAF as well. And then we've got senior Rotax drivers 2nd and 3rd, and then we've got the first of our junior Max drivers in Max Prentice in 4th.
Yeah, it's McClure takes a very wide line around there. Prentice also looks to make a move on Ambrose. Those two are familiar with each other already today, so hopefully they'll stay away from each other as this. But we did say that we thought this one could be the most entertaining race so far. In the top 5, line astern, McClure in the heaviest car, holding station at the front, doing very well. But it's back in the pack up, and these 5 running through. Powell's obviously dropped behind Prentice from a couple of laps back, but different karts, different situations as to the strengths and weaknesses of each. Obviously, these those down the straight might not carry. Might carry a bit more power in for McClure, but his cornering will be hampered. He seems to run very wide round the loop as Prentice makes a move down the inside. Might not be enough though this time. Ambrose holds steady for the return hairpin. No change over the line as they come round this time, but it's tight so far.
No, that's an understatement, I think. Matthew McClure, if he can hold on to this, it would be a remarkable effort. He's got 5 more laps to do of it, though, and Lowther dives down the inside. And as I say, can McClure hold on? Lowther was listening, and he's gone down the inside into the lead. Ambrose has gone into 2nd place as well there in the number 3 car. Is that so? Looks like Ambrose is up to 2nd place, and then going into 3rd was almost Prentice. Right, so is this going to be Lowther on his way as McClure dives back down the inside there of Ambrose? That's going to slow him up on the exit, and McClure now dropping back down the field.
Yeah, he's dropped behind Prentice as well there. Prentice took full advantage of McClure's move down the inside of Ambrose. It didn't work. Opened the door for Prentice. He's up to 3rd now, and as they look to be catching a back marker into this into the complex, hopefully they'll all get round the corners and get past on the straight. But it's Scott Lowther now with 4 remaining, who's your leader by half a second from Andy Ambrose, who made a superb effort by Ambrose coming through the field so far. From 8th, Prentice has obviously followed him through. They were together on the same row. McClure now coming under pressure from Powell. Powell looking for to go around the outside. Don't think that's going to work round there with the speed of these karts. There's not enough time to get sideways out of the the loop. Lowther really holding on as there's a move down the inside there by Ambrose. Lowther's...
That's the 89, isn't it? That's the back marker, yeah.
Oh, it is. He's out of the way. I thought he was
Daniel Kell's just come back out the pits.
I thought that was a superb move. And
unfortunately for you, not. But yeah, Daniel Kell, that was the reason that happened, because he's just come out of the pits. Now, this is a particularly good job from Prentice. We've said this already today, but in case anyone is just joining us now for the first time today, Prentice is in a junior max. As you can see, red backgrounds, white numbers, with the blue backgrounds and white numbers. That is the senior Road Tax guys. McClure has the green backgrounds and white numbers, and then the mini max of Jay Smith, yellow backgrounds, black numbers. So that's how we tell those all apart. So we've got 4 different classes in one here. When you mix it all together, you get some pretty interesting situations.
You do when you've had a few retirements from the previous heat and everybody's bunched in together. But Prentice in the junior max there, he's set the fastest lap so far in this heat, and he's.
Well, I don't know what that was there from Ambrose. If that was a dive up the inside, or if it was defending, but it has just lost him. I think it was a move he was thinking about making, but never quite did, and it's lost him a little bit of time here to Lowther, who goes purple on that lap. Other than that, it's been very close. I think Ambrose just needs to settle where he is now and take this position and take it into the final. Likewise, Lowther, this is perfect for him, for his, not only him, but his confidence as well going into the final. And same thing for Prentice. Good points on the board to take into the final. Only a couple of corners to go now, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like Lowther out in front. He's going to, if he can negotiate this final corner, he's through. Hold it steady. Scott Stank looking to take the win for this one. Lowther's your winner as they come over the line from Ambrose and Prentice. Half a second splitting the 3 of them. McClure takes 4th from Powell, just over the line. Jude Cole and Alfie Lindsay 6th and 7th. But superb race at the front there. I mean, we were willing McClure to hold that in the 177 to start with. He'd done superb to hold.
Just when I said
to hold off.
Is he going to hold on? He loses it. But it was still a great race.
Yeah, superb race. Probably the best 2-stroke race so far that we've had here at Teesside over the 2 meetings. That was superb. And you can see on the screen, Lowther's your winner. Ambrose making up six places, starting 8th, finishing 2nd. Prentice, he started 7th, finished 3rd. Two standout drivers in that one. McClure, superb for the first half of the race, but as soon as somebody got down the inside, everybody else was through the door. Unfortunately, he's entered that one down in 4th, holding off Powell over the line.
Well, support coming in for Matt McClure. Dan Steele says, go on, Matt. You're certainly supporting him, and you can support him again in the final a little bit later. Right, back to the Weybridge camera. As Prentice. Nothing from him. Matt McClure looks pretty happy. What about Ambrose? Yeah, thumbs up. He's happy with that one. Interesting race for Powell. Yeah. There was one of our junior max drivers as well. Here's Alfie Lindsay. Comes across now. This is Smith in the mini max. Then we go to our last driver, Daniel Kell.
Yeah,
okay, let's get into the. Oh, is it?
The rain has started to come down here at Teesside as the senior pro karts go out. It won't matter so much with the senior pro kart in terms of setup because they don't run wet tyres anyway. Yep. It's slick tyres in all conditions. It helps keep the cost down, keeps the playing field level. So whilst other classes will be out there making a decision on whether to strap the wets on, the ladies and gentlemen of senior pro kart don't really have a choice.
They certainly don't now, even if they did anyway. But it's Lucas and Folkus, row 1. Truman, Reddish and Tate, row 2. Fallon and Scaife, row 3. White and Barker, row 4. Brooker and Dodson, row 5. We'll keep an eye on the. I'll probably actually get you to lean your hand out.
As soon as the rain came down, the sun came out, and then the sun disappeared, and it's grey again. It's
well, the rest of the grid, we've got Whitfield and Mitchell, Gardner and Richardson, Brown and Brewis, Faku and Davis, Jackman and Arnold. Then we've got behind that Dennis and Tate, Ketteringham and Black, Whitfield in low, Wood and Brown, Mitchell and Wilson, and then on row number 16 we've got Pembleton and Nick Smales. Nick who had a bit of a
he got caught up in the first lap melee last time out and ended up with his back bumper rubbing a lovely groove around his rear tyre, so that's why he was stopped on the back straight. That's that tyre might be back out later if it's raining. It's got a lovely groove around the middle of it.
You did have
the handout of the window test says it's currently dry.
Right.
So we'll keep tabs on that as the race goes on, and we'll watch how the drivers fare.
We'll do that. We'll try that a couple more times and see if there's any progress. But excellent weather update there from David Sullivan. Very accurate. Right, here we go. Lucas and Fulkus, row number 1. Last time round, Fulkus took the lead on the opening lap. Let's see if that repeats itself this time. Lucas, a little bit of a jump off the start there for Connor Lucas. Fulkus was not happy with that. I think Connor Lucas in his defence slowed down then just to try and level things out a little bit, but Connor Lucas leads the way. But he did get away a little bit too quickly for my liking.
Superb start by Ben Fallon's. We've got somebody off in the background.
Yeah, I think that small glitch of rain, the 97 goes flying over the grass. We've got the number 11.
That was the 81.
1181
at the back
gone.
going off.
But that's Paul Scaife, one of the drivers that's been caught up. Mark Tate, another one as well. And I think, was Ahmed Fakou, was he another one as well?
I think he was, but we do have Josh Fulkus in the lead at the moment. He's taken the lead from Connor Lucas, so he'll lead us round the first time out. Ben Fallon was the winner that time out. I think the second row tangled themselves up together, and Fallon didn't take much of an invite to get him down the inside. So that's Truman Reddish down a spot, I think, and Tate down a spot. The second row got tangled up there. Fallon down the inside as Lucas puts the pressure on again, looks to make the same move he did in the last heat.
There's yellow flags out there, so we can't go past there.
Fulkus defending well this time. He's going to force Lucas round the outside. That's your start line contact warning coming up. I think that was Reddish pushing Tate wide. Not sure on the 52 for Connor White. We haven't seen that one, but...
Well, there was an instant someone had spun round and... there's a chap in the
that looks like the nose cone of Ahmed Fakou in the white and purple livery. I think that could be him done for the heat. But
I think that's an early bath for him in heat 3, isn't it?
Fulkus this time holding off Lucas. Still, I think he had a lap in front of him last time. It's 2 laps this time. Fulkus holding the lead so far.
Yep, there's the top 2. Gap back to 3rd place, 1 second. And this is what Josh Fulkus needed to do last time. Just defend as much as possible. Do not give Lucas one opportunity to go through. And all you'll do is bring more and more people into the fight. When you do that, Lucas, there's a chance that he could drop back. I talk as if I've won championships here at Teesside. I've never even raced here before, but I do have someone next to me who has.
No, but I mean,
and what would you say?
There's been a common theme. There's been a common theme so far this season, and that's been that Lucas has got himself out in front and has just managed to control the race from there. This so far, other than the first lap last time, where he did have a fairly easy move, but there he goes down the inside of Fulkus. Fulkus back down the inside, and these will run side by side, head down for both of them. Lucas seems to have a little bit more pace down there, but Fulkus is not going to let this one go easily. Fulkus has got the inside line, and he's going to hold that round the bottom end of the circuit. Fulkus does indeed hold it, and Lucas falls back in behind, but goes back down the inside into the loop. And it's Connor Lucas now who takes the lead. He's stayed out wide there, and he's kept going wide. That's it. But Lucas leads for the first time in this heat. And it's going to be very difficult now for Fulkus to... he's got to stick with him for a lap or so and try and get an early move back on him, because we know how good Connor Lucas has been when he's been out in front so far.
Yep, Fulkus has got to try and do what he did last time and make a move straight away and keep the pressure on Connor Lucas, because you can see already Lucas has got 2 kart lengths, I'd say that is, between the pair of them, and that is just going to allow Lucas to break away. So Fulkus, this the most crucial part of the race now as we hit the halfway stage. Truman Reddish, though, the Truman Reddish Fallon Tate queue, despite the fact that Jake Brooker in that as well is the quickest in this race, they've not been able to do anything about closing the leaders down. And as we say that, Lucas now shows us why he is in the lead and has just put in a new fastest lap.
Yeah,
46.5 compared to Fulkus's 46.7. So good lap there from Lucas. But this really critical now for Fulkus. We see the field peeling through. We haven't been able to read out much of who is where. And I think we'll do that next time around because the two leaders seem to be a lot more settled now than they were when they got to this point.
Certainly, so I think we missed Truman Reddish making a move back into the top 3 on Fallon whilst we were watching that the first battle. But as they go over the line this time round, it will be Connor Lucas from Josh Fulkus, Brandon Truman Reddish, Ben Fallon, Scott Tate, Jake Brooker, Mark Mitchell up to 7th. He's made some great progress throughout the day. He was down at 20th at one point in one of the heats. 8th is Whitfield, 9th White, 10th James Arnold. He's progressed through the field very well as the day's progressed as well. As Fallon takes 3rd place back from Truman Reddish, who now has to defend his 4th place now from Tate, who makes a move down the inside with a little bit of contact. Tate is back down the inside and there is contact. And they're both wide. Jake Brooker, he goes down the inside, not happy at all. Tate there with Truman Reddish. But neither of them should be happy that they've lost a place. Brooker, once again, the recipient there of 2 free places, so to speak, as he was in one of the earlier heats.
Hopefully we can get another look at that. But that was, well, I can see exactly why Scott Tate there would be a little bit aggrieved with that, because that was far too aggressive with the defending there from Truman Reddish. And hopefully we will be able to pull up a replay in just a second for you. But it looks as if Brooker has been able to go back through. And here it is.
Brooker's
this was it. Oh, in fact, no, this is live, isn't it? Tate trying to go back down the inside there of Brooker as we are into the final 3 laps of this now. Mitchell, as you said, has probably been the biggest improver throughout the day. Then we've got White, Whitfield and Arnold.
Yeah, Mitchell's been superb. I think he was down in 20th for the first heat. He's now moved himself up to 7th, so he's obviously found the setup.
And here we go, David. So let's have a look.
Yeah, tight by Truman Reddish, and then they've...
I tell you what, though, in Truman Reddish, it is defence, although it, of course, was a bit of a bad defence. I just don't think he saw it. I think that was probably
no.
the case.
I think, to be honest, he went that tight into that corner that I don't think he thought anybody would make the move down the inside, and then next thing Tate appeared down the inside. They both they hooked up, both went a little bit wide. Brooker took full advantage, and these 3 now will run probably nose to tail now for 4th, 5th and 6th towards the end. It looks like Fallon's opened the gap out to them because of their contact. Fulkus is half a second back from Lucas, who's managing the gap again superbly with another. They identical times, those 2 last time out, with 46.640 for both of those, so there's no movement at the front. Brooker's opened out a little bit of a gap there now to these 2, but Tate seems to carry a little bit in there, and I think he'll be conscious that Brandon Truman Reddish is behind him and will be looking to make a move. And
well, whilst all that is going on, Connor Lucas out front. This is the closest it has been in terms of the lead, but once again, unbeaten all season, Connor Lucas takes yet another victory from Josh Fulkus. He lost the lead on more than one occasion that time around, but Connor Lucas, that's the closest Fulkus has been. Half a second at the line. Ben Fallon 3rd. Jake Brooker, a brilliant result from him in the clubman's class there to finish 4th. Truman Reddish 5th. Tate will be disappointed after that incident to be 6th. Then it was White, Mitchell, Whitfield and Arnold rounding out the top 10. Behind that we had Richardson, Gardner, and then we had Dennis, Ruiz, Black, Dodson, Barker, Brown, Davis, Mark Tate rounded out the top 20. just outside of the top 20. Then it was Rob Lowe, Nick Smales as well. As you can see there, James Arnold. We didn't notice that, but up 10 places there. So good stuff from him to have done that. Rob Lowe was 21st, Nick Smales 22nd, so he moved up quite a lot of positions. Then it was Adam Wood, Andrew Whitfield, Ross Jackman, Emma Brown. As you can see, the rest of the results coming up on screen. Nick Smales up 10 places, Martin Black up 9, James Dennis up 8. Some good improvements there, but Emma Brown will be 26th. And it was Pembleton, Mitchell, Wilson, and the non-finishers were Ketteringham, who was off at the start. Likewise, Scaife and Ahmed Fakou as well. So big losses, as you can see, for them. Down 25, Scaife, Fakou down 15 places. But that is the heats done and dusted, David. And next up, we will be going straight into the finals. No break. We go straight in.
Straight in. First final of the day. It'll run in the same order, so it'll be Bambinos back out again for their final. I'm not sure if that's over 7 minutes or it's a little bit longer. So we'll keep a tab on the times there for what Bambinos are running. But the senior pro karts, there's that many of them that they're still halfway down the pit entrance, getting them in and over the weighbridge. See a couple of drivers there will be very disappointed towards the end. Cian Kettering and Paul Scaife, drivers that, well, Paul Scaife, I think he was top 5 or 6, so I think they're only way in the top 20. The rest are going over. And,
yeah, I mean, some people want to know their weight just out of curiosity. That's just the 117.
Yeah.
But some people don't need to bother. I think that's Josh Mitchell there.
190.
Josh Mitchell, as we were actually talking about before the start of this race, got invited along yesterday to race in the Deaf Championship. Impaired hearing for Josh. So it's a group. I think you're probably aware of the group, the Deaf Championship. They have a team as well, which race in the British 24 and the Le Mans 24 hour as well. I think they put 8 teams into the British 24. Take 4 teams over to Le Mans. But it was great yesterday. We had around 30 drivers go out and do qualifying 3 heats and a final, and Josh was invited along to take part, and from there he's now joined the team. So that is great to see, and look forward to seeing Josh racing things like the British 24 and the Le Mans 24. I think we need another hand out of the window.
Well, the screen looks like there's a few spots coming down. The handout of the window test suggests that that's correct.
Oh, right, okay. But you sounded surprised, so it was, yeah. It's, well, okay.
It's be a challenge for
this is going to be a challenge for
Bambinos, which obviously they always run on a treaded tyre anyway.
Yeah.
The Le Conti Bambino tyre, I believe. So, but for some of these drivers, they might not have raced on or been out on a track that's either wet or slippy or indifferent. So we'll have to see how that one goes, and keep an eye on the weather, see if it gets any worse.
Yeah, we'll follow that throughout the remainder of the afternoon. We've got 5 races for you in the finals. Of course, we've got Bambinos, junior pro karts, then we've got cadets, 2 strokes, and then we end with the senior pro karts. So finals, that will be in terms of if you finish in the top 3, you're on the podium. So all the heats help determine the grid for the final, and then we do the final after that. Oh, have we got someone perhaps trying to deliver a message to us? So it just looks like we're holding the Bambinos in the pits at the moment. We'll be getting them out into track, I'm sure, very shortly.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think the weather can really make its mind up at the moment.
No,
David.
and I don't think there's anybody out on track being retrieved, so not 100% sure what the delay is on on the Bambinos out at the moment, but the sun's back out again, so this is could be a bit of everything, couldn't it, for the finals. I think a lot of people were worried that the weather forecast had given out rain from 4 o'clock, so
well, it might be a case of one or two drivers haven't yet appeared on the grid, and we're just running to make sure we're running to timetable, or just making sure we are running to schedule. Perhaps there is some things out on track that are just being sorted out. But, well, what are your thoughts going into the finals, David? It's been I think a great set of heats.
been some superb
Has
heats.
there been any drivers, talk across all classes, that have sort of stood out to you, or any races in particular?
Well, you've got to the drivers at the front really speak for themselves in terms of what they've done and what they've achieved. You know, Aaron Alexander's won 3 heats. Connor Lucas has won 3 heats. Mallard's put in a superb performance as well in the cadets. But it's the drivers that have come through the field that have either had a poor qualifying that have come through, or the ones that have had an early retirement and then had to come through and made up a lot of places. I mean, you look at Mark Mitchell's come through from 20th earlier in the meeting to finish 8th in the previous heat, in the last heat. Then you've got drivers like James Arnold in the last one. He made up 10 places. You know, these drivers that you don't always get the recognition because they're not running 1, 2, 3, and we don't always pick them up on camera. But you can see the sort of progression they've made throughout the day. You know, some drivers like between Jake Brooker and James Arnold, they've not raced here before. So you see how they've progressed throughout the day. Once they get off the track, practice, but until you get into a race situation where you can, you know all your overtaking places and where people are going to make moves on you. You know, once you've got that figured out, you start moving forward. I mean, you know, Jake got 4th in that one. You know, a little bit fortunate maybe that that Brandon Truman Reddish and Mark Tate got hooked up into that hairpin, but you take your chances when they come to you, and if somebody if that happens in front of you, you certainly you enjoy it.
I think that's certainly well said. It's great to obviously have you along. So you, of course, usually race here. You should be racing, is what the real answer is, but unfortunately not able to at this stage. But it's great to have you in with us to commentate the race meeting as someone races in the Pro Kart class. So here are our Bambinos. You probably know how it works by now if you've been watching all day. We'll line them up on the start-finish line. They'll be set off in intervals, and the person who essentially is quickest between starting the session and finishing the session will take the win. It's kind of all addressed as one lap, even though they tend to do about 7 laps. We essentially turn it into one big lap. So it's a system I'm actually a big fan of, mainly because of the whole consistency part. That's what it teaches you. If you make one mistake, then that is your chances of a win potentially over.
It's superb consistency, but not quite so easy for commentary because it's very difficult for it to keep track on who can do what. But yeah, consistency-wise, it's great, and I think that's what we picked up on in the last heat with the consistency of your pole sitter there, Jacob Richardson. Lap after lap was within 1 and 2 tenths of each other. There were, lines were consistent every lap, and that's really what Bambino karting is there for. It's there to get that level of consistency, get that confidence up before they move up into cadets. Because from what we've seen from today in cadet racing, it's incredibly competitive and incredibly close. And some of these drivers will be in their first few meetings. Some of these drivers will be there last year in Bambino before they move up to cadets. So when you say 6 to 8 years old, there is quite a development gap there between the two age group, between the age groups as they go through. But we don't really know the ages of some of these drivers, so it's good to see how they progress, and we can only see that from their lap times. So there we go, Jacobs Richardson on the pole. He's set off on his way. and they go off in intervals of a couple of seconds, so they'll be away. So it's Richardson, Potter, and then Scarlett Dunn. Felix Smedley goes off fourth, having had a couple of problems today, but has been the quickest overall in terms of one lap pace.
Yeah. Well,
with
you
the
say
IR
that. I
engine.
think Richardson has actually been quicker than him in the last two, but certainly in terms of the qualifying.
The first heat he was superb.
Absolutely smashed it in the first one.
Yeah.
And then it's been a recovery job ever since, really, hasn't it?
Yeah,
So
he had that problem with his engine, with it cutting on that first lap and getting him back out, and then I think it's been a bit intermittent for that since then.
Let's see how he goes in this one. Buckton Young 5th, Smith 6th, Haynes will be 7th. Some support coming in there, certainly for Jacob Richardson. That is Losgrogan. So come on, Jacob. Yep, well, let's see how he goes. He's on the screen at the moment for you. Is the number 6, and as you can see, time is ticking already. Less than 6 minutes to go now. 7 minutes it is they have to go out, and 7 minutes it is that they have to try and stay consistent for, and whoever is quickest at the end of those 7 minutes is going to be the one who takes the win. So it's a 7-minute time trial essentially.
Yeah, 7 minutes. It's about 7 laps, isn't it? They do about 1 minute 6, 1 minute 7. I think Frankie Smedley's Felix Smedley, so he's putting a quick lap there.
He's already gone into third
with
place.
With a 1:05.2. So by the time they could, I think it's 7 minutes, but it is ultimately about 7 laps because they get that extra lap in towards the end. So, but it's about remaining consistent. It's about not scrubbing off too much speed round the corners and keeping the momentum going.
Yeah, well, Felix Smedley has just gone up to third place. Something I saw out the window. That's Thomas Potter, though. He's in second place at the moment. So it's Richardson from Potter, and then it looks like Smedley has just gone up to third. Let's call him across the line. Yes, indeed he is, and there he is. So let's stay with him for a while. Felix Smedley leading us round through this long right-hander up into third place, now chasing down second. So Scarlett Dunn will drop to fourth place, and it will be Buckton Young, Smith and Edward Haynes. But in fact, Edward Haynes, I think, challenging to go past Lewis Smith. And in fact, Edward Haynes has not only gone past Lewis Smith, but past Buckton Young as well. So what has happened to Buckton Young? Riley has hit problems and has dropped all the way to the back of the field. But we are looking at Felix Smedley trying to close down Thomas Potter. Is he closing in on this lap? The gap was 2 seconds. At the start of this lap. That certainly isn't 2 seconds to me.
No, it looks a lot tighter, doesn't it? Could just sneak it in under a second here. So by the time they come round for the next lap, I think we could be on the back of Thomas Potter. But these two getting involved with each other only allows Jacob Richardson, who we haven't seen so far because he's out at the front, to just keep going round. On track, he's got a steady 7-second gap to Thomas Potter, and they certainly didn't set off at that sort of distance when they went off. So comfortable so far at the head of the field for Jacob Richardson, as we watch Felix Smedley try to catch up onto the back of Thomas Potter. It was only there was a 2-second lap difference last time out for Smedley onto the back, and he closed within half a second.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying. He's 9/10 quicker than Jacob Richardson. But Smedley has got to get past Potter. Potter, of course, had a brilliant start to the day as well. And seems to be upping his pace now. He's under some pressure, isn't he, Potter? As they come down the straight. Richardson, meanwhile, is across the line and has completed his 4th lap. And he is now over 8 seconds clear. Jacob Richardson, absolutely fantastic stuff. He's already got one hand on that trophy at this stage. If he can just stay on track now, as we come through the S's, and we can see Potter with not only Smedley behind, but I've got to say Scarlett Dunn now starting to put the pressure on as well. So Scarlett Dunn trying to recover. She wants to be on the podium today as well.
Yeah, Smedley's caught up to the back of Potter, but then hasn't been able to capitalise and get past. And it's brought Scarlett Dunn back into play. So these three now together, there's just under 2 minutes left now, so that'll be 2 minutes for the leader, Jacob Richardson, who won't be far from going over the start line in a moment. I think he'll pick that up as they come round with just under 2 minutes. So he'll have two laps left for Richardson as we watch Lewis Smith and Riley Buckton-Young.
Yeah, they're battling away.
Battling away with each other. But there is your on-track leader at the very least at the moment, Jacob Richardson in the number 6 cart.
Yep, making some grandparents very proud today with his performances. Is Jacob Richardson, as we're seeing on the comments, but he's almost 10 seconds clear now from the rest of the field. This will take a look further back down the field and at Riley Buckton-Young, who has gone past Lewis Smith. So this is your battle for 6th place, and Buckton-Young at the moment is just ahead of Smith. But considering how close they are, I wonder if Smith is actually going to be, Buckton-Young, sorry, is actually going to be ahead of Smith. Would have to try and open up a gap, I think. But now we look back at our leader once again, Richardson, who comes on to the final lap. Well, Jacob Richardson, he's done a very good job today, and even though it's been far from a one-man show. I mean, we've had the likes of Smedley at some points being the favourite for victory, and then we've had Potter as well being the favourite for victory at times. But out of all of that, it looks as if Jacob Richardson is going to be able to hold on to take victory here. And here he comes around the final few corners.
Yeah, it's been one win apiece so far for Richardson, Potter and Smedley. So it was always going to be a battle between them three for the final, and Richardson now just needs to keep his head as he catches up onto the back of the Buckton-Young and Lewis Smith battle.
But here it is.
To follow them three wide over the line, a superb display, and it's Richardson who's the first one over the line with a gap of 11 seconds on the last time out, possibly more this time, just under 10 seconds from Thomas Potter.
Well,
a superb effort from Richardson.
Yeah, I was going to say fantastic stuff there from Jacob Richardson, who takes the victory in the Bambino final. 2nd place, though, it got very close at the end between Thomas Potter and Felix Smedley. I'd say that's the 2nd place probably to Smedley, with Potter being the one that got set off ahead of Smedley. So Smedley, it should be, who takes 2nd, with Potter in 3rd. And I think, as you touched on there, that is an appropriate podium considering all three of them.
Those three have been superb.
Wins in the heats.
Not discounting Scarlett Dunn, who was still within a second of Smedley at the end there. It'd be interesting to know what the time difference was as they set off between Potter and Dunn, as they were 3 and 4 off the line, as to whether Scarlett's done enough to take that last podium spot from Thomas Potter. But
then it was, well, there's the full order. Then it was Edward Haynes, Riley Buckton-Young and Lewis Smith. And I think Richardson's going for a celebratory lap.
He did last time out when he won as well, didn't he?
Why not? Why not? Buckton-Young, he's just behind him. So perhaps was concentrate on where he was going that much. He didn't see the flag. There is Smedley. Podium for him today. Scarlett Dunn, best of the rest in terms of podium finishes. Fantastic stuff. Well, we say that, considering how close she was to 2nd and 3rd. We can't confirm that she's actually going to be 4th. She could be potentially have just sneaked on to the podium. Well, we've got the rest of the field currently just making their way down towards the scales. And there is Richardson. Very happy driver, I think, Jacob Richardson. So he should be. Fantastic win today. Over, well, just under 10 seconds clear at the flag. And you're going to see him come onto the scales very shortly. And there he is. There's your race winner for round number 2. And here comes, I think, Buckton-Young.
Buxton Young finishing down in 6th. And there comes Smith, who rounded out the field in 7th. Brilliant stuff from Bambinos, but as quick as they finished, they would. Now we move on to
No break in the action as the junior pro karts go out for their final. 42 there, Jacob O'Connor follows the field out onto the track. Your pole sitter for this one will be Aaron Alexander, who so far today is unbeaten with 3 heat wins, and will be looking to cement his position at the front in the final. Wilson, who's been the perennial bridesmaid today, having won the first meeting here, he's had 3 third places. He lines up alongside Alexander on the front row with Lambert and Morris on the second. Barker and Booth there, 5 and 6. Ballesteros, Richardson, that's 7 and 8. And Taylor Pryor, Asher Blythe round out the top 10. We've got Christos Vazeos alongside Owen Spears, there's 11th and 12th. Brandon Jennings 13th alongside Ben Hogarth 14th. Jacob O'Connor in the 42, who we saw a moment ago, he lines up 15th.
He does indeed. That is the grid. And let's get them on to the grid on track now. Here they come. So there you can see Alexander and Wilson getting ready to go. The drivers here starting a little bit lower down the field, just pulling their way up to the grid. In fact, that's the number 41, isn't it, coming up to the grid. So that's our 3rd row. But Aaron Alexander and Harry Wilson will be your front row. There's Sandra Ballesteros and Jake Richardson. As the grid now starts to make its way around. It's been very close racing in Junior Pro Kart, I have to say. This, although we've had, as you said, the likes of Aaron Alexander leading from the front throughout all of the heats, we've not had him walk away with it by any means. We've had different leaders and we've had some very close racing, and I think we're going to end the day hopefully with the best race of the day. Right, there is Alexander to the left of screen. To the right of screen is Wilson. Off we go, and head down already for Alexander as they go up towards turn number 1. Wilson tucks into 2nd place, but Alexander, what a start that is. He's already got 3 or 4 kart lengths between himself and Wilson, and he's trying to make a break for it early doors. We've got someone skipping across the grass there. I think that was the number 41, was it?
Yeah, Barker across the grass from a starting position of 5th. He's lost a few as he bounced across the grass there.
So a disappointing start for Mason Barker. There is Sandro Ballesteros trying to hold off Taylor Pryor as they come round the long right-hander. That's Richardson also making a move in the background. I'm not too sure who that was on though, but Richardson making a move.
Pryor with a little nudge there on Ballesteros, trying to send him wide. It didn't work, and he tucks in behind. But as they come over the line for the first time, it's Alexander from Wilson, Lambert and Morris. Booth up to 5th. Ballesteros 6th. Pryor up 2 places to 7th. Richardson 8th. Vazeos 9th. Blythe 10th. Barker dropped 6 places with his trip across the grass. He's down to 11th from Spears, Jennings, Hogarth and O'Connor.
So that's the field at the moment. Contact warning goes out to Taylor Pryor as further back is that going to be a challenge for 4th place. That's Booth, is it, going down the inside of Jack Morris and gets through. Morris is going to fight back on the exit. Callum Booth trying to shut the door, but it was too late. Morris had already gone through it, and Morris is back into 4th place where he started this lap from. Alexander out front leads the way by 7/10 of a second now, so the gap is going up. Lambert is 1 second off of Alexander in the lead. This is Jake Richardson that we briefly saw on screen there. There you can see the number 15, which is Asher Blythe, who actually lost the place that time to the recovering Mason Barker. Mason Barker, who's actually now up into 9th place as they come around the right-hand hairpin and onto the back straight. Mason Barker doing a good job to recover here, but he's still got a long way to go. We've got a long way to go in this race though. We've got 9 laps when they cross the line next time. I think that's a move being made there from the number 15. So that is Asher Blythe trying to make a move on, I think, Christos Vazeos.
Yeah, great move there from Blythe, but it looks like Vazeos has come back to retake that move. I think Blythe put his hand up, letting there was a little bit of contact, as there is there on screen, between Taylor Pryor and Jake Richardson. I think Blythe knew there was a bit of contact with his first move, put his hand up, relinquished the place, and live to fight another day and continue that battle.
Oh,
but
and a
someone is
spin.
round.
That's, I think that's Taylor Pryor who's actually gone round. Oh, it's Richardson.
Richardson's there. Richardson's there, and there's two.
Well, Richardson has spun round. I don't know if actually Taylor Pryor was one of the other drivers who went round. We've got assistance over to the two drivers just to check that they are all okay. And it seems as if the yellow flags are already about to come in. So
What we can still stationary, waved yellows into that complex, so there'll be no overtaking for any drivers into there. Both drivers are sat on the outside. Certainly one of them is Richardson. I'm not sure who the other one is. Hopefully
we'll see
if we can
chopping
pick
down
it
the
up.
order. It is Owen Spears, unfortunately.
We have a red flag in this Junior Pro Kart final.
Yep. Well, that's unfortunate. Red flag has come out. We are 4 laps in, and the red flag has come out. That's the first time I think we've seen it having to come out this season. So that's a shame. And I think it was, got to say, when Richardson initially spun round, he didn't look. He looked in a lot of discomfort, I have to say, and I think that is one of the reasons the red flag has been brought out there. There was assistance over to both drivers.
So it looks
so
like
there's a spin.
Looks like he might have spun on.
Let's see if we can get that up again. Actually,
looks like he spun on his own, and then it looks like Spears might have.
Well, we'll have another look at it. Let's get the guys to get the replay back up. And there it is. Well, he just goes round.
Yeah, he spun on his own, and then next thing you know, Spears has come into the front of him there, and that looks.
Yes,
Richardson doesn't look in a good way on that. So hopefully everybody can.
Well, there goes the
take good care of him. The ambulance is on its way out onto the track just to make sure that
so it was
Jake is okay.
So it was a head-on collision, wasn't it? Which, yeah, as you can say, it was a pretty nasty incident, unfortunately. But the medics are currently over and attending to both drivers involved. As for the rest, they'll form up as they were when they came across the line, I believe. We'll go for I think we'll go for a single file restart, but we'll have to get confirmation from race control as to what is going to happen.
Yeah,
all we can say for now is it was the race was going in a sort of it was going in a direction where the battle for the lead was non-existent, wasn't it? Alexander, Wilson, Lambert, top 3 split by 1.8 seconds. It was Morris, Booth was where the closest battle was for 4th place, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Morris, Booth, Ballesteros. Pryor got himself up there towards that with some overtaking manoeuvres towards that. So it does look like the drivers are all being collectively informed of how the restart's going to take place, because I'm not sure any of these drivers will have had to deal with a red flag restart. So it looks like they're all being informed by the start line marshals how they're going to proceed once racing is back underway.
Well, unfortunately, if you have just joined us here for the second round of the Teesside Sprint Series, we are currently in a red flag situation for the Junior Pro Kart final. We have just had the Bambino final, which was won by Jacob Richardson, and we were into our second final of the afternoon. After 4 laps, unfortunately, the red flag has come out, so Jake Richardson and Owen Spears can be attended to on circuit, having gone off between the 2 infield hairpins.
So, yeah, it looks like.
Well, I think we're going to see
drivers
pictures there. You can see
I think
there.
drivers.
You can see Richardson being taken away to the ambulance. So it looks like it's his foot, perhaps his ankle. That's,
Yeah, he looked to be in a fair amount of pain. I think his dad's just got himself over there as well to make sure that he's all right and to get that cart back into the.
But the positive thing is, at least he is
That
up.
he is up
It
and.
took some assistance, but at least he's over and now in the ambulance. So that is good work by the medical staff here at Teesside, and what that does mean is we can't be far away from getting this race back underway, and it's time now for the drivers now will have to try and get themselves back in the zone, so to speak.
Yeah, as unfortunate as a red flag situation is, there'll be people on the grid that will be thankful that some gaps have been closed up. Alexander will be the one who's the biggest loser in that, because he's on the he's had his gap wiped out for the for the restart. But the main thing that matters is that Jake's okay, and that
yes,
he was up, and even with a bit of assistance was able to make his way into the ambulance, and even though the cart's on the back of the trailer, that the front end of that doesn't look brilliant, but it doesn't really matter compared to the safety of a driver.
Yeah, I mean, as Owen Morris has just said, hope Jake and Owen are okay. If we hear any news, any news gets delivered to us after, between now and the end of the program, then we'll update you guys on the live stream and around the paddock as well. But let's talk through what the order was when we brought the race to a stop. It was Aaron Alexander, Harry Wilson, Kieran Lambert, Jack Morris and Callum Booth, the top 5. Then it was Sandro Ballesteros, Taylor Pryor, Mason Barker, Christos Vazeos, Asher Blythe, Brandon Jennings, Ben Hogarth and Jacob O'Connor. So 15 become 13. And Aaron Alexander jumps out to refire his engines. As you can see, both carts are cleared, and there goes Richardson in the ambulance. I'm not too sure if Owen was having to go in as well, but certainly we saw. Oh, we're just told now. So Owen Spears walked over to the ambulance. Jake Richardson was taken over with a bit of help. So both drivers are in the ambulance now, heading back off the circuit. Well, I don't know if they're going to actually. It looks like I think they're just trying to push the field back a little bit. I'm not too sure if there's some reshuffling that needs to go on.
I just think they're spacing them out a little bit so that it's not a nose-to-tail train through the chicane.
Yeah, so it looks like we might just get going straight away here. This is going to be. Green flag will just drop from the front and we'll be away. I think that's the case. I think looks like that's going to be the case to me. So Alexander at the front there, you can see trying to get himself focused and relaxed now. Wilson, Harry Wilson in the 43, all he'll be thinking about now is challenging for that lead as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to make a move quite early on Alexander, especially with a single file restart. There's not going to be the usual concertina effect for into the early corners. So I think normally, as soon as that we run on a certain amount of laps, I think we're going to have another 4 or 5 laps. So visors down again, and we're all away this time, and it is Alexander who leads the single file restart through the chicane, and it's a routine start there for Alexander from Wilson, Lambert, Morris, Booth, Ballesteros, Pryor, Barker, Blythe and Vazeos. But now this gives us a 7 laps for the end of the race of nose-to-tail racing that should hopefully be quite entertaining between now and 7 laps time.
Yep, Aaron Alexander, a good start for him. Good restart, shall I say. Wilson tucked in second place at the moment, so it is pretty much as you were. There you can see the 41 of Mason Barker, who didn't have a good start to the race, trying to make some places back. Asher Blythe is up to 9th past Christos Vazeos, but Vazeos takes that place right back. So a good move somewhere from Vazeos for that to happen. As we can see, second and third are closer than first and second at the moment. So Lambert, the one in the top three, that looks the next that could make a move here. Just putting the pressure on Wilson at the moment. Then we've got Morris and Booth rounding out the top five.
Yeah, Lambert, another driver who is in his first year of junior pro kart racing, as they all are in terms of, because it's a new class, but in terms of age-wise, he came up from cadets last year, having finished runner-up to Alexander in the championship here. So no surprise to see him at the front. It is Alexander who's half a second away in the lead from Harry Wilson so far. The only change on that first lap back out was Barker taking Pryor for 7th. So that's Barker up to 7th, Pryor down to 8th as they all run through the chicane. But it is Aaron Alexander now with that gap opening out at the front with 5 to go from Wilson and Lambert. Morris sticking onto the back of that group with Booth as well. A slight gap though back to Ballesteros, who's not managed to stick with the 13 of Booth, and it really is a 4-kart battle now for second that Wilson leads.
Yeah, well, I was going to say Mason Barker is up another position, by the way. He's gone up to 7th place past Taylor Pryor. So good progress this from Barker. There is the number 24 of Morris with Booth just in behind. So top 5, you can see all in one picture, covered by less than 2 seconds. That said though, second to 5th is a much closer gap. There's only 1 second between second to 5th at the moment. This is a battle further back between the likes of Christos Vazeos, Asher Blythe and Brandon Jennings. Looks as if Blythe is trying to get that 9th place back, having lost it a couple of laps ago. We're going to be going into the final 3 laps when Alexander crosses the line next time, and which he does now. So Aaron Alexander, 9th laps completed, 3 to go, and Harry Wilson has just set a new fastest lap. So this makes things very interesting indeed, because Harry Wilson, not only was he quickest, but he was 3/10 quicker than Aaron Alexander. Gap down to 7/10. Well, that's just made things very interesting. If that repeats itself next time round, we've got a race on.
If he keeps that on, he'll be right on his tail as it comes the final lap. I'm sure he'll be wanting that. Morris there, kart seems to understeer out a little bit on that loop, and he loses a bit on Lambert for 3rd. But Lambert in turn runs wide to try and maximise his exit and almost gets caught there by Morris on the way out. Booth right in behind Morris for 5th as there's 2 remaining, and the gap has widened again slightly slightly an extra 2 tenths on the gap. It's out to just under a second now for Alexander, who's responded to that much quicker lap previously by Wilson.
Yeah, he went and set a personal best that time, did Aaron Alexander, as we have Harry Wilson in 2nd place. There's a move. That is Christos Vazeos once again having to go back past Asher Blythe, and still trying to get involved in all of this is Brandon Jennings, as the leaders are about to come across the line to start the final lap of the race and the day for them. Of course, we've still got more races to come after this in the cadets, 2 strokes and the senior pro karts. This is our 2nd of 5 finals. New fastest lap though for Harry Wilson. That's a fantastic lap. He's brought the gap down to 7/10 of a second to Aaron Alexander, but I think it's all going to be too late. Look at this battle for 3rd. We've still got going on as well. Lambert under a lot of pressure from Morris and from Callum Booth as well. Are we going to see Jack Morris make an attempt in this final half a lap? They come up through the fast right-hander, and Morris, is he going to be able to dive down the inside into the right-hand hairpin? He isn't. It's covered off by Lambert. What about into the left-hander? Will we see a lunge up the inside? Yes, we do, but it's not successful. Out front, though, the win is going to go to Aaron Alexander, who crosses the line. Harry Wilson finishes in 2nd. There is 2nd place, Harry Wilson. Ahead of him, your race winner, Aaron Alexander. And Kieran Lambert rounds out the podium with Jack Morris 4th, Callum Booth in 5th, Sandro Ballesteros 6th. Then it was Mason Barker, Taylor Pryor, Asher Blythe, Christos Vazeos, Brandon Jennings, Ben Hogarth,
Jacob O'Connor.
Yeah, side by side there. There's your top two. Win for Alexander on the outside. Barker on the inside. Sorry, not Barker. Wilson on the inside as the all the drivers from the junior pro karts line up next to each other at the end. Battle towards the end there between Blythe and Vazeos. Vazeos, long time in front, did go in the way of Blythe, who managed to take that on the final lap in to take ninth. So your full junior pro kart results. Aaron Alexander is your winner from Harry Wilson. Kieran Lambert takes the final step on the podium from Jack Morris and Callum Booth. A great battle there for third, fourth and fifth. Sandro Ballesteros 6th, Mason Barker 7th, Taylor Pryor 8th, Asher Blythe 9th, Vazeos in 10th. Brandon Jennings is 11th from Ben Hogarth and Jacob O'Connor in 13th. Retirements for Jake Richardson and Owen Spears. Hopefully both of those drivers are okay, and we can get confirmation on, especially on Jake, who had that unfortunate trip to the ambulance. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, both did, didn't they, in the end? But good to see Harry Wilson giving a round of applause for Aaron Alexander as he came onto the scales to the camera. I think just appreciating that Aaron Alexander may have just been a little bit too hard to beat today. And when you are in that situation, it's good to... Oh, there had to be someone who dabbed, and it was Sandro Ballesteros who brings it out. Oh no, they're all doing it now. This is getting out of control. Turn the camera off. Thank you. The reason we did do that, on a more serious note though, David, is because we have cadets coming out, and I'm sure you're going to give us the grid.
Yeah, cadets rolling round now. They're halfway round, and it'll be Alexander Mallard on pole, who's had a superb day so far with a couple of wins to his name. Hopefully, I think he'll be looking to add another one. So Mallard with 2 wins and a second. He starts on pole from Buckton with 1 win and 2 seconds alongside him on the front row. Pole sitter from qualifying, David Max 3rd alongside Jared Fox Whiteley in 4th. Catherine Potter and Bella Franklin, Norgirl 3rd row 5 and 6. Ollie Paul and Maximus Shields 7th and 8th. Harry Berryman, who had a spin and dropped down the field in the third heat, he starts 9th alongside Gracie Mitchell in 10th. Then in 11th we've got Reese Penniston alongside Jacob Giblett-Lee. Frankie Smedley and Oliver Meek 13th, 14th in front of William Robinson, Lizzie Mentier and Finley Fishburne.
Well, that's your grid, and they're currently lining up, ready to get going. And you'll see at the front the number 66, Oliver Buckton there, just looking back to see how much longer he'll be waiting to get this one underway, eager to get started. Mallard, though, to the left of picture in the all-red bodywork. He is hoping for a good start here to hold on. Right, here we go for the last time in the cadets. We are going to go racing. It's time for the final. Mallard is the number 99 on pole position, and alongside him Buckton in the 66, and off we go. Mallard jumping in the seat there, is coming across to try and cover off Buckton. Buckton has to tuck into second place, so a good start from Mallard as they sweep their way through the right-hander. Nice and clean start at the front. Let's hope the situation is the same at the back. It's David Mack in 3rd place. Jared Fox Whiteley is in 4th place as they come to the first of the 2 infield hairpins. Looks like Fox Whiteley's under pressure from, I think it's Catherine Potter, as they go down towards the far end of the circuit. Mallard just going slightly defensive there, David, to cover off a chance of even a look up the inside from Buckton.
Doesn't want to give that first place up early and then have to battle back through. So defensive first lap by Mallard, but he's going to be your leader as they come round to end this first lap. And the top 3 look to have broken away in a little bit already. So you've got Mallard, Buckton and Meek. They're your and Max, sorry, they're your top 3. Fox Whiteley under a lot of pressure from Potter for 4th and 5th. Berryman already making a move on pole. He's up to 6th from 7th. With Bella Franklin, Maximus Shields, Reese Penniston moving into the top 10 of the expensive Gracie Mitchell. Jacob Giblett-Lee, William Robinson makes up 3 places on the opening lap to push down Frankie Smedley, Lizzie Mentier and Oliver Meek for 16th, with Finley Fishburne 17th. But it's a superb start really for the opening couple of laps for Mallard. He's holding it tight at the front, and he's going to make it very difficult, I think, for Buckton and Mack to come past him. I think Buckton might have to go round the outside again like he did last time as he tries here inside on the way, but it's the outside when you come to the bus stop chicane section there, and it is Mallard who holds firm. And I think that's good. That's where Buckton's strong coming out of that last complex, but Mallard's going to make him go round the outside there and make him work for first.
I fear for the three leaders that the train is going to only get bigger, because Fox, Whiteley and Potter are closing in, and quickest on track is the driver actually in 6th place, chasing those two down, Harry Berryman. So Harry Berryman, who's had an up and down day, is it all going to come good for him here in the final, I wonder? There he is in the number 2, third in this queue. And is he about to make a move here on Potter? Potter leaves the door open, in fact, Potter running a little bit wide there, but Berryman not quite able to get the run that time as the three lead. In fact, yes, Berryman did in the back of Shot. He is up to 5th place. Here come the three leaders then. Through the first few corners, it's still Mallard, Buckton and Mack, your top three. Then we have Fox, Whiteley, Berryman, Potter. Looks like the fastest lap once again for Harry Berryman. He's absolutely flying out there. This lap number 4 now.
Trying to get on the back of Jared Fox Whiteley, who, and there he goes, tries to make a move down the inside of Fox Whiteley into that bottom complex. Fox Whiteley very wide, and it is Berryman who takes 4th place from him. Potter's going to look to try and get a move back on there. I mean, Fox Whiteley in general has gone under the radar quite a lot today, and then he's turned up on the back of the front trio. He's been consistent, kept himself out of trouble. Finds himself in the front pack and doing very well there on the back of Berryman. But Berryman is on a charge through the field, having started probably lower than he'd have expected, having had that spin in the 3rd heat. So he's charging through, and it's fastest lap after fastest lap so far for Berryman.
Unsurprisingly, Harry Berryman is the fastest driver out there. There goes Catherine Potter past Jared Fox Whiteley, but it is Harry Berryman quickest at the moment. The gap to the leaders is less than a second for him as well, so he is absolutely flying. We've also got then in behind, I think we've got Bella Franklin and Ollie Poole, Maximus Shields, Reese Peniston. They are all closing in on the group ahead, but we're side by side for the lead through the chicane, and Buckton was alongside for a long time of Mallard there, but the closer they got to the chicane, it was who was going to bite first, and Buckton in the end sensibly backing out of risking any silly moves at this stage. Mack, David, waiting patiently in 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, I think he can sense that the front two are going to start battling it out for the lead within a couple of laps as we come down to 5 to go. But it is still Mallard from Buckton, from David Mack. Harry Berryman, who seems to have a lot of support coming in via the social media channels, people willing him to get onto the back of this front three and make it a 4-horse race for the lead. And I think the gap does look like it's closing slightly on a few previous laps, but it has extended a little bit more now to 1.3.
Well, I was going to say, now he has the assistance of Catherine Potter, though, who's quickest on track. Not for the first time today. We've said that quite a few times today. And 4 laps, a lot can happen in that time, can't it? You know, once the 3 drivers start battling, it takes the matter of a few corners for a 1-second gap to close down. So,
yeah, very much. I mean, Catherine Potter's she's set a few fastest laps during races today, and then all of a sudden there'll be a spin that's been involved in, and that does unfortunately count against her in races that are only 8 or 9 laps. If you get involved in a spin or anything like that, your race is done. But speed-wise, you can't deny that she's got the pace to be running at the front.
And the gap, I tell you what, Harry Berryman has just set a new personal best. Has brought the gap down to the 3 leaders ever so slightly, but the problem for Berryman is that the 3 leaders are not battling, and they don't look like they're going to be battling any time on this lap. As I say that, Buckton getting closer to Mallard. Right, could this be race on as we approach the final 2 laps of the race? Buckton through the right-hander. Looks like he's about to line up a move here into the 2 hairpins. He had the space to potentially go for a move, but he's going to go for a slingshot instead. Mallard defending. Mack right there with them as well. And here he goes. This is his typical approach, isn't it,
It is
David?
round the outside, but they're slowing each other up, and it's bringing Berryman and Potter back into it. They're back to within, probably the gap's halved now from what it was the previous lap. Potter with another fastest lap on that one, and it was just, and Berryman just a little bit slower. So they're dragging themselves onto the back of this battle just as it's starting to get interesting with 1.5 laps left. It's Mallard from Buckton, Mack, Berryman, Potter. That's your top 5. This will be your battle for the win here. Buckton looking to put a move, but Mallard so far today been very defensive, but not now as Buckton goes for the inside. 1 lap left, Buckton down the inside, holds it tight, doesn't let Mallard come back on him. It's going to be Mallard's turn to go round the outside this time. He's going to cut him tightly over the bumpy bit for Buckton. They'll go side by side into the chicane, and Mallard holds it.
Well, Mallard leading the way going on to the final lap, but only just. He momentarily lost that lead, but was that move to get back into the lead enough for him to take the race win here? Buckton will hope that's not the case. We're catching a back marker. This could really hinder Mallard. In fact, it might do the same for Buckton. Buckton now trying to close in. I think that could be race over potentially. Mallard just needs to keep it on the black stuff now, and he should be okay. But what about behind? I think Berryman trying to go for a move for 3rd place on Mack. Those two battling away just out of shot, but out front it is going to be the number 99, Alexander's Mallard, down the start finish straight, takes the race victory in the cadets. 2nd place is going to go to Ollie Buckton, and 3rd place to David Mack. Fantastic clean racing from the cadets there. What a fantastic show they've put on.
Yeah, arm in the air from Mallard.
Here.
He's very happy with that. Thumbs up all round from all the drivers. They know how hard they've worked. Mallard really did have to work for that one under pressure through pretty much the whole race from Buckton. I think Buckton took his time with it, held firm. I think Mallard knew that there was a challenge coming, and when it did come, he did just enough. Held firm round the outside, which kept himself back on the inside. Well, round the outside for the into the chicane at the end of the start of the final lap. It was really, really tight there, but he held firm, which he's proved in the past that he will hold his position if he's put somewhere, Mallard, and I think he's taken a deserved win today in the final for the cadets.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. There is the order. It's Mallard, Buckton, Mack, Berryman. A lot of support coming in, including from Auntie Kay as well. It's Harry's mum also sending in some messages. All of them very, very proud of Harry Berryman today, and so they should be. Up 5 places in the final there. Then we had Potter rounding out the top 5, Fox Whiteley, Paul, Franklin, Mitchell, Shields rounding up the top 10, and it was Peniston behind that. Giblett Lee 12th, Smedley was 13th, Robinson 14th. Then we had Mentier, Meek and Fishburn. Ollie Poole winning the 160 class, so congratulations to Ollie Poole for taking the win in that class and finishing 7th overall as well. Well done. I think we've got also support coming in for the drivers as they come in there. Lots of encouragement, which is great to see, and cadets have arguably been one of the best classes to watch today. It's been fantastic stuff. We say that, but we haven't yet seen the rest of the classes in their final.
No, but I mean, superb racing drivers that are aged between 8 and 11 years old, driving with such maturity in that final. There was a lot going on, a lot of moves being made inside, outside. I think when you watch them and you see them, and you know they've got the helmet on, you do forget that some of these drivers are 8 years old, and you know they're going wheel to wheel with other drivers, and it's superb to watch.
At fast speeds. So, well, it looks like they're going to be getting ready to go for the, I think it's the 2 strokes are coming out on track now, and they are. Let's get through the grid very quickly because it's not going to be long before we're starting this race. So it's going to be Scott Lowther from Andrew Powell, Andy Ambrose and Matthew McClure, row 2, Max Prentice and Jude Cole, row 3. Then it's Jay Smith and Alfie Lindsay, Daniel Kell and Ben Fachini round out the grid. These guys, well, we go straight through the chicane. So it's a rolling start, and it is a very fast start as well. But we've got a mixture of classes. We've got the senior road tax class, the blue backgrounds and white numbers. And you can see the number 33 there with the red backgrounds. That is Junior Max. And the green backgrounds to the on the second row to the right there, Matthew McClure. That is road tax 177. And the yellow background, that is Mini Max. Up to the line we come, though. It's Lowther who leads us down towards turn number 1 for the first time. And a good start as Matthew McClure goes straight into second place. Andrew Powell, unfortunately, not getting a good start. Ambrose is then in 4th place. 5th place is Prentice as they come through up to the hairpins for the first time. Now, Lowther, his performance in qualifying, if he can replicate that here, he's going to be very, very hard to beat. So McClure will be trying to get past early on if he can, and then just defend when required. That will, I'm sure, be his plan. But Scott Lowther, David, is not a difficult. I was going to say
he is a difficult
he
guy
is
to overtake.
He is a difficult
very
person
difficult
to overtake. Oh, he
yeah,
won't like me saying that. I'm sorry, Scott, but I honestly meant it the other way. As we have seen a change to third as well. Ambrose up to third.
Yeah, Ambrose making his way through. Obviously had a retirement in one of the heats, which has pushed him down the grid a little bit for the final. But Scott Lowther started taking full advantage of his pole position with Matthew McClure from third, following him through down the inside of Andrew Powell, who's now been pushed. He's been pushed down to 4th in the end. But now I think Prentice might have just made a move on him as well. So that's Prentice up to 4th, Powell down to 5th. Prentice in the junior max making steady progress up through the field. He also had a retirement. Remember in one of the heats where he made contact with Ambrose and lost his rear bumper and had to come in with a mechanical, which you can't race without your bumper. But it is Lowther in the lead at the moment from McClure, and he's now coming under a lot of pressure from Andy Ambrose for that second place, which will allow Lowther to open up a gap and pull out at the front.
Ambrose actually quickest on track here, David. He's just set a new fastest lap, and he will be, hopefully, for him, looking to make a move, and there he goes down the inside of McClure. There was a little bit of a contact as the move was made, and McClure showing him to the edge of the track afterwards. McClure saying, think about it. But Ambrose just trying to throw one up the inside and get on with things, and all it's done, unfortunately for him on this occasion, is set him backwards because Prentice has now gone into second. But I think a bit of reactive driving there from McClure in his aggression to retake that place.
Yeah, I think so. Well, there was a quick tap of the helmet to say give it some thought next time. But there's Ambrose down the inside of McClure, and he's made it stick this time without any no return on this one. That is Ambrose.
Yeah, I think McClure won't fight too hard this time. It's, you know what, let's just let him go. He's the quicker driver at the moment. Let's see if he can do any favours for me. So Ambrose released. McClure's problems though won't end there because now he's got Powell to deal with.
Yeah, Powell, who I think started front row and has dropped a few places, will be looking to get himself back up on that. But Lowther is looks like he's being reined in, I believe, by Prentice as they come round that bottom end.
He is
so
indeed,
Prentice right on the back of Lowther, who a couple of laps ago, well, one lap ago was over half a second up. Now has Max Prentice right behind him. And he does pull away a little bit on the straight, but Prentice in the tight corners catches him right up.
I'll tell you what,
I think Lowther's he's not got too much grip on the back end coming around that tight corner. He's got a little bit of back end coming out.
And there he goes. He's dived to the inside. I'm not too sure if there was actually a bit of contact there between the pair. Well, if there was, then Lowther's come away the better of the two. But Prentice, although Prentice is leading the junior class, by the way, junior max class, quite comfortably, the battle for second
is very, very close indeed. Hopefully we get a look at the battle for second at some stage, because Jude Cole in the 77 and Alfie Lindsay in the 86 are battling away for second place in Junior Max a little bit further down, and they have been pretty much right together from the off, with Alfie Lindsay just setting a personal best to make things even closer. And here they are, you'll see him coming through shot now. They just were in the background there, so we'll keep an eye on that as the race develops, but we have got this battle for second going on here, David.
Yeah,
Prentice trying to line, battle for second, battle for the lead, so we must stay with this. But here comes Prentice now trying to dive down the inside of Lowther.
Looked like he might have
Don't know if there was contact
just
there.
about got there, but I don't know if he got there towards the end. He didn't, as Lowther holds firm in first from Prentice, but this is just going to get Ambrose back into it.
This is Jude Cole versus Alfie Lindsay.
This is Jude Cole and Alfie Lindsay. Alfie now with all four wheels attached back to that cart after losing after some stud failures in the hub earlier on.
Yeah, his dad pretty much put his hands up for that one, didn't he? Said, yep, that was my fault, sorry about that. But I tell you what, since we turned our attention away from the lead battle, Andy Ambrose has caught right up to the top two. So we have a three-way fight for the lead, and it is getting very, very close out front, although this is the battle for second in Junior Max, and Jude Cole just holding off Alfie Lindsay. Who's that stopped? That's Jay Smith, I think. 3 leaders across the line, and it's getting even closer now between Lowther, Prentice and Ambrose. This is the battle for fourth between McClure and Powell.
Yeah, I think it was either Smith or Ficini who was off with the yellow flag up that end, and Ficini's showing on as 1 lap down, so I think it might be the end of the day's racing for Ben, as he's stopped on the inside with the yellow flags out. But with 4 laps left now, as they come up to the area where the waved yellows are, so there'll be no overtaking. Prentice will have to use this one to line it up for the run out. We remain seeing whether that yellow stays out there for the remaining 4 laps, because it's a prime overtaking spot to cut back in there, and it'll be an opportunity missed for Prentice to get onto the back of Lowther if the yellow stays out, and to try and get past him. But this battle has been going pretty much since the 3rd or 4th lap now. 2 different carts, 2 different drivers. Prentice in the junior who tends to corner a lot better than Lowther in the senior, but then Lowther a little bit more on the straight. Who's still there? I mean, I think that the yellow's just come in there. The cart moves safely out of the way, so the whole track is open and green for everybody to make moves, with 2 laps left as the junior and senior 2-stroke final.
Yeah, well, they're all into one. We'll just call it the 2-stroke final, I guess, as coming across the line. It will be a class win for Prentice, but he wants to take that overall victory, doesn't he? As they come round the right-hand hairpin onto the back straight. Different approaches being taken through there. Prentice got to take a bit of a wider line, I think, because he's only going to lack speed coming off that hairpin in comparison to the senior drivers. Ambrose yet to really dip his hand into this properly. He's sort of been, threatening to make a big attack, hasn't he, on this battle? But he hasn't yet done that at the moment. But 1 lap to go, and if he's going to do something, either Prentice or Ambrose, this is their chance to do it, David, as we go on to the final lap of the 2-stroke final.
We do final laps, so Lowther lead so far from Prentice and Ambrose, top 3, McClure 4th from Cole, Lindsay, Powell, Jay Smith, who's made a move on the last lap to take 8th from Daniel Kell, who runs 9th. Ben Ficini, unfortunately, is out of the race so far, but as they come round the final corner, Prentice, as they come up on a back marker of Kell, Prentice, Lowther goes tight to cut off any opportunity for Prentice to make a move. Very aware that he's going to get a good run, but it's Scott Lowther, straight run to the finish line. Lowther takes the victory. Arm in the air from Prentice and Andy Ambrose. There's your top 3 covered by under a second at the end. Superb racing from the 2-stroke drivers. McClure takes 4th. Cole stays 5th, just over the line from Lindsay. They had a superb battle that 7/10 on the screen doesn't really do it justice. They were battling throughout the whole race. Andrew Powell dropped down from a front row start to finish 7th. from Jay Smith, Daniel Kell, and the retiring Ben Ficini.
Yeah, fantastic drive in that from Scott Lowther to take victory. He pretty much waited, didn't show his hand throughout the whole day after qualifying pole, but when he needed to and when it counted, Scott Lowther produced the goods, and he goes on to take the win in the two-stroke final. Prentice, class win for him, as well as second overall. Ambrose third, McClure fourth, Cole fifth, Lindsay sixth, Powell in seventh, Smith in eighth, Kellen ninth. As you said, Ficini, I think he was the driver we saw pulled off on the inside of the left-hand hairpin. So
yeah, unfortunate end of the day for Ben.
But there is Lowther. Congratulations received for him. Here is Max Prentice. Then we have now coming in.
Yeah, I think that was Max just confirming that he needs to come in at junior weight, not senior weight.
Right.
Because he's coming second in the middle of everybody. I think he's just confirming to the marshal what he that he is in fact at the correct weight and not a couple of kilos under senior.
Here's Jude. Cole and Jude is off. There is Daniel Kell and Alfie Lindsay. I don't think doesn't look too pleased, but don't think he should be. It's only his second ever race. Alfie Lindsay already on the getting podiums in junior Rotax, battling away for second. So that's our Minimax driver, Jay Smith. That's I think clearly demonstrated by stature and. You can see not quite as
there's a big size difference of people going over that weighbridge.
Not quite as big as Matthew McClure from the RAF.
No,
here we go for the last race.
One day maybe. So.
Yeah, one day. But David, talk us through the good thing. We're going to go to our final race of round number 2. It's been a great day so far, and this is going to be a great way to end. It's the Pro Kart final, and it's a big one. If you've not watched any of the racing today, then this, our biggest grid.
Yeah, biggest grid, 32 I think they were now running on this. I think 33 started the day, but Connor Lucas has been in supreme form once again. Three wins in the heats to add on to his 3 wins in the previous round and the final victory. So he's 7 races unbeaten so far and had 2 pole positions onto that. Josh Folkus lines up alongside him on the front row. Brandon Truman Reddish has been there and thereabouts all day alongside Ben Fallon, 3rd and 4th. Scott Tate and Connor White is your 3rd row, with Jake Brooker and Michael Whitfield 7th and 8th. Jensen Barker 9th, Toby Dodson in 10th is your 5th row. Then you'll get Danielle Gardner in 11th alongside Mark Mitchell. Paul Scaife alongside Nigel Richardson 13th, 14th. James Arnold, who made some great progress in the last heat, he's 15th alongside James Dennis. David Brewis and Martin Black 17th, 18th, with Mark Tate and David Brown in 19th and 20th. Sean Davis is 21st. Cian Ketteringham, who's had a tough day so far, in 22nd. Ahmed Fakou is alongside Ross Jackman in 23rd and 24th. Nick Smales is 25th. Andrew Whitfield 26th. Rob Lowe 27th alongside Andrew Wood in 28th. Emma Brown 29th alongside Josh Mitchell in 30th. And then your final row for today's senior Pro Kart final is David Wilson and Chris Pembleton. Andy Lee's there shown on screen, but with 18 points I don't think he did anything other than the first heat, which is why we're down to 32 drivers. There they are lined up, so that's Connor Lucas on the inside with the bright number 43 livery. Josh Lucas alongside with the O plate, having won the December meeting here. And there's your start line marshal. So for the final time today, the green flag in hand.
Yep, let's get ready to go racing. And the flag is waved, and Lucas leads us off from Josh Folkus. I don't think Folkus got the best of starts, but he is still going to hang on to 2nd place then.
And James Arnold on the grass. Out the window, so he's dropped to the back of the field. Contact there at the start.
Yeah, good spot that one out the window. So unfortunately for James Arnold, he's going to drop all the way to the back, as you said. Folkus is 2nd, but already dropping back. I think Fallon is 4th place at the moment, just trying to pick up who it is in 3rd. I think it could be Scott Tate. Let's confirm all of this when they become a little bit clearer.
I think Fallon's got Truman Reddish, and there's moves there with, I think that's Tate and White battling it out for 5th and 6th. Brooker looks like he could have just got himself back down the inside there alongside the 57 of Whitfield, so they'll run side by side into the chicane. Whitfield runs him slightly wide and keeps hold of that place. So as they come over the line for the end of the first lap, it's Lucas from Fulkes, Fallon, Truman Reddish, Tate, White, Barker, Whitfield, Brooker, and Mitchell are your top 10.
Yeah, good start from the likes of Jensen Barker, who's up 2 places there. Good driving from him. Even better starts from the likes of Richardson and Brewis, who are both up 3 places, a little bit further down the field. But we are just making our way then through the infield hairpins here. You can see the battle for 3rd place coming into view now between Fallon and Truman Reddish. Now, Connor Lucas, is he being caught by Josh Fulkes? The answer to that question is yes, he is. Josh Fulkes has just set a new fastest lap, and it's only 300ths the gap's come down by, but nevertheless the gap has come down from 6/10. It's now under 6/10 to Connor Lucas. So this is good stuff from Josh Fulkes. Even if he does not catch Connor Lucas today, it sends a message to say, I'm getting closer. But here we go. This is Mitchell actually battling away, I think, with the likes of, is that Brooker? I wonder who he's battling away with. Yes, it is. And in fact, Mitchell, that is going past Brooker. Bit of contact on the way through, but Mitchell round the outside up into 9th place.
Yeah, good move there by Mitchell, taking that one. So he took a couple of corners to get it done, but he still managed to get it done. Fulkes again with another fastest lap to take another small chunk of time out of Lucas. It's just over half a second now for those. Whitfield took Barker for 7th on that last lap as well. There's a bit of movement going up through the field. I think Danielle Gardner took an extra 2 places. She's up from 14th to 12th, having dropped back from 10th on the grid, as Dodson takes a huge chunk of curb to get down the inside of, I can't see who that one is, number wise, but somebody's round.
That's a spin. I wonder if that's is that James Dennis?
It could be James Dennis on the...
Let's have a look.
It is James Dennis.
James Dennis, what a shame. So James Dennis, unfortunately, Albert, as David has quite excitingly pointed out, another fastest lap for Fulkes means the gap between Connor Lucas and Fulkes is now just 0.3 of a second. This is the battle for 3rd between Fallon, Truman Reddish and Tate, but that is the gap between the 2 leaders. And I tell you what, Fulkes looking very quick. David, talk us through this replay here.
Yeah, I think Dennis obviously they're trying to help the other cart round in front of him, and then Nigel Richardson I think went down the inside, and I think not enough room at all there. But and unfortunately James Dennis has ended up backwards at the bottom hairpin. But Fulkes now to within 1/10 of a second, right on the back of Connor Lucas. I'm sure halfway down the back straight last time out I saw Lucas telling Fulkes to keep his head and follow him and keep going, but I think Fulkes is going to want to turn this one into a race sooner rather than later, rather than just stick on the back of Lucas for a couple of laps and then see where it goes. I think the gap back to Fallon, 2.3 seconds, is enough for these two to have a 7-lap battle for the win. And Fulkes at the moment so far in this one is the one who's putting the lap times in. I think he's gone fastest lap after fastest lap for the last 4 laps at the very least. So we'll have to see as they come over this time. It is Lucas with a slightly quicker lap this time round, but there's no space between the pair of them. So Lucas leads Fulkes with we're about half distance now in the final race of the day, and it's providing us with plenty of entertainment. Fulkes taking the fight to Connor Lucas, who so far this season has had it all to himself, really.
Yep, Fulkes head down once again as we are at the halfway stage of the race. 6 down, 6 to go. And Fulkes, I agree with you completely, David, needs to make a move. As soon as he gets the opportunity, needs to make a move, because you just never know when Connor Lucas is going to put his foot down, put in a fastest lap and extend his lead. And he's just done a personal best, so he's already threatening to do that. I think Scott Tate, third in this queue, is about to line up a move as well. He's just done a personal best lap. He's behind Truman Reddish. Does he dive to the inside? Yes, he does. So Scott Tate down and through into 4th place. Next on his list is going to be Fallon. But what about the battle between the two leaders? The gap is around 1 or 2 kart lengths at the moment as I look out the window. Looking further back down the top 10, we've still got White, Whitfield, then Brooker, Mitchell and Brewis. We did have Dodson go past Danielle Gardner on the last lap, as we now have 5 laps remaining across the line. 4 laps, in fact, with Focus within 2/10 of Lucas.
Yeah, the battle for third really hotting up now with Tate making that move on Truman Reddish, getting onto the back of Fallon. So they're going to come through. Focus still right on the back of Lucas. I think we've just picked them up again on camera, but there they are going down the back straight. This is your battle for 6th. I think Jake Brooker's made the move on Whitfield, I think, there for 7th.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
On the last lap at the very least, and he's managed to hold that through the first complex of corners.
This is the battle for third.
Tate right now on the back of Fallon. He's closed that gap up. Truman Reddish dropped a couple of kart lengths off the back of that, so it could just be a 2-kart race for the second step of the podium. Fastest lap this last time round though from Connor Lucas. 3 laps to go and responding to the challenge of Josh Folkus. It's out to 2/10, but it's very low. That's a couple of kart lengths at most on track, and you'll catch them coming down the back straight there. Folkus right on the back of Lucas.
Yeah, he is indeed. They've kind of been exchanging fastest laps here, haven't they? And Connor Lucas now with a little bit of advantage, 2/10 ahead going into the final 2 laps.
Yeah, two laps, and I think we'll hopefully we'll get back onto that battle in if we come round to the with 1 to go and see how that ends up at the front. But this battle that we can see on screen now from 3rd to 4th, Tate made his move past Truman Reddish, but he's not been able to take the fight to Fallon really. He's kept his lines and made it very difficult for him. So this is your battle now with 1.5 laps to go. Folkus trying to get the run on Connor Lucas, but Connor Lucas got a good run out of that corner. Opened up a couple of kart lengths on Folkus, who follows him round that bottom corner now. Lucas wide, Folkus closing up slightly. Let's see if he can get him on the way out. Lucas certainly doesn't leave him much space on the inside to. There's certainly no invite for an overtake there for Folkus as they start the final lap of this Pro Kart final, and there is nothing between the front 2.
Yeah, Folkus in fact got he was a little bit disappointed with the exit he got going down towards the start-finish straight there. We've got a back marker coming into play as well, and it looks as if Connor Lucas is on the back foot as he comes out. Oh, almost contact there as they came out of the second hairpin. Down towards the back straight we go, and Connor Lucas looking over his shoulder at almost every opportunity he gets now, covers the inside as they go into the right-hander and looks through as he comes through the right-hander into the left. Can Folkus get the run on Lucas? It's going to be a drag race to the line almost. Folkus in the tow, but Connor Lucas remains unbeaten in 2019 as he comes across the line. Another race victory. All heats and all final wins remain with Connor Lucas. Folkus finishes in a very close 2nd place, and a valiant effort from him. Brilliant stuff. He was just over a 10th back at the line, and Josh Folkus can be very pleased with that performance, although he'll be a bit disappointed to have missed out on victory. Then we had Ben Fallon in 3rd from Scott Tate, Truman Reddish, White, Brooker. Then it was Whitfield, Mitchell and Brewis rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, superb racing there right until the end. I'm sure, whilst we say, and rightly so, that Josh Folkus should be very pleased and very happy with his performance there. I'm sure he'll be disappointed that he didn't get the win, because I know that he'd have loved to have taken that from Connor Lucas. But there's your results at the end. It's Lucas from Folkus, Fallon, Tate, Truman, ready for your top 5. White, Brooker, Whitfield, Mitchell. David Brewis in the number 80, making up 6 places in the final. A lot of places made up in the midfield pack. Black and Fakut, 4 and 7 respectively. Brown, Smales, 4 and 7 again. Low in 19th, made up 6, and then there was some big losers in terms of place-wise. I think a lot of them had some contact at some point. Barker, Arnold, Richardson, all had contact. Certainly Richardson with Dennis into the bottom corner during that. But I'd say the top 28, and we're covered by 30 seconds in a race like that is superb and very close.
That's better. Out of the top 10, we had Dodson, Gardner, Black, Faku, Brown, Smales, Tate, Jackman, Lowe, Barker, Arnold, and then we had Davis, Richardson, Dennis, Whitfield, Brown, Wood, Mitchell, Pemberton, David Wilson. 30 made it to the flag in the final. So we did lose a couple more between the heats and the finals, unfortunately, but that brings an end to round number 2 here at Teesside Karting for the sprint series. David Sullivan, it's been great to be alongside you once again today, and we've had some fantastic racing overall.
Yeah, superb racing, Chris. It's been excellent, and what a way to end it there with a start to finish battle between 2 drivers for the start, and then same again for third. But my race of the day personally was that cadet final. I thought it was superb. The 3 of them at the front were great. Buckton took his time and made that move, and Mallard had it covered in the end, and so that was my race of the day.
If I was going to challenge it, I'd go for the heat where we saw Matthew McClure win, simply because of the drama we had towards the end, and then Matthew having to hold on. But I think everyone would probably agree that actually that Honda Cadet final was a very exciting way to get us into the finals. Well, we'll end off then by saying some thank yous, and I think we'll start by thanking those guys. NRG Cycles, our sponsors for today, have sponsored the stream not only to be here today but through the entirety of the season. And I think you'll be able to see on there some details if you want to go and look into getting yourself a bike. Perfect time to do it with summer on its way. Of course, big thanks to all the team here at Teesside Karting for getting this meeting going, to the medical staff as well. Unfortunately, we did need them today, but they were very quick to respond when we did. To everyone, all the marshals around the circuit as well for helping us get the meeting done, and of course to those of you around at the paddock that can hear me, to all the drivers for continuing to support the championship. Thank you if you have been watching online. I hope you've enjoyed this Alpha Live production. It's been myself, Chris McCarthy, and David Sullivan commentating for you today. We'll be back throughout the season, so make sure you're back next month, where we will continue with round 3 in April. But that's all for now. Please take care, and we'll see you again next month.